What's going on? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on, everybody? You have to bear with me. I am broadcasting remotely, so please forgive me. Sound may not sound the same. Forgive me for all that. I'm trying to get this link in the chat. Please hold on. Hold on, guys. So what is going on, everybody? I definitely need you guys to bear with me for a second. I'm new to this is a new computer that I'm dealing with. This is not my regular computer that I actually go live from. And I need you guys to bear with me for just 1 second. So, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about what's going on in what we call the manosphere, what's going on with accountability, and why we need to get this together and why we're having these issues. So forgive me while I'm trying to get this link in the chat. Hold on, guys. There we go. There we go. Link should be in the chat now. All right. So today is Testimony Friday. Today is the day that you guys get to talk about what you've gone through. Today is the day that you get to talk about your strengths, your weaknesses. Today is the day that you get to express how you're feeling. Talk about what you're going through. Talk about what you have accomplished. Talk about anything you want to talk about. I hope that your week has been an eventful week. If not, know that today is the day that you get to unwind and know that you're going into the weekend. Know that you're going into the 2 days where you can get to relax and get to unwind. But what I wanted to talk to you about, guys, today is, and I guess today is going to be kind of short because, again, like I said, I am broadcasting remotely. So today is going to be straight to the point, depending if people come up and they have something they want to say. Butterfly, what is going on? Mr. Darryl, what's the dealio? I want to talk about responsibility and the lack thereof. I want to talk about accountability. I want to talk about what our issues are in our community. Because, everyone talks about code, and everybody talks about what we need to be on and how we need to communicate and what we need to do. And people shouldn't see us sweat, and people shouldn't see different things. And I want to talk about code, man, and talk about responsibility. When you look at this manosphere and you look at feminism, there's a lot of blaming. There's a lot of people saying it's because of women, men, it's because of women. And then you have the women saying it's because of men. And we don't take the time to actually really sit back and think about our choices that we make, what we bring to the table, what pain and what dysfunction we add to the situation. We don't take that time. We are so quick and so easy to blame everyone else. We're so quick and so easy to say, this is what they are doing. This is what you did to me. But when it comes to you looking in the mirror and seeing what you did to them, it is very hard for us to figure that out. I speak to men, I counsel men. And the one thing that is hard to get past before the actual building starts, it's the actual understanding what you bring to the table as far as pain, as far as dysfunction, as far as what you did to add to the situation. Our dysfunction didn't just happen with women alone. Our dysfunction in the community happened with men also. So you have a lot of men saying that women are not held accountable for the things that they do. Well, here in the village, we hold them accountable. Here in the village, we hold men accountable. But here's the thing in the village that we do here. We know that there's an order. We know that Christ speaks of an order. And that's the order, that divine order that is natural. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, we'll bring you in.
Hey, how's it going, partner?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. You know, um, I I subscribed to you. The last time I heard you, trying to be, you were trying to reason with some guy. I don't remember who it was. You seem like a reasonable man. You don't bring drama. You don't talk drama. You seem like I don't know. I mean, a spiritual dude. I mean, I don't know. I'm new to your channel. This is my first time checking in,
Well,
tapping in.
let me officially welcome you, Mr. Rodriguez. Welcome to the village, man. Welcome home, brother. Welcome
Okay,
home.
okay.
This is a place where we don't deal with drama. We deal with the truth. We deal with love, and
Yeah.
we deal with understanding. So talk to me.
So right, yeah. So that's the reason why I subscribed to you. When you were trying to reason with this guy, I don't know. You guys had your differences. I don't know. I don't want to get it in between. I don't even remember exactly who it was, but I remember you trying to be reasonable, and you got to the point where you didn't get pushed to those limits where you went cursing at people and shit like that, and I respect that. So I said, all right, let me check this brother out. Bolo TV. So I've been subscribed. Right now, I heard you um not preaching or whatever, but live, and you had your StreamYard link down at the in the comment section. So I figured I'd just hit it. And I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm just asking, bro. Like, what is your channel about, bro? Like, what is it that you do, bro?
Oh, definitely. And I thank you first for come up here and asking the question, because a lot of people don't. But what our channel
Right.
is about, it was created primarily for men that suffer with depression, that suffer with mental illness. It's not exclusively for men, but it was primarily made for men. The reason why the Lord put it on my heart to do that is there's a place for women. You know, women talk to each other about their feelings. Women talk to each other about what their daily routines are, how they're going through life, and what's going on. So they have a place to decompress. Men, we don't. You know, when we're young, we're taught that we're not supposed to feel, we're not supposed to hurt, we're not supposed to cry. And what happens is we carry that stigma, we carry that edge with us all our life, and it's wrong. We are allowed to cry, we are allowed to hurt, we are allowed to feel. So we don't have place, especially when you're talking about the have-nots and Latinos and blacks, especially. We really, in our communities, don't go to get help when we suffer from depression.
Right, right.
We tend to internalize it. And this is why, as men, we die so early because of that breakdown of what the stress does to our body. So, what we do here is, you know, you can cam up if you choose, like you're doing. What we choose to, what I would suggest is not camming up so that we can talk and you can be as real as you can be and talk about your stressors if you're going through it. Because today is Testimony Friday. Today is the day that people like yourself come up and talk about what their week was like, talk about what they've been going through, talk about how strong they have become from their certain issues that they've had in their life. And that's what the channel is. The channel is about love. It's about village. It's about community. It's about working together. It's about doing what Christ asked us to do. And that was to be there for one another in love and in the spirit of Jesus.
Amen. Amen, bro. And you know, like when you talk about like depression, like how does one know that you're depressed, bro? Like what are the symptoms, bro? Because I mean, I can sit here and say that I am because I think I am, but like what are the
Well,
symptoms of
some symptoms
depression?
of depression is maybe you've had certain things, like certain habits that you've used to do, like certain let's say you've had certain things that you like to do, like jogging, boxing, watching television, working. You tend not to want to do these things anymore. Your eating habits change. Your life habits, your regular habits that you are used to doing, they change. You look at yourself and you're not too amped to get yourself done anymore. Like, you know, there's some people that, you know, that take a lot of pride in the way they look. And then when
Right.
they are suffer with depression, when they suffer with mental illness, they tend to not care about what they look anymore, what they look like anymore. They tend to not care about the day-to-day things. They get on edge quicker. They're angrier than they would usually be. Anything can get them tipped off to the point where they get angry.
Okay,
Do you
okay.
suffer from any of these things?
Yeah, man. You know, I would say, yeah. I mean, I'm suffering. You know, been having a rough life and this past year, and like I said, you know, I tend to deal with it, you know, day by day. I don't, I'm not a religious dude. I don't go to church like that, like I should. But I have bad days all the time, and I just tend to deal with it, the way I know to, man.
How do you deal with it? Right.
Alcohol, you know, clubs, get my mind off of shit, man.
But you know that's not dealing with it, right, brother? You know all you're doing is pushing it to the side because you know once that alcohol and drugs wear off, you know those problems come back.
Right? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, really not the drugs. It's really alcohol and clubs.
Oh, sorry, alcohol and clubs. So you know
Like clubs.
it's the same difference. You know, you're not dealing with the actual issue. You know, all you're doing is medicating. That's all you're doing. You know, you're not going to run
Right.
away from the problem. The problem is still there. So we have to actually talk about what your issue is. Talk therapy is so important. You know, a lot of
Man,
the times, I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
no, I was gonna ask you, bro. Is there like a hotline, like that you have, or like a
Well,
something,
yes, my number,
that ain't public and shit like that, bro?
I definitely. If you would like to talk with me, My
Right.
number is
Well,
scrolling
what do you
on.
charge?
I don't charge anything, brother.
You know, there's people out here who charge, hourly
I know.
fees.
I know. Listen, I know right now that times are hard. The only thing that I ask you to pay is attention and pay it forward. That's all I ask you to pay. That's all I ask you to pay. It's free. If you need a Bible, we're not a religious channel. So I don't want you to think that we are. We're not a religious channel. We deal with the laws and statutes of God, of how we should treat one another and how we should be there for one another. That's what we do. So
Right.
if you want to email me, you can email me at bolotv16 at
Yeah, I mean, I don't
gmail.
have a pen right now, bro. Hold on.
No, it's
I'm gonna
okay.
give you like.
Listen, if you look at the bottom, you'll see my phone number passing by, right? 347-394-5954. It's in the description. It's also in the
All right, so
description.
look, yeah. So when I get off right now, cause you feel me, I had like this phone call coming in. So look, so what I'm gonna say, like, I mean, I don't know, how long you gonna be on this live, or I don't know, what's your schedule, like, I mean, what's the
Well,
time to
email me
call
or
you,
call
bro?
me and we'll talk about it. And I work around your schedule, brother. I'm a
All right,
servant
man, I
to you.
appreciate that, homie.
No, brother. Thank you for taking the time and coming up here.
Nah, man, I appreciate. You already know, bro. I mean, I'm gonna hit you up, bro. I mean, do your thing. Keep doing what you're doing, homie.
All right, brother. Nothing but love. Be
All
good.
right, bro, dog.
So that's what we do. So I want to talk about responsibility and accountability. You know, when we look at this, what we're going through right now, there's so much that is happening emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically. It's bombarding us on all four bodies. You know, my man Byron, he says we are all creatures of habits. With knowledge and information alone, practice is essential. My brother Roy. We here for you, Roy. Thank you so much for coming up. And we're going to put your name in the prayer. And again, I am broadcasting remotely, so I didn't bring my prayer paper with all the names on it. So forgive me. Forgive me. But like I was saying, it is so easy for us not to take responsibility. It is so easy to point the blame and say, the reason why we're here is because of this person or that person. I was having a conversation on Facebook earlier today. Um, Shout out to the La Peef Network and those brothers over there. They have a beautiful channel. Check them out. What they're doing over there is having hard conversations that need to be had. So I was having a conversation on their Facebook, and they were talking about, and this is how far we are. They were talking about stepchildren, right? Stepchildren. They were saying that, and this is what's going on in the manosphere, that men shouldn't be obligated to take care of another woman's child. Men should not be obligated to take care of another woman's child. And I thought about that. I said to myself, damn, we have fallen so far that we talk about community, we talk about village, we talk about love, we talk about being there for one another. But you have men fixing their tongues, fixing their mouths today to say, I'm not going to take care of another man's child. When this child didn't ask to be born, this child needs love the same way you need it. And the crazy thing is, a lot of these men that are saying these things had no father their damn self. And in today's age, you turn around and you say that. And you suffered from not having a father. You suffered from not having a male example in your life. This is the problem, that we seem to forget where we came from. We seem to forget. You know, they say that when you take care of another man's child, you're a simp. You're a simp. You're not you're not an alpha. You're a beta. I think that we got this alpha and beta thing all twisted. I think that, when you say that you're an alpha because you bed women and because you make a certain type of money and you drive a certain type of car, that makes you an alpha. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make you an alpha. You guys seem to forget, and I'm talking to you men right now. You manospheric guys. Not all of them, but most. You guys seem to understand, or you seem to not understand, excuse me, that money only reveals what you truly are. That's all money does. It doesn't make you a better version of yourself. It doesn't make you more accountable, more responsible, more focused. If you're an a-hole, it just makes you an a-hole with money. That's all it does. It just accentuates what you were before you had money. So all it does. You guys tend to think that money changes what your character is. It doesn't. If you are a fool before money, you are a fool with money. That's all you are. Nothing more. Now, people in the manospheric world will say, that's simp talk. You talking weak. Nah, that's real talk. A lot of you manospheric dudes were hurt men. Got involved with a chick that you thought was in your league. You thought that just because you had bread, it made you that man. It made you that dude. You were that guy. You're not. You're still weak. You're still foolish. That doesn't mean that you can't change. But you still are weak. Money doesn't change you, my G. Work, ethic, character, integrity, truth, logic, understanding. These things change you. These things make you the man you need to be. What is a man? Just because you know how to sling penis, because you make a certain amount of money, that doesn't make you a man. A man isn't just that. And if your definition of a man is those two things, money and slinging penis, then you are surely mistaken, my friend. Darrow says that's a horrible idea with all the devil's influence as strong as it is through all the devices and hype media. Yeah. We all need big brothers, even as grown men. These cats don't see that. These cats feel that if they make a certain amount of money and they smash a certain amount of chicks, that they that dude, that they're coming from that position of power. And you seem not to understand, fellow brothers, you are coming from a position of weakness. You're not coming from a position of power. You are coming from a position of weakness. And this is what we do here in the village. We want you to grow. We want you to be better version of yourselves. But it starts with you. I was having a conversation with somebody, and they said, what about the women? The women are the problem. And my response to them was, women are a problem. Can't deny you on that. Definitely women are a problem. But who are the bigger issues? Right? Women use the system. to get to us. They use the system, right? And they're allowed to use the system because you men who do not have examples of good men in your lives, you men think you know what the definition of a good woman is, and you wind up sleeping with these thoughts, these women of the streets, these women that are no good, and you get them pregnant. Then what does she do? She takes you to court. She takes you into court. She takes you for child support. And then what happens? You go to these different channels, these different platforms, and you have conversations with these men where these men say it's not your fault. It's not, you're not the one that's to blame. It's the shorty that's to blame. She's the reason why you're in this situation you're in. It isn't because you decided to go sleep with her without a condom. It isn't because she didn't rape you. The Lord tells you there is no decision higher than your own. What does that mean? No matter how much advice that Bolo gives, Anthony gives, Lyric gives, Shaw gives, Daryl gives, Butterfly gives, Teak gives, no matter how much advice that we give you, you have to then take said advice and apply it to your life and make it work. So you have to stand on your square. You have to vet all of these different advice that you've got from all these different people. You have to pick the right one that works for you. Byron says the Bible said, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Let's go into that scripture. See, a lot of you men think that you're men because you're grown physically. You know, how do I know that a righteous man is a righteous man? The Lord says you can tell a righteous man by his works. By his works. By how this man speaks. How this man conducts himself. How this man treats other people. How he treats the community. What he does for the community. But most of all, most significant, the example that he is when it comes to living the life of righteousness. A lot of you dudes are still children. Still children, yeah. Outwardly, you look like men. But inwardly, you're children. You're hurt. So you run like children do, right? I remember with my 4 children, when I would punish them, you know what they would do? They would run to their mother. Why? Because their mother was there to kiss the boo-boo. Their mother was there to make them feel better. That's what women do. They're caretakers, nourishers. That's what they do. Men were supposed to provide that order, that truth, that direction, that focus, and love. We do all those things in love. So what did my children do? They ran to their mother. Mommy, 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 daddy, punish me. Their mother would ask them, why? Because I did such and such and such. Their mother would kiss their boo-boo, explain to them daddy wasn't wrong. This is why he did it. And if they didn't like the answer that they got from their mother, they would run to their room and cry. Because what they were doing was they were looking for a separation. That's what they were doing as children. That's what they do. They placate to one parent or the other and try to play you two against each other. That's what they do. But the majority of the times, we were on point with each other. So when they didn't like what they heard, they would run to the room and cry. If my wife was able to break it down to them in a way that they could receive it, they took it and understood it. What's the point that I'm trying to make? The scripture that Byron quoted or put in the chat, there's a lot of things that you men are going through. Your children, you're hurt. You're crying inside. You are not what these men speak of. You are trying to be something that you are not. And when you look in the mirror, you know that you are not. You know that you're not. You know that you're not this charismatic guy that they talk about. Let me break this down to you. Those men that are in the manospheric world that claim to be what they're saying that they are, they're not. They're not. They're hurt men. But here's the difference between you and them. You're hurt and you're looking for an answer. Let me say that again. The difference between you and them is you're hurt and you're looking for an answer. Why did I get hurt? They're hurt men and they seen a weakness in you. Let me say it again. They're hurt men and they seen a weakness in you. They saw a place where they can make money. That's what you are to them. To those men that are truly in their platform doing the work and trying to build up men, trying to get them to be responsible and accountable, salute to you. Salute to you. Salute to you. Here's the thing. That's not every situation. Most men in that manosphere, you listen to them speak. Hear them talk. Hear them talk. They suffer from depression. They suffer with symptoms of it. Hey, Jay. So how do we know? By the way they speak. By the way they speak. Let me say this to you. When a man says to you, I'm no child, I'm a man, I'm a grown-ass man, I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man, and they continue to speak about them being men. They continue to speak about them being men. They continue to speak about them being men. Me going on this journey and gaining information about depression, that's a sign and a trigger. That's a big sign of saying that you're a child. Because a man doesn't have to prove himself. A man that is firm in his masculinity doesn't have to keep continuing to tell you, I'm a man. A man in his masculinity is not only a man because he smashes chicks. A man in his masculinity is not defined by just having money. A man is defined by his integrity, his character, the people that surrounds him, his family if he has one, his language, the way he conducts himself, the way he speaks, the way he speaks to other people. Most of all, the way he loves. The Lord tells you in the scriptures, Because you hear these guys talk about, I'm not going to take care of no other man's baby. Why should I have to? You don't have to. No one is saying you have to take care of another man's baby. You should want to. If you love that woman with all your heart, and understand love is not just an emotion. Love is integrity, truth, direction, empathy, sympathy, forgiveness, strength, direction, understanding. It's all these things and so much more. You would say, I would love you. For a man to look at a child and say, why do I have to take care of this other man's child? That doesn't even sound right. You love the woman. You're ready to marry the woman. You think you're not supposed to take care of the child? The Lord tells you that love your neighbor the way you love yourself. If he tells you that about your neighbor, how much more are you supposed to love the child? Big J. Oh, word up. Word up. Thank you, brother. Big J says integrity is one of the things that always gets overlooked by both men and women. When you can fix your mouth to say, why should I love that child? When this child is innocent, the child didn't ask to be brought into this world. The child was brought into this world. Yes, there was a bad decision. Maybe the mother didn't like the father. The father wasn't a good father. The father was the type of man that just frolics the streets. It is what it is. The child is here. Now you come into the picture. You're ready to make this woman an honest woman, as they say, right? You're ready to marry this woman. But your statement is going to be, why should I take care of another man's child? It is so ridiculous to hear a man say that. It is so ridiculous to hear someone say that. Big Joseph, what it be, baby?
What's up, Bolo?
I'm good, baby. What's the dealio?
Sure, I just tuned in and just listened to the topic that you was talking about. Sound interesting.
Yeah, just freestyling a little bit. I've been on these different platforms, hearing these men.
Yeah, I've heard you. I don't say much, but I listen. I usually just kind of fast forward because it'd be like 6 hours. But I don't got time for that shit. So I
Yeah,
just fast forward to the part where I'm like, people have something of substance to say, and I always look for your little segment. And they typically give you a little bit more time to speak because you generally have a lot of good content to talk about. Similar to Kevin Samuels. So I listened to it, and I kind of just was listening to what you was talking about just now, about men and complaining about taking care of another woman's child. And I agree. I don't think a man, if he's going to have an issue with it, he shouldn't even just get involved in the first place. Instead of talking about it, bitching about it, complaining about it, it's like you don't have to be the one to deal with it. I've seen instances where it worked out. With my uncle, for example, a man who I looked up to in the last maybe decade of my life after my father passed, and he gave me a lot of gems and nuggets and things about how to be a man. And then I also saw it work the complete opposite for a cousin that I had who was dealing with a mother with a single child, and he was never respected by either the mother or the child. And even if he respected the mother, sometimes the child would kind of just throw in his face that, you're not my dad, you're not my dad, and this kind of, this, that, and the other, and issues with the father of the child. So it's I think it's more than just it's like a pushback for a lot of men who say that. Maybe they've been through it, maybe they know someone like myself who have been through it, and they see it happen real time. And so they oftentimes encourage a man not to do it. But I do remember a time when I was growing up where it was more common. But at the same time, the mother was appreciative of the man who was in their life and taught their child to respect that man as their father, not a stepdad, someone who was actually taking care of the child that the biological father wasn't doing. But it seemed like a lot of women today I don't know, I don't know if the word is entitled, but they got away from being appreciative and being supportive of that man taking the role as if they were the biological father. So there's always, that thing in the back of a man's mind is like, well, this daughter, this son, who I've taken on, could always, throw in my face that I'm not really my daddy, that kind of issue. So I understand it from that perspective. But like I said, from my uncle's perspective, it worked out well. Even though he did go through a lot of shit for dealing with it, having to go fight a guy, had a knife pulled out him by the biological father. So it's not just so much being not loving the child. A man could actually love a child from what I've noticed, but because he go through so much issues with either the biological father and or the mother, that can make men have a strong um, um, aversion to wanting to take on that responsibility. And there's a lot of people who say, well, a real man, he wants to be a stepfather. A real man would take on that responsibility. But yeah, man, it's a lot of men that don't want to put up with it. And I don't fault them for it. But if they're going to take up on that responsibility, then they should step into it and just own it instead of complaining about it. So I kind of look at it from both sides of the perspective.
Well, not that I don't look at it from both perspectives, because as as a man striving to do right,
Mm-hmm.
you tend, the one thing that we push here, and you know this, that we tend to tell people to look at things three-dimensionally.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at things linear, right? So if you're talking to a woman that happens to have a child, then you have to understand what you're dealing with. You have to understand that these children are part of the community. When we look at the 50s and the 60s, we didn't have that problem. Even if I didn't take care of Joseph's child, the village took care of Joseph's child. That child didn't lack as far as the love of males in his or her life. So now I think because of the gap between feminism and this manosphere, there is such a gap in between, and wherever the casualties that's in the middle, it is what it is. These children didn't ask to be born. And I get it. Being a stepfather at times, it's a thankless job. It is. It is. However, you have to understand that if I love this woman, everything that comes with her is under my covering. This is not me telling it. This is the Lord. So this is why men need to they need to walk more circumspectly when they deal with these women. Stop just betting these women. Stop just sleeping with these women. You need to have more intention and more focus in what you do. When I talk to my sons and I talk to my daughters, I'm raising my sons to be fathers and husbands. And I'm raising my daughters to be mothers and wives. There is no in between. There is no in between. Now, if it happens that the relationship doesn't work out, then it is what it is. But I appreciate that my daughters and sons went into the situation with something permanent. If it didn't work, it didn't work. I would then have to question their line of strategy and their line of vetting. What questions did you ask? What are you looking for in a woman? Maybe that's the issue. So we can tweak the situation so you do not continue doing the same thing. This is what we have to stand for and stand on. The Lord said, love your enemy the way you love yourself. Love your brother the way you love yourself. Excuse me. If he's talking about loving your brother, what does he say about loving the children? How the hell can you talk about village? And how the hell can you talk about community, but comes out of your mouth, nah, I ain't trying to mess with those kids? How do you say that in the same tongue and say I'm about the people, I'm about community? You know how many children I have under me, bro? That ain't my children, but they're my children that I claim, not tax-wise, but I claim. Bring them all. Bring them all. Because I understand what it feels like not to have a father. I understand it. Now, I had my father. But being empathetic and sympathetic to the situation, I understand what it feels like not to have one. Not to have someone to play football with you. Not to have someone tell you that's not the type of man you want to be with. Not to have someone say, I love you, baby girl. Not to have a measuring stick. It's hard, man. It's hard. How do we say that? How do we talk about the Black community? Let's talk about that for a second. When you look at our women, about 50 to 60% are being raised without fathers. Right? It might be higher than that. But let's just work with those conservative numbers. 50 to 60% have children and their fathers not in their lives. But we always talk about the Black community. We always talk about, let's do something. When the police shoot one of us, we tear everything down. So how do we get our community together? Because those children are part of our community, are they not?
Agreed.
So how do we get them together? I'm not telling you to take on the responsibility, but I am telling you to take on the responsibility. And that didn't make no sense, but that did make sense. This is something that you have to want to do. This is not something that's forced on you, because when something is forced on you, you rebel. I know that. And I agree with that. Don't force nothing on me. Allow me to make that decision. Allow me to want to do it. Don't force it on me. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to take care of these children. But damn it, don't talk to me about the community. Don't talk to me about the village, and your ass ain't trying to take care of these children or trying to help these children. Maybe that might be a better word. Help these children. See, me, I'm going to do my best to take care of them. Maybe that's too much of a strong word for other people. Maybe help. Mr. Kenshin, what is going on? Welcome to the village.
How you doing?
I'm all right, brother. Tell me.
Good night, Mr. Bolo. Good night, Mr. Benjamin. First of all, it's an honor to be on the show. I met you through the Lapeef Network. You come on and dedicate it every Thursday, and I've been writing down. Actually, I've been writing down questions from the last show you had with the young lady. So
interesting.
I am very spiritual, and I'm very devout to righteousness, and be it angry righteousness or righteousness that is leadership. Um, and what I notice is we've been saying for the last 30 years or 40 years or so, maybe more, maybe longer, no one owes you nothing. And I think in a culture today where everyone is individualized because of capitalism, whatever you're lacking, and I have something that you lack, then I have the advantage of sale. Your lacking means my gain. I think, and when we start to push individualism, and when we have to be careful. We start to push, oh, you don't owe. Well, I can say I owe my new family that is coming under my leadership, my wife who will be under my leadership. I owe them legacy. When it comes to legacy, and Anton speaks about this is what I owe them, regardless, and it's not in a bad situation of out of bed baby wedlock. Whether I marry her and I meet her father through virginity and marry her and get it done, now I owe them legacy. So I think it's something from a culturation standpoint of our ancestors, where we do owe legacy to our children through marriage, particularly. But even if you don't, you still owe them the legacy. Um, and I want your take on that, Bolo. I really respect your
Well, I don't
views.
disagree. I don't disagree with you on that. But
Mhm.
however, it's bigger than that also, because this is what we have to understand, right? The village in the community is not just your wife and your children. It's not just your wife and your children. It's not just your kin.
Agreed.
When Christ looked at the 12 and they came to him and said, your mother and your father desire to speak with you, he said, who is my mother and who is my brother? And pointed at the 12 disciples and said, those who follow my laws and statutes and commandments, they are my mother and they are my brother. Not that his mother and brother didn't follow the laws and statutes. He was giving you a point that just because they're blood
Right.
doesn't mean that they're your mother and brother. This is not a physical thing. This is a
Right.
spiritual thing, like what you started off with. You're a spiritual
Yes.
man. The Lord
Mhm.
says, those that serve me in spirit and in truth. Why?
Yes.
Because that's what I speak with. Truth. What do I connect with? The spirit. I speak through truth and I connect with you through the spirit. So my
Indeed.
brother may not necessarily be my blood brother. It can be you and Joseph. That's what Christ was saying. Don't get caught up on blood, because sometimes blood will be the quickest one to cut your throat.
Yes. Yeah.
So what we get caught up on is blood. Now, I don't disagree with everything you said. I don't disagree with you. I don't. I agree with you 100%. When I work, I don't work for me. The legacy that I'm leaving is not for me. I'm working for my last name. I'm working for my children to leave them something. However, this is bigger than just my children. This is bigger than just them. This is the picture that we need to see, that we don't see. You know why? Because when you talk to those men, they hurt. Their baby mama took them through the court and took everything they had. And I sympathize with them, empathetic and sympathetic with them. I understand. I get it. You don't trust them. I get it. But the Lord don't work that way. Because here's the thing. If the Lord took that same attitude you took, we'd all be dead. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So how dare anyone? That's why the Lord says, I'm that example, man. That's why the Lord said to those men, listen to what men did. Men. Let's talk about it. When Mary
Right.
Magdalene, she was sleeping with another man. They were in the act of it. They didn't grab him. They grabbed her. They grabbed her and threw her to Christ. Why? Because they were men. They were on that manospheric bull garbage. We're going to protect ourselves. They didn't bring him. They brought her. They didn't want Christ to punish her. They wanted Christ to condemn her to death. This is why when Christ said, he that has no sin, let him cast the first stone. because Christ was talking spiritual. These guys were caught up on the flesh. See, the Old Testament is what these dudes were rocking with. So as long as you don't see me doing it, I'm good. See, Christ is bigger than that.
Right.
Christ judges your heart. He sees your spirit. And when they were found guilty in their spirit, what did they do? They stoned Christ. Now, Christ didn't forget about Mary Magdalene because she still sinned, right? What did he tell her? Go and sin no more. So there's a few things that we can take from this if you look at it from different perspectives.
Right.
The perspectives that these men are looking at it from is, well, what about these women? I got it. These women are bugging out. What about you? Tell me about you. Tell me what you did. Yeah, she took you to court. You right. She took the house. You right. She took this. You right. She's all that and everything you say. Why'd you sleep with her without a condom, my G?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the point. That's the problem. So
Right.
when I'm speaking to the people, when I'm speaking to my brothers and sisters on La Peep, like I was talking to Anton, I'm not denying responsibility of women. I would never do that. I would be foolish. Even God himself, when Eve, remember, sin started with Eve, unofficially. Sin started with Eve. But when did the Lord come? When Adam ate of the fruit. And who did the Lord check first? Because the scriptures tell you through Eve sin entered, right? But who did the Lord check first? The man.
Check Adam.
There you go. There you go. I'm not taking responsibility away from women. They're a problem. I get it, brother. They are. 100%. Put dogs. And like I said to Anton last night, when you're dealing with a house and there's a leak and there's a fire, what do you attend to first? The leak or the fire?
The fire.
Why?
Because the fire would give you peace first, then you could worry about assessing everything.
There you go. See, the fire is going to destroy the house. The leak will damage the house. When we look at our men, who's doing more damage? Who's doing more destruction in our community? Let's talk about the black community. Who's doing more destruction in our community, women or men?
Men, and I think what we have to address is we say that the women are picking up the body counts and the women are unaccountable and the women are they're going on this trope that they don't need us. But what are we at the end of the day? Like you just mentioned 3 minutes ago, are you going to see her father to marry her and take her off the market? Don't worry about if she's a virgin or not. Don't worry about if you're getting the blessing of having a virgin or not. Right? You kind of we want, we're troping for something and we're not doing the same thing that we're reflecting. We're going out there as men and we want to also have hot boy summer or see how many women we can run through. And I think that's disingenuous to want the women to be held accountable, but you still want to be out here on the CC and not have your father in your life, your grandparents in your life, picking your marriage-ready wife for you. So you want to come on a panel and yes, you can hold women accountable, but they're going to look at you or your community that you're influencing and your impact that you're making in order to say, well, that is husband-like right there. But what they're seeing is what the media is showing them, Bolo, obviously, which is the baby daddy and how men are scum and Lifetime channel, Love and Hip Hop. So the media is showing them the worst of us.
Here's the thing. I don't disagree with you. Right? This is the thing.
Hey,
We
Bo.
need. Go ahead, Joseph. You want to say something?
Just one thing real quick. Because you asked, I guess to piggyback off what Kinshawn said, you asked who does the most damage in the black community. And I mean, I think on the surface level. So I don't even think that's a fair question, because men do damage in a certain way that's obviously in a physical nature. I mean, we go to war, we kill each other, we go on the streets, we kill each other in that way. It's always more like a dog eat dog physical aspect of things. But women can do an incredible amount of harm from an emotional and occasionally spiritual standpoint. So it's more like a hidden damage, something that's not so overtly obvious as what we see in the streets. You know, bang, bang, shoot them up, but we don't see what causes that from behind the scenes in the home, that causes that mentality, that fosters that mindset within a man to go out there and do it. That's not to say that the women are 100% solely responsible for that man's actions, but I think we underestimate the level of culpability that a woman would have, who usually is a single mother, who raises such a man to go out
I
and do such
totally
a thing.
agree.
For example, for example, I've seen it growing up, the differences between a single mother home and a single father home. Although it's beneficial for both parents to be in the home for obvious reasons, I've very rarely seen a successful outcome in single mother homes versus the times I've seen a single father home. Now, this is like back in the 90s, early 2000s, because of that structure. And there was a lot less destruction. So if the father was in the home and he was single, he was the only one raising it, the child turned out to be pretty damn all right. Usually in most cases, obviously they're missing some aspects that a woman can bring to the table in raising that child. But if it was the opposite, and we see this all over the country, all over the country, America specifically, because I haven't been anywhere else, then it's never ever a good thing. I've never seen it to work out, except for the few rare cases where, hey, I was a product of a single mother home, I became successful, but we don't account for the, guys who are in jail as a result of being raised by single mother parents. But the onus is almost always on, well, you're out here doing this damage and destruction. So the spotlight is rarely focused on what's going on from internally, what's going on within the home, and is almost always focused externally, which is what men are most likely culpable uh, to um, to place on society. So that's what we see. It's the most obvious, and we don't really flash a light on what's going on in the single mother homes. And if we do, we oftentimes ignore it and say, well, who does the most damage? And then we're like, well, obviously it's the man, but this is so obvious. But you have to. I'm just going off what I observed, and it's not as black and white, or it's not as where the men are just solely responsible, nor is it the women solely responsible. But it's almost rarely an equal or balanced discussion from both men and women. A woman would say the same thing. Well, the men out here are the ones shooting and killing each other. The men out here doing this. And the men sometimes also say the same thing. Well, the men are the ones out here shooting and killing. And it's like, yeah, but what plants the seed in the mind of those young boys at one time before they became men to go out there and do that? It's the lack of a father in the home. And then you can point to that and say, well, was their fathers not in the home? But then why is that so? It's because they are often pushed outside of the home. There's little incentive for a mother who becomes a single mother to keep the man in the home, because she knows she has all the cards.
Totally agree.
She knows she has the law in the court. She knows she has everything in her hands. She has the power. That's the period. They call it a patriarchal society, but it's truly matriarchal in every sense of the word. Child support, not being able to see your kids, you becoming a weekend father, and or you having to pay alimony. So the man has no incentive to be there, and the woman has no incentive to keep him there.
Now,
So then you can always point again. So you're just looking at the surface. Well,
Well-
yeah, of course the damage is obvious.
well,
Physically.
I agree with you, Joseph. I do not disagree with you. Here's the point on the examples that I made. When we talk about a leak will do damage to the home, but it will take longer for that damage to show. A fire will do damage to that home much quicker. You understand what I'm saying?
I
So
heard you make that analogy.
And that is us.
know.
The fire is us men.
there you go. Our damage that we do to our community is much faster, and you see the results quicker. When you're looking at the results of women, it takes longer. And I'm not saying that they don't do damage. They do a lot of damage, right? Their damage is years, because to get this child out of the funk that you put that child in takes a lot of years of therapy. 100% walk with you. But at the end of the day, If you had to deal with either or, what would you attack first, the women or the men? I'm gonna ask you that question.
That's a good question. I would respond with you, the analogy is an interesting analogy because you're saying, would you rather be in a home that burns down to the ground or in a house that has water damage? I don't know if that's a fair analogy because you're talking about a raging fire that can burn down the home. But we don't talk about the people who can die in large bodies of water by
Yeah,
asphyxiation from drowning.
but we're not dealing with large bodies of water.
But we're
We're
going
not
to
dealing
compare
with large
man to
bodies of water.
fire.
Say it
If you're
again.
so if you're comparing man to fire, you're comparing woman to water. Then
Correct.
I would think that the more accurate analogy is: would you rather burn in a raging building fire or in a forest fire, or would you rather die in a body of or drown by asphyxiation from
But we,
water, a
but
slow
we,
death?
but Joseph, but what I'm saying to you is right. The point is you're dealing with the slow death opposed to dealing with the fast death. If I'm dealing with a slow death, I still have a chance to get out of that death. There's still a chance that I can get out of it. Well, I'm dealing with a fast death. There is none. There is none.
And may I add, I think we build the world, and women are allowed to enjoy in it. That being said, we are the ones who are if the aliens were to come here, wink wink, they're gonna talk to our greatest elites. That they will be men.
But that goes without saying. That goes without saying. You know what I'm saying? Here in the village, men play their position and women, women play their position and men know their role. That's what we kick here. So that's not even a key. But I want to stay on track with what Joseph was saying, right? We're not taking nothing away. We have to understand that men being more stronger, men being more dominant, men having that physical strength, you think that the destruction is not going to be more than the women? Men not being in the home. Let me say this. When we talk about that water damage happens because the man is not in the home. Understand that. That damage is happening to that child is because the father is not there.
And I acknowledge that.
That's
I
the
fully
point.
acknowledge it.
So the
But
point that I'm
why?
trying to make, no. We can go into that. What I'm trying to show you is I want to make this example as simple as possible, even though it's hard to, because there's so many moving parts to it. What I'm saying to you is, if I had money, okay, let's use you. If you were a philanthropist, Joseph the philanthropist, and you come into the black community and you're assessing what's going on, you have the damage that women are doing with raising these children without fathers and damaging them, putting their pain on these children and continuing the hurt, continuing the dissension, continuing them from growing, continuing them not having their neural connections connected, and spiritually injuring them from birth. Okay? And then you have the men that are out here killing each other, selling drugs, shooting each other. Let's deal with Chicago. You're a philanthropist. Where are you throwing your money in first to help this community?
Where am I throwing my money in first to help a community in Chicago?
I just gave you two examples of this community in Chicago
To fix the problem.
to help start to remedy the problem. This is the start, because we know we have to attack both issues, but we have to attack one or the other. Which are you putting your money into to deal with first?
It might be an unpopular opinion, but I would say clearly we have put a lot of resources and time and energy into fixing the problem of the violence, of the physical violence and the gunshots and the killings and murders in the street, almost overwhelmingly caused by young men specifically. But that doesn't work, because you can take one guy or one man or a group of people out And still, a lot of these men, and this is from me having grown up in the hood and seen it with my own eyes, there's only so much talking and reasoning you can have with these men. And because we both agree that there's a lot of emotional and spiritual damage that takes place within the home, that's oftentimes a result of single motherhood. A lot of these men would much rather die and have because of this emotional and spiritual damage that they have taken on. To them, the pain is greater from what took place behind the scenes than what they express from outside of themselves into the world in a physical reality we call
Where
Earth,
would you put the
right?
money? Where would you put the
I would
money?
put it in the home. I would put it in, I want to say educating or doing
Educating
something,
who?
educating women in the role that they absolutely play and influencing, not intentionally, of course, but causing these men to want to go out and do these things as a result of them not feeling like, oh, I don't need the father in the home. I got the government on my side. The government is their father, and the government can't raise a child.
Got it.
So I would figure out a way to put resources where
You don't
we have to
listen.
do something with the system that's already in place that
Forget the
fosters.
system. You could only, and I'm sorry that I'm pigeonholing you. You only have enough money to either deal with the men killing each other. You can either set up a situation or set up some type of program where you can mentor these men, give these men jobs, give these men mentorships, leaderships, and teach them that you just don't have to sling rocks and sell drugs and kill each other. Or you could put that money into dealing with the women and educating them, whatever. You have two choices. That's all you have. Pick one. Which is the more clear and present danger?
The first one, my answer would be.
Okay, let Joseph. I
Mm,
got
I
yours,
I
Kenshaw.
agree. I would say that I would compare it to, okay, if I'm bleeding very, very badly, I cut
Right,
myself. The
right,
first thing I'm going to do is put a Band-Aid on it, so
right,
to speak.
right,
But if it's deep enough, I then have to go to the hospital to get stitches,
right.
possibly even surgery, maybe even amputated. So I don't think it's to put a Band-Aid on it, it stops the bleeding, it stops the perception of something hurt. Oftentimes you think you're hurt more than you really are, but you put a Band-Aid on it, it looks like it went away. But as soon as you peel the Band-Aid off, the scab is still there. And sometimes the wound has become infested because the underlying problem of that wound needed to be stitched has to be taking place. It cannot be avoided.
But
So I would
Joseph,
say on a
let me
surface
ask you
level,
this.
absolutely.
Joseph, let me ask you a question. How are these young men and young girls in these homes right now, right, that are being raised by single parents, by single mothers in the home? How are they? What do they need in their life to get them to have some type of semblance of balance? What do they need?
But they need some sort of masculine or fatherly figure for
So do
sure.
you understand? So do you see my point?
I do. I'm not
Putting the
disagreeing.
money into the men is not just going to help the men in their self-destruction. By
Yes, it's the
putting it
women.
into the men themselves, it now can turn around to give aid to now when we focus on the single parents and the children being raised without fathers, because you, I, and Ken Sean can't do it by ourselves. We can't. We need more men.
Mm,
We need more men.
I agree. I
You
agree.
see what I'm saying?
Let me
I'm
think.
saying that putting it into one is going to turn around and help us when we now turn around to help with the second. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Getting our men together, giving them mental support. This is what this channel was created for.
Mhm.
Not just exclusively for men, but primarily for men.
May I comment to that, Bolo, when you're finished?
Yeah, to give them that understanding to know that you don't have to carry this stress by yourself. You can cry here. You can feel weak here. All of that pent up frustration that you've carried for 20 years, All you're doing is wait, and you have to remember, listen to the destruction. It's hammered into your mind. Don't hit women. It's hammered into your brain. Don't hit women. It's not hammered into your brain. Don't hit your brother. So your frustration can be coming from your woman. And because we're taught to run through that building and don't cry and don't hurt and don't do nothing, we don't take our frustration out on them. We go out in the street and shoot the brother. See, I can see where their issue is. It's a leak. Their situation, but the damage that a woman is going to do on my child, using me as an example, the damage that my wife will do to my child is going to take years, my G. It's going to take years. I don't get it twisted. It does take years to heal that child from the damage. The damage that we do to each other is overnight. So the more and more incarcerated that we go, the more and more we kill each other, that's less and less examples of a good man, mentorship for these young women and young boys to have. Does that make sense? That's the point.
To some degree, the damage.
You understand where I'm coming from?
I would say, to circle back briefly to my point, that yes, we are taught to, quote unquote, respect women, look after women, don't put a hand on women, sugar and spice and everything nice. But that still manifests itself. Again, it's not as physical because we see the blood that we spill amongst each other as men, amongst other men. But inside the home, these men or young boys aren't necessarily, just because they don't put a physical finger on a woman, just because they don't punch a woman, doesn't mean that they won't take other things from a woman.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is, as many moving parts that there is to this problem, we have to, the way I see it, and I can only speak to you as man, right? I'm not God. I'm going to go to the root. I'm going to go to the root. The root of this problem where women, men, women acting out and our children being out of order. It started when? When did it really start? When welfare was introduced.
Mm-hmm.
When you got the man out of the house, remember what the man is. The example that we use here in the village. Men are the antivirus when antiviruses worked. Men are the antivirus. Before anything comes to this house, we scan it and make sure it's real. We scan it. We ask questions. We checking you. When your daughter go on that first date, you right there in the corner looking at that little kid like you're going to choke him. Men, when you took the antivirus off the computer, you leave the computer open to everything. Everything and anything that can come into this computer comes into the computer, brother. All of this madness that you're seeing right now is the direct effect of the man being taken out of the home. Do you not agree?
Absolutely. And of course, I know you already mentioned how welfare, the welfare state, and there being a reason for the man not to give women the reason not to have the man in the home, that welfare state. And so tackling that issue, it's a
So
you can
that's what
do
I'm
the
saying.
circle.
Before I tackle the issue of the welfare state, I need to get my men together, my brothers together.
I think that's where we disagree. And the reason why I say that is because you can get a man to where he's straight and narrow now. He's not selling no more drugs on the street. He's
Right.
living clean. He's making money legitimately, the whole 9 yards. But yet he still has the system that was designed to put woman ahead of man.
Got you. So
artificially.
now
There's nothing unless we come together like by the millions, and not just black people, but also white men.
all men. Well, see, I'm just using blacks as a conversation, but this is across the globe, right?
I don't know if it's globe.
Okay, well, let's
And
say
I know
across America.
Western.
Across-
Yeah.
Western, right? Let's attack it that way. Now, when you have men, you have to understand something. These women are acting the way they're acting because men are allowing them to act that way. Now you're gonna say, Bolo, you bugging right now. Understand, brother. If all of these men took a stand and said, I ain't dealing with no chick that are moving like thoughts.
Mhm.
I'm not dealing with these chicks that don't understand what their position is. I don't care how much welfare you have. I don't care. Because to have welfare, you need a man, correct? To give you a child, right?
Mm.
If these men had penis responsibility and said, I'm not going to just sleep with these thoughts and sleep with these chicks, do you see? We are the catalyst to all of this. We are the remedy and the problem. We are. What society did was just accentuate the problem by giving them welfare. If we take a stand and say, nah, I'm not sleeping with these chicks, I'm good. Listen, understand something. I'm the prize, my G. I'm the one that takes care of you. I'm the one that provides for you. I'm the one that guides you. I'm the one that nurtures you. I'm the one that set the standards, not you. I do that. This is what these men are not being taught. They're not being taught their worth.
That may very well be true, Bolo. But again, we come back to
Got you. I
they can
got
believe.
you.
I know you know I'm about to go with it.
I
They can
know.
have that mindset. They can be that man. They can be, oh, I'm the ruler of the household. But at the end of the day, when that woman still knows, and this is all women in America, when they still know, even on the subconscious level, hey, yeah, he's talking all that game, da 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 da. But as soon as he sneezed the wrong way, I'm
Right.
out. I don't have to
Let
deal
me
with the
say
shit
this,
because I
Joseph.
can go to my daddy, the government. So I don't need him to do this.
Joseph, I'm not talking to you through a theory, my G. I'm talking to you through understanding. Who do you think runs my house? It's me. Who do you think is head of household? It's me. Who do you think has the last decision? It's me. I'm not talking to you as if I'm not doing it. I'm telling you. See, that's the problem that we have with ourselves. And this is the problem that we have in Christ. Christ tells you, watch me work. Have faith and watch it work. The reason why it doesn't work with men is because we don't have faith that it will work. You see what you just said? That's because we operate out of fear. We operate out of fear. If I became a Muslim tomorrow, guess what my wife would be? Muslim, brother. Why? Why can I say that? Because of the trust, because of the leadership, because of the understanding, because of my faith, and because of my strength. That's why she follows. It ain't nothing due to me. I know that, listen, this is the example that I give, right? Man doesn't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. But don't get it twisted. You're not going to derail me from what my overall goal is in serving my Lord and Savior. You're not going to derail me. Period. Again, when you know what your worth is, when you know what your value is, you know what your worth, you know how to demand your value, dog. Period. Men are not taught their worth. They're not. They're not taught their worth. We teach women their worth all day. All day. But the one thing we don't instill into our man child is their worth and what they bring to the table, how important they are, what their role is. That's why I make it abundantly clear. You read the scriptures. The Lord didn't count women. He counted men. Period. The Lord said women should not teach in the church.
That they do.
That's a whole different broadcast.
Yeah, it is.
The point is, in my house, the book is ran. We live by the book. Period. That's how we do it, dog. That's it. There is no compromise. How did Leonidas say it? Take everything and give nothing. I don't give nothing to Satan. We deal with the book. If you don't align with me in the book, then you're not the woman for me. And it's all good. I'm sure that there's a man out there for you. I'm going to have penis responsibility. And I'm going to hold I'm going to hold it and look for a woman that aligns with me instead of settling. We get impatient. We better start understanding what our role is, bro. You're the glory of the Lord, my G. You are. 1 Corinthians chapter 11. The man is the glory of of Christ. The woman is the glory of man.
Yep.
You got these cats telling men to go get a damn a passport
Mm-hmm.
and fly to a third world country to find yourself a shorty.
Hey, man, I got my passport.
But the point of the matter is, what I'm saying to you is you have these dainty women who are only using their physical prowess to make you buy a damn passport and go fly to a third world country.
Well, I can speak
You're
on that.
telling me, I'm not saying you per se.
I know.
What I'm saying to you is, when you know what your worth is and you know what your value is and you know what your focus is and your direction, your intention, you telling me you can't find a woman here?
All right. Oh, well, if I can respond.
Hell yeah, you could.
All right. So it's not that they can't find a woman in America, the States, or Western society in general. From the brief interactions I've had with two foreign women, one of which I spoke about some time ago, briefly,
Right.
It blew my mind because I didn't even know women could be the way that I was treated.
Right.
I couldn't believe it. So that's what inspired me to get my passport, because I was curious. I said, wait a second. I said, is this one anomaly? This got to be just a, offshoot. No, it turns out I met another Colombian woman. I was like, oh, this is the same behavior, the same attitude, the same mentality. It's as if they were raised, or whatever culture they were coming from, whether Colombian, Brazil, whatever, Venezuela, wherever these men go to, there is an encouragement of these women to be in their femininity since birth and therefore become like wives. So it's deeper than just, they're going out
So let me ask you
outside
a
of the
question.
country.
Let me ask you this, Joseph. Let me ask you this. Joseph,
It's not just physical for me.
Let me ask you a question. So why is my wife feminine? Why is my wife in order?
Well, you could say it was because I came into the house and caused her to be feminine, right? Because of my masculinity. You can make that argument.
May I answer that, please?
However, not a lot of men want to. Okay, just
not a lot of men want to what?
Very
Before Ken Sean comes in, not a lot of men want to what?
In my experience, having dated many American women.
Right.
Don't matter what their race is. I don't care. Iranian, white, black, the whole color spectrum. There is this mindset that you have to make me be feminine around you, because now you have to carry yourself a man. So the basic respect of a man is lacking. Now you have to constantly prove yourself to be something like that, whether it's taking out to the days, talking to them some way, making them laugh, whereas women who are foreign, the ones that went so far.
But let me ask you this. Okay. If you run into a woman like that, what should you do?
Guess what a lot of men are doing? They're walking away, so I don't have to deal with this shit. I'm just going to go to women whoever already has that foundation in place.
But listen to what I'm saying to you. That third world woman that you run into, you still got to prove to her your spirit. Her being in subjection is a choice.
Mm-hmm.
If she subjects to you, she's only subjecting to you because she wants a passport or a goddamn a green card to get here.
Well, if
And
you're gonna make that statement,
And
I'm
once
gonna
she
have to
gets
ask
here,
you:
she's
have
gonna
you
be
ever been?
gone.
I see. I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that so much
Listen,
because
listen. What we're
I want to
talking
ask
about.
you:
Listen, what we're
have you
talking,
traveled outside the
Joseph.
country to
What we're
make that
talking
statement?
about is in general. We can't say
Uh,
every woman the same way
mm-mm,
we can't say every man. You dig what I'm
mm-mm.
saying? We're talking in general. What I'm saying to you is this is the purpose in why marriage is so broken today.
yes,
Because marriage wasn't just an emotion that you felt, it was something you worked towards. It was a connection that you dealt with. It was an understanding that both the man and the woman had, that they knew the positions that they were going to play.
Okay.
It wasn't just marry me, I love you. It wasn't just that. There's
may,
more to it.
may I jump in, Bolo?
Yeah, go ahead, Kid Sean, and then we're gonna
I
let Big
just want to
Easy
say
go.
to the brother, yes, I'll make it quickly. Joseph,
Mm,
I can use me. I was a gang member in my teenage years.
mm,
I wanted to get I got validation from high school, young boys my age doing foolishness. And
mm,
what my I always was under the leadership of my grandparents, my grandfather and my father particularly. I never had my mom in the home. Um, so I would always go to Boys Brigade. I would go to Awana. I would always find myself in things productive. And what it ended up doing, I ended up realizing that even though that I screw up, I have so much behind me. So it's like you
mm,
have ancestors behind you. You can't let them down. Fast forward to the man I am today is why women are breaking down the doors. And I'm not saying this for the pick of the litter and not penis discipline. What I'm saying is when you align your why with your who, and then that's your purpose and you're happy in it, women will notice that. Every woman would notice that in the community first and then around the world. So,
mhm,
and guess what? Every woman who are interested in you would aspire to fall in her femininity. She will aspire to want to choose, make a choice to fall in her femininity, basically because she sees you in your natural purpose, which will show masculinity. So
mhm,
I'm in my purpose. I'm a holistic health coach.
mhm,
Okay, I deal with women and men, and I deal with them coming out of therapy, out of PTSD. And what I find myself doing is something that I love. So a 3 a.m. call doesn't bother me. It's my purpose, and I love doing it. So therefore, I align my why with my who, and women look at my career and see that, and they know what I'm doing. I am an open book. Therefore, they can see that what I'm doing is authentic and genuine. It's
mhm.
not, oh, I'm gonna be masculine and speak with a Barry White voice. It's your purpose, and women will see that. I don't know if you understand it. Yeah.
Okay, I can respond to that very briefly. I like the way you broke that down, explained it. Um, I would use the analogy, even my own recent situation. I used to live in Detroit, Michigan. It's cold, it's dark, it's miserable. Everyone who lives in the Northeast knows what that environment is like. So I have two choices. I can try to make sunshine where I'm at, which you can do for a period of time. You can, you know, go out and try to have a good time in the middle of a snowstorm, do the best you can. But at the end of the day, you're still going to get the winter blues. I mean, it creeps up on everybody, no matter how much you try to fight it, no matter what your diet is. Eventually, you just get tired of it. So you can either try to change the environment that you can't change, or make efforts to go to an environment where it's already welcoming, where the sunshine is shining, where it's a constant 75-degree weather, like it is here in San Diego, California. And then you find out, well, it doesn't make sense for me to go back to my birthplace of origin, right? So I use that as an example or analogy for why men who get a taste, a brief taste of what it's like outside of America, those who have not traveled out, and I can admit I haven't traveled outside since, but the little bit I had with the foreign women that I talked to, who I interacted with, it sparked my curiosity. Like, well, wait a second. Why would I want to stay here when I have the option to go here? Now, some men would say, well, you're running away from the problem. You're escaping your responsibility. Responsibility to do what exactly? To cause these women to fall into their femininity? Why can't I just be a man, be a gentleman? Why do I have to act a certain way or portray myself in a certain mindset? Why do I have to try to change an environment that's so much greater than myself when I can just go to an environment where where femininity is nurtured in a way where the government even supports it, and whatever
let
these
me
countries are.
Because
let me
women don't
address that.
think like us.
Hold on, let me address
So I'm just gonna leave.
let me address that, and then I'm gonna let be easy getting in, and then I'm gonna let Lyric. Let me address that, because that's not how the Lord works, brother.
So
The
fight
Lord
it, deal
works
with
where
the
you have to
problem.
earn. The Lord works where you have to earn everything you deal with. Yeah, it's easy for me just to say, you know what? Let me just go here. That's not you earning it, right? Anton, my man brought up Anton. He
Hmm.
said there's a difference between people that inherit money and people that go out there and get it. What's the difference? The people that inherit the money don't understand what it took to get the money, so they don't appreciate it.
Boom.
The people that had to go out there and get it, they earn and they respect every dollar, every penny they respect. So when you understand what you needed to do to become the best version of yourself in Christ, you're going to demand that woman to understand that, period. And through her understanding that, she's going to become a better version of herself. Because you
Hmm.
guys, your focus is not her placating to you. Her focus is her position in Christ. That's the point.
Hmm. Hmm.
It ain't you being in order to me. It's you being in order to the Lord. It's me being in order to the Lord. And together, us being in order to each other, we're in order to the Father. Does that make sense?
I see. Um.
Let
Okay.
me,
Okay. Well, I don't. Well, if someone else want to respond, they can. I wanted
and
to say
then we're gonna come back right back to you, Joseph. Please keep
that's
that
cool.
thought. Be easy. What's going on, bro?
What's good? What's happening, Bolo?
Chilling, baby. Your give us your comments.
Okay, so I didn't get the full premise of the show, so I'm just going to go off what I heard. And what I noticed is that not enough dudes are on their purpose. They put their purpose into chasing skirts and having a conquest to just knock as many chicks down, regardless if they fat, tall, small, or whatever, different races. And they're not on their purpose. Therefore, they, you know, pedestalize women in like vagina worship and don't have the penile discipline to maintain their journey on their being on their purpose. So they don't have a purpose. And then the ones that do, they put all of their purpose into being distracted by a woman, taking them out, doing all of this extravagant stuff. And then they're still expecting these women to bow down to them and to submit to them when they're not even the man that they're supposed to be. There's you could be a whole segment holding women accountable to their delusion, but some of these men is just as delusional, if not more. If you ain't on your purpose and you're not even the man that you supposed to be, why would a woman submit to you? You know, like you haven't even submitted to yourself. You haven't even disciplined yourself to be the man that you need to be, and now you're asking a woman to do everything from your wildest dreams. So I think dudes need to focus more so on themselves and becoming the man that they always envision. You are the star in your own movie, so if it blows up, it's because of you, but if it
Hmm.
flops, it's also because of you too. And I feel what you said about um everybody earning, but earning your spot. It's called meritocracy. So you get on because of your actual merit, what you've done, not because you got handed out some. And there's a plethora of billionaires that say, hey, I'm not leaving my kids nothing, because they said it's more detrimental for me to just hand them a couple inheritance, and they're already privileged to be born, to a billionaire. Why would I leave them more money to live off of my name? No, they got to figure it out on their own. So I'm all for the meritocracy. And I know, shout out to Anton, but I know this ain't his only stat, but they say 80% of billionaires or millionaires are new millionaires. Only 20% inherited. So that's meritocracy at its finest. And a lot of those, excuse me, a lot of those people was born impoverished. So no need to have the victim Olympics, if you were born poor. So that's all I, got to say. I had some other points, but
We'll
they
get
kind of slipped my mind.
yeah, we'll get back to it. Miss Lyric, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing? How's
Um,
everybody?
What's up, Lyric?
Hi.
We
Hey.
good.
so what do you got? What do you
Good
got?
night.
Well, who was just speaking? Burweezy?
Yes. No, that was Be Easy.
Be easy. Excellent points. Excellent points.
Thank you so much, Lyric.
You're very welcome. I agree. Guys, that you guys bring the order. So men bring the order because your head is God, and then your head over us, and then we follow over the children. But without that covering of God leading you and you understanding being led by him and under his total submission, because that's a discipline within itself. It takes a large discipline inside within you to understand that you to follow him, because you have to be in line with reading, meditation, just falling into all of those supplications, that giving that honor to him, and then you being able to be head over your family. And so if you can't do that, how can you? It doesn't matter if you where you travel to get a woman, if she doesn't see that order in you, because you can see order on a man. You can tell it by the way he dresses, by the way he talks. You can see it. You could just see it, and then you can feel it. So if you don't have it, why would anyone want to follow you? Why would anyone want you? But only for a moment. Because anyone can have someone and want someone and desire them for a moment. But what happens after that moment? What happens after those few moments pass? Then what? So for me, it just steps outside. It just steps out of looks, because there's plenty beautiful, intelligent people on this earth. But where has that gotten them? Because it's everything that you hold within inside of yourself that reveals a true character. And if your character is ugly, I don't care what you look like on the outside, you're still going to be ugly.
And let me add this on top of what she's saying, that this is the problem with our youngsters, that they're not taking the time to come into who they are. They're not taking the time, and this is for both men and young women. They're not taking the time to figure out what they are, who they are, what their character is, where their integrity stands. They're not taking the time to understand themselves. They are learning themselves as they're going out there on the dating market and getting
And
help.
they're letting social media and these media images construct who they are. So a lot of people are not being who they are. They're being told who to be. So they feel, I have to be an Instagram model. I
Right.
have to try to make it to the NBA. I have to be a rapper.
All
But
of
it's
those
that
things, and all of those things are external. They're not internal. They're not internal. You know what I'm saying? When you don't have internal, when you don't have nothing internal, it doesn't add to who you are in your character. So we have Anton. Anton, what's going on, brother? Or Antoine, excuse me.
I was Antoine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on?
Yeah, man. Enjoying the conversation, like many people, I guess, on tonight's chat. Enjoyed you from the Lapeef Network.
Thank you.
And we are the head. We
Yeah,
determine the
his
destiny of
background.
our communities.
Hey, Antoine, gotta
Yeah.
mute your background, or just put it on pause.
Yeah, your background. Yeah, Antoine.
What
Pause
background?
the YouTube in the background.
Yeah,
Oh, I cut that off.
somebody else
And that's
over
someone
top.
else. Okay, everyone mute except Antoine. Yeah, your background. Yeah, Antoine. Pause the YouTube in the background. So that's overlap. Overlap. I'm gonna mute you. Go ahead, Antoine.
We good?
Yeah, we good.
All right. So, like you were saying, biblically, man is the head. Women are to submit to their husband. Men still have leadership. Headship is so important that the Bible speaks. I believe it is in Thessalonians or something, but it's talking about men that desire the office of a bishop or deacon, that he must rule his house worthily first before he can go out and lead communities or other people. So man's first responsibility is to his house and to lead his house. And if you're found to lead your house responsibly, then you can lead others. But if you can't lead your own house, if you don't have rule over your own house, then you can't lead others. We're going to be leading each other astray.
And in order to lead your house, you got to first lead yourself. If you can't lead yourself, how are you leading your house? And how are you expecting any person to follow you, let alone the woman of your dreams?
I can't lead myself, brother. I got to let God lead me.
But
God created this earth. God created the rule. God, in Genesis, in 6 days, he created everything. He told the man to just do. He created man out of dust and then placed him into the Garden of Eden. Man is wild. He took dirt, breathed into him, placed him into the garden. He gave him a purpose. Do work. Just don't eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He gave man one instruction because man inherently knows what to do, but God gave him order. God gave him a purpose. And he was so locked into that purpose that man didn't say, I'm alone. I need a mate. God said, hey, Adam is alone. It's not good for him to be alone. Let me make him a helper. And he created his help where his purpose was. Let me use a personal example for myself. I met my wife 6 years ago. I wasn't on my purpose. So I didn't have her respect. I didn't have her family's respect. I didn't have her friends' respect. When I locked into my purpose and then came back to her, everything lined up to where I'm about 6 to 12 months from my wife not even having to work again. And everybody's saying, hey man, what changed? What happened? Well, God's in control. And I follow God's lead. You need to quit listening to that song. I'm thinking of a master's plan. I'm working the master's plan.
Hey,
That's
Antoine,
why I'm able to have headship in my home.
Let me ask you this. So
go ahead.
I understand what you're saying. You're led by God, but you even said in the scriptures you were citing that you got to do the work. So even being led by God, if you want to be in shape, right, you can be led by God. But if you don't lift weights or do no cardio, where's that going to get you? You know, you can be led by God, but if you want to raise or to, get a promotion at your job, don't you need to be a little bit more assertive and things like? So I understand that, but you do need to do the work, and in doing that work, is that not leadership?
Everybody's gonna do work. I mean,
Leadership of yourself is what I mean.
If I was able to do it myself, I wouldn't even need God. I couldn't do it by myself. So yes, I have to do work, but being led means I'm willing to follow somebody greater than me.
What be easy is saying is,
yeah, you still got to do the work, because if I don't do the work,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, let's get over the top in here. Let's get over the top. Over the top. You can let me unmute you.
Gotta do the work.
Over the top. Can you mute your YouTube? Because we can hear the feedback. Let's get over the top in here. Let's get over the top. Over the top. You can let me unmute you.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, we can hear your YouTube in the background, darling.
Yeah, I don't have no YouTube on.
You have nothing on?
That's not possible.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, it should be playing. You just pause it.
You probably have another. You probably have another window open.
Yeah. Let me.
You have nothing on?
No. I did. I just closed it. Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
That's better.
I'm so sorry. So I was doing the feedback.
Yeah. Go ahead. You good?
Okay. Hi. Thank you for letting me be here.
Welcome. Thank you so far. Thank you so much
Hello,
for being
hello,
here.
hello.
Welcome to the village.
Yes, yes. I
Welcome to Bolo
actually
Let's Talk.
Ha
I
ha ha ha.
I actually found you from Lapeef show. So I am well familiar with, you know, the wisdom that you speak on there. And I wanted to say that thank you so much for holding Anton accountable. I hold him up I hold him up pretty high as well because I'm actually part of his Patreon. So I do believe in a lot of things he say and how he moves and stuff like that. But with everyone, there's not everything you agree with. So I was very I was very happy that you were able to hold him accountable this morning when no, it was yesterday. It was yesterday and this morning when he was on the live show, just to show him that maybe there was a different way of handling it, and you saying it from a place of love, right? Because that's also important. Like, we don't have to, especially from a man to man, it doesn't have to come off as, okay, I know you're tough and everything, so you need to just take it this way, you know. um so I was happy that you was holding him accountable for that. So the other thing I wanted to ask you was, i'm not too sure if I'm not too sure if you're aware of the whole Nick Cannon situation and having a lot of kids, and how
Well,
he's intentionally wanting to have kids out of wedlock.
I think that we on their channel they had a brief conversation pertaining to it,
Hmm.
and the optics of it. And I did respond to the question that they asked with the limited information that I do have
Okay.
on.
Okay. So I just did a live stream on it, but my question was, when I saw it, I know you just had a little bit information on it, but um my question was, when I did see his explanation of why he's doing what he's doing, um there was another YouTuber that said something else happened, right? Something else happened in his career. I believe it was last year when he had to apologize to the Jewish community. And that's probably one of the reasons why he's operating the way he is because he was hurt. Like, his manhood was um in front of the world, it was taken away, and he was embarrassed. So my question was, is that not to say it's a reason, but is that something to connect as to maybe why some men might feel, okay, I get more power now if I create another life, you know?
But
What do you
over
mean
the
by
top,
that?
he had several of those children before he apologized to the Jewish community. He already had four or five of
No,
them.
actually, he just had the two with Mariah Carey, and he had one with Brittany Bell.
Well, three of them. Well, he had three
Right.
of them.
So,
I don't. And then there was, during the apology, I want to say there was maybe one on the way. So then that would have been a total of four. I don't think that the apology had anything to do with his production of children. Was his manhood hurt? Probably. I would agree with that. I would agree that his manhood was hurt, but I don't know if I would say that he began creating children because of that apology.
okay. Oh, okay. Because my question, okay, I I'm thinking that, okay, is there something in men, where certain men, where they come from a place of hurt, right? Do they feel more manly if, okay,
Through
I'm
the production of children.
and not, yeah, yeah, like, this is, I could control this,
I,
this.
I don't think that it's impossible. I mean, as women, we do it too, especially as it pertains to just wanting to feel love and wanting to
Right.
feel connection and wanting to feel like we have control and power over something. We
Yeah.
will produce a child
Yeah,
because we
that's
know
true.
that it's ours. And since he has the assets to control what goes on in the child's life as well as what goes on in the mother's life, then he's able to do that. He's able to control narratives.
Right.
But is he doing it from hurt? Um, I don't know, because when I watched his interview on the Breakfast Club, as he was talking to Charlemagne,
Hmm.
it seemed like he was in a space. I can say that his mind frame was in a space where he understood what he was doing and what he wanted. And so if that's how
I
he wants to,
disagree with that. I disagree with that. Yeah.
he, I don't know.
So hold on. If he was
Where
doing
would
it,
you? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I just wanted to ask if he was hypothetically doing it from hurt, what would producing more child, how would that alleviate his alleged hurt?
Okay. For instance, before everything happened with him having to apologize to the Jewish community, his entire career was decimated. All the contracts that he had, they were
How he had Wildin' Out, a highly
no,
successful
no,
show.
no, that was taken away from him. No.
After he said something.
Right. That's what
Prior to that, he was very successful. He
yes.
still is very successful.
No, we're not talking about his success. I'm trying to see if him producing, because I believe his last four kids that he has, they are back to back with different women.
Two different women.
Actually three different women. One is on the way, and they are back to back. I believe they're back to back in the space of a week or a month. So they're very, very close together. So that happened after the apology tour, when like I said, his career was decimated. They did take Wildin' Out from him. As a matter of
And they
fact, he
gave it
was.
back. He has it back now.
Yes, he has it back
Exactly.
now. I understand that, but I'm saying
Eh,
before. Remember, the kids were created. The kids were
So,
created
so let me ask
during.
you. So let me ask you. So,
Mhm.
what Lyric said earlier was that, the same way women, have that capability of, wanting to feel unconditional love,
Right.
and they do it from having children because, and they continue to have children because that child will sooner or later grow up. So to prolong that unconditional love and that unconditional moment of love in their
Mhm.
life, they will continue to have children. Men are capable of doing the same thing.
Okay.
So
And yeah.
maybe he could have, because I mean, what we see on social media and on TV, it can be spinned to look a certain way. I
Right.
don't know Nick Cannon.
Right.
Even when he does interviews, there are certain questions that, the publicists will give
Right.
and say, these are the questions, this is the narrative that we want, or whatever the situation might be. Could it be?
Mhm.
Maybe. Um, so right now, basically what we're doing is freestyling, you
Yeah.
know. But
Yeah.
men can operate in that same environment, like Lyric said, that women operate on.
Okay. And that answers my question, because like Lyric said, thank you very much, Lyric. I do know that women do the same, right? I do know that even if they don't produce their child, they go from men to men and just wanting that sexual attention, for that brief moment. So I do know women do it. I just did not know that men do it, equated to, if they're in a place of hurt, if that's another way of them.
Another thing, some men also look at it just from a different perspective, as how women are looking at it as a companionship or something they can control a little bit longer.
Right.
Some dudes have been programmed to think that they're prolonging their legacy by having more kids, whether it's by a different ethnic group or whatever. The more kids and the more they spread their seeds, they feel they're making their legacy more profound.
Mm-hmm.
which is totally which is totally wrong because
Exactly.
Hey, I'm not
regardless.
saying it was right. I'm just saying
No,
the
you're. Thank
ideology.
you.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm like,
I and
No,
I'm not
no, I
I
get it.
mean,
I
co-signing
get it.
that.
in the
Okay.
context of Nick Cannon. But when I say that is, I think men with sex think of it differently. I think women think of it as a courting, the story, the ending, and the happiness and such. And I think men, when it comes to sex, men can literally have sex with a woman and go on to move up. Like, why am I here still in this bed? And really exit the situation mentally in his mind, emotionally, and literally move on to the next woman. Or
Right.
But
in a
but
Well,
women
situation,
can but
go
women
home
can do
with
this.
the wife.
women can.
Women have done the same thing. Sorry, Keyshawn, didn't mean to cut you off like
Mm,
that. I'm really sorry. Women can do the same thing and have done the same thing. And it's wrong to me on both parties because women, what Nick Cannon, what Nick Cannon has done has been widely displayed. But there's
mm,
women out there who have 7 men, but all her children are just in the house with her because the onus of
now
having
the
the children
difference,
and keeping the children are on the woman. So you got to keep all 7
I
of
agree.
your thoughts on you, but his is
The
spread
diff,
out widely so we can. Oh, oh, sorry.
Right.
I would say the difference is, I agree with you, but the difference is in the reticular system of a woman by nature. Women are more intuitive, so a bond takes place with a woman whenever an imprint from another man, whether it be she enters the marriage from virginity or she goes on to have another man, which makes it multiple men. She there's a bond there with a from a man to woman that she
It
takes on.
depends on what
That
it depends on what frame of mind she's in though. And a
right,
bond is not automatic because if a bond was automatic, we wouldn't have postpartum women that has carried postpartum, you know, on past the months that it was supposed to be. At first doctor said, okay,
agreed.
postpartum depression in women, you know, should only last from newborn age to maybe 4 months. But now some women have been disconnected from their child all the way up into a year and have come out and stated, I had this kid, but I don't know this kid. I don't know what to do with this child. So I can agree to you
Right,
at a certain extent, but we never know how your hormones are going to disconnect you from your mental thinking and take you out of a frame of thinking logically.
right. So I would just say that's the difference between a woman and man. And like I would look at it like this. I knew a girl. She had like more than 25 on body count, and it was kind of ridiculous. I didn't understand at the time, but it was hard for her to make nesting with her real affection to one man at that point, and which means she was spread out spiritually from a sexual standpoint. Made it kind of difficult for her to bond with one person at that point.
I've seen the
Yeah,
same
it's
thing
not
happen
pair
with my own.
bonding.
Oh, go ahead.
She for the no, I was just saying what you were alluding to is the pair bonding after once your body count reaches a certain number,
Yes.
yeah,
Mhm.
all sex just becomes frivolous to you. So you kind of need some sort of thrill or, some other sexual proclivity to maintain any type of interest, there's
The
different
end.
types of bonding too, including trauma
Just the
bonding.
innuendo. Mhm. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joseph. You was gonna
Hmm.
say something?
No, I was about to say I've seen. I think like most people, I've seen personal effects of how I guess women who think it's okay to do what they think men are doing, which they are. A lot of them are. And I've seen it happen with my own sister. How she was a certain kind of person. Her whole personality was totally different than the way she is now 20 years later after having 2 kids out of wedlock and being with several men before, in between, and after those children, and the destruction it caused in her life. What I've noticed is that there's like their personality changes, and often for the worse. And they don't. A lot of them aren't taught to realize the value in that because they feel like, well, we got freedom, the sexual freedom, which they do. They take advantage of that freedom and they realize the consequences are usually all too late. I mean, I've seen the effects of it. I can tell the difference between the countenance and the character of a virgin woman versus someone who's been. It's something in her eyes. I can't even describe it. It's an energy as well.
Well,
It's
you
a
gotta
loss of
understand,
innocence and purity.
you're trading energy, you're trading, your spirits, believe it or not, it connects to a certain level, So
Agreed.
we have to understand that it's not just you just sleeping, and it goes for men also. You have to understand that it's a transference of energy that you're doing. This is why the Lord said that it's very marriage wasn't solidified until there was consummation. You have to
Yes.
understand that. Marriage wasn't solidified until consummation. Even when you're not married, what does the judge ask you? When did you guys consummate your relationship? Meaning, when did y'all start boning? Well, 15 years ago. Well, y'all been married for 15 years. We have to understand that there's a reason why the Lord said that sex consummates the marriage. Because regardless of whether you believe it or not, there is a transference of energy where some of her is in you and some of you is in her. So you need to really be clear of who you're sleeping with. You really need to be clear on that. You really need to vet. This is why we try to say here that the over sexualization of our children is a problem. That's where the confusion comes in. It's a big problem because instead of these youngins starting to learn and get clarity of who they are, what their position is, why they are, instead of them getting that clarity of their own mind, forming this three-dimensional world that we're in and just gathering the information and knowing who they are, we thrust them into sex. We thrust them into malehood, womanhood. But I wanted
And
to
we let them
ask
make decisions too, uninformed decisions. Where if
exactly.
you're a 3-year-old and you're a boy, you could say you want to be a girl at 3 years old. But we don't let kids drive until what, 16 or something. But a toddler could decide what gender they want to grow up with. And Bolo, I'm sure you grew up with two genders. Now they're saying it's over 50 genders.
Yeah, it's crazy right now. But I wanted to ask the young lady, what do you think? Because we started, well, I started this conversation with talking about the man's role and asking women to follow uh, someone that is not in their focus, not in their intention, not in their direction, not knowing who they are. We're talking about asking a woman to follow a man. How important to you, or if it is, how important is it to you for a man to be in his focus and be on his road to going to where he needs to go?
It's absolutely important. It's non-negotiable. I mean, I could attest to that because I've been married for over 10 years. And when I met my husband, even though he was not at the stage he's in now, as far as like career wise or anything like that, he definitely had projection. And for the position that he was at, it was the decisions that he also made in his life. He was way ahead of his age group and his demographic. So it made it much easier for me to uh, rely on him to say, okay, this is the person that I could have lead me. So it's non-negotiable to me.
How important is it to have a man that knows his leadership, knows his position, and takes full responsibility and accountability?
It's very important. It's very important, and like I said, it's non-negotiable. I mean, if he does not know, first of all, I can't teach you as a woman. I can't teach you that. And you, before you even step into the role of wanting to be with a woman, because that is your role to take that leadership, you need to make sure you know, like you said, you know yourself, and you know the role that you need to play, and you know the direction that you're going. So if you don't know that, there's no reason for you to even be looking. Forget about dating. There's no way for you to be even looking in the direction of a woman. You got work to do.
Lyric,
And
let me ask you, Lyric, how important is it for you? And these are the questions that I want to ask them, because again, when they see men speaking, because again, this manospheric thing, they don't talk about men doing work and knowing who they are, doing the work to get into where they need to understand their purpose on this earth, their purpose on what they need to do, and not taking responsibility for their actions. How important is it for you as a woman for your husband to be on his purpose and in his focus with the Most High?
I mean, I would agree with over the top. I think that it's extremely important. And, also just, being married for, oh my gosh, over 17 years, it just, you women, as much as now they want to insert their independence, and not saying that a woman doesn't have business thinking or anything like that, we can definitely be independent, but order is order, and it is very important that order is always had, because if the woman is outside of order, and then she gets with a man that is outside of order, how can you two breed any type of success, peace, calmness, or love? And so without him being in that order that he needs to be in, you're unable to submit, and you both are unable to fall under the blessing that God has for marriage. So it's very, very important. It's very much needed, and it's extremely important. I just agree with over the top. It's non-negotiable. He needs to be in that order.
So let me ask this question to both the women. When you hear about submitting to your man in this world now, that carries a negative connotation with it. How do you feel about submitting to your man, Lyric?
How do I feel about submitting? Like, what do you mean? It just comes natural. I believe that women, I've always believed that women should submit to their man.
Okay, over the top.
Yes. Yes, the submission, hearing the submission word, it does, I guess it triggers a lot of young women out there as a negative connotation. But when you really think about it, in the components of one of the things of having a successful marriage is you becoming you becoming selfless, you putting your husband first, him putting you first. So you're both becoming submissive to each other, and you are serving a greater purpose. You're also becoming submissive to God. So I guess maybe the semantics of the word gets a negative connotation, but maybe if a lot of marriages would lean towards that, it probably would be less divorces, because you're not operating from a sense of what makes me happy. I need to be happy. I need to be happy. You're operating from a sense of, what can I do to make you happy as my partner? What is it? How can I serve you more?
Yes, you're operating from a place of love. Spot on, over the head, spot on. I mean, over the
But
top.
most
Yeah,
most
you're.
women I find are operating from a place of fear. So when it comes to submission, not only does it have a negative connotation, they kind of fear oh, what if I lose my control or my power, or you know, I'ma just have to shut up and cook and clean. There's all of these negative visuals about it. And just from the image and just the whole terminology around submission, I see more negativity versus there's are a lot of women like Lyric and Over the Top that say, hey, look, it comes natural. But a lot of women feel their quote unquote independence comes natural
But
and their
that's
sexual
that
liberation comes natural.
but that's selfishness, because it if you're following, so if you are disciplined and you're following order even before marriage, you understand that there's a certain unspoken about respect that you're shown to elders, men, whatever, as women. You just
Right.
know that it's there. Now, will there be a time for you to assert your, to be assertive? Absolutely.
Right.
But that time is not all the time. So women, to me, are supposed to be humble and meek all the time. Because if you don't get to, have outbursts and say your every word, it's okay. Because when you're disciplined on the inside and you're serving God and you understand your place here and what you're supposed to be doing, you'll get the glory because he'll give it to you anyway. So whoever has wronged you, not using God as a weapon, but he'll show them who you are. Because just like I said, you can see a man's order on her, you can see a woman's order on her.
Right.
You can hear a woman's order. You
Right.
automatically know. So to women that already hold that order within themselves, submission will never be a bad word.
Right.
Because you understand that you're going to have to submit because we were made to. We just were. So cooking, cleaning, okay, let me turn it into love. Because if I love you, I'm going to bow to you anyway. Because I want to bow to the Father. Because I know who gives me my breath. I understand who gives me my life.
And I
May I comment to that, please? I just want to say that I appreciate that comment coming from two women. I, I would say this. I think we have a culture of we lead with dating, and I also want to get Bolo's take on this because this has been going around dating and should we date? Should it be 6 months? I think like I said when I first came on the platform tonight, my grandfather and my father will scream my girlfriend, and so the power is taken away from me because men and women who are older than you in your family know women more than you. And in the case of young women, your father knows men more than you. So I would use Amira, for example. I came on Anton's show a month and a half ago, way before Amira. I think when Lauren had just came on. And I spoke about how if I have a future daughter, that if a boy comes to my yard, yes, my daughter might like him from an aspiration standpoint, but I will determine if he's husband material or not for her. And I think this dating thing is very dangerous. Now, keep in mind, we live in a Western world where it's highly impossible to find anyone who's still a virgin. So I get it. But what I'm saying is, we've seen the danger that it's done to our community, and we see how far our feet are in it. And I think this dating thing, we really have to reevaluate how we transition our daughters and sons into marriage instead of into the CC, into the market. And I want you guys' take on that.
Let me address that because I wanted to stay on the uh, the place of the man and the woman because that is such a big problem in our community. Um, when it comes to in my home, I don't give a rat's ass about what society says. Society doesn't have a take what goes into my home at all. So we as a people need to start blaming society. We blame society way too often for a lot of things that we choose not to do. We choose not to be parents. We choose not to get involved in our children's lives. We choose not to be busybodies, like Lyric says all the time. Go into their room, look in their stuff, be inquisitive, ask questions. We choose not to. We choose to let schools do that. We choose to let teachers do that. We choose to let the world do that. This is our problem. We're blaming everybody else but what part we play in it. And that was the conversation that I was having with Anton. Not that women don't play a part. They play a big part. They're a big part of the dysfunction in the so-called Black community. Big part. But the bigger of the two is men. You cannot deny that. You cannot deny it. We may want to say it's women, and the reason why it looks like it's men like myself and others, it sounds like we're pandering to women because the pendulum have swung so far right to the women's side, so that now when men are getting a voice, they're talking and talking and talking and talking, and they're bringing it back to this side. And what we're saying is, above all of it, we deal with the Father, dog. Above it all. Because if you really, let's look at it from the optics of man. Eve is the fault of all this nonsense. This is the optics of man. It's because of Eve. But the Lord deals with righteousness 360 degrees around. Who did he leave in charge? He left the man in charge. Who did he breathe the life of order in? The man. So when Eve ate the fruit, I'm not even worried about Eve. I want to see if he's going to check her. And when he didn't, now I got a problem. I left you in charge. You're the one that's in charge of all of this. We can't run away from that. As much as we want to, this is what I was saying with Joseph. I get that the leak is the woman, and she's doing mental damage to these children. I get it, my G. I get it. But all of these issues stem from the father not being in the home. All of these issues, they stem from the father not being in the home. The women not having a man to measure all other men against, not having an example, not being validated, not having unconditional love. So they have a hole the shape of their father. And anything that they hear that sounds anything in semblance to what love sounds like, they're going to gravitate to that. And it's the same with men. When you don't have that understanding of what a man should look like, and but we're asking you to be one. And let me make this clear. No woman can teach a man child to be a man. You can't. It just is what it is. It is what it is. This is why the Lord says give the children to the father after the age of 12. Why? Because everything you needed to instill in him as far as love, nourishment, and all that, you did it. Now he needs to learn order. Now he needs to learn truth. Now he needs to learn focus. This is what he needs to learn. This is why the Lord tells you that a man findeth a wife. Let's ponder that for a minute. How the hell do you find a wife? Explain that to me. How the hell do you find a wife? You know why? She was groomed to be a mother and a wife. That's how he found a wife. She knew her position already. These children are not being taught their position. How can they? We're out of order. How the hell can they? So then when you have men saying that, how are you going to force me to take care of another man's child? That kills me. Because a lot of you damn men had no fathers your damn self. So you should know how it feels. You want to operate in your same dysfunction. This is why you go talk to those manospheric garbage cats. That's why they tell you get your goddamn plane ticket and fly to a third world country. They don't sit there and tell you, well, you know what? Why did she cheat on you? That's what I would ask. That's the first question I would ask. My wife cheated on me. Okay. Why did she cheat on you? Are you doing everything that you're supposed to be doing as a husband? Because the scripture says that you can make your wife commit adultery. Why? By not giving her due benevolence, but not showing her love, but not showing her validation. We better get this in order and understand what we're dealing with. So it's all good to say women has a part to play in this. They do. They do. We need to stop pushing blame and start looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, but what did I add to this? What was my part? What was my part? I understand she cheated. What did I do? Let me make sure I'm good. Because when the Lord comes through the house, he's not coming to talk to her first. We seen that with Adam. Eve messed up. He didn't talk to Eve first. He spoke to
Wait a
her.
second.
So we need to get ourselves in order. This is why we do what we do. We hold ourselves accountable.
Okay, I ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
By that logic,
Yeah.
what would you say about a woman who was raped? Would you say, well, what did she do wrong? How did she become a victim? What role did she play in being raped? Would you make that same
This is what I would say.
assessment as you would a man?
I would say this
That
to
makes
you.
no sense.
Okay. Can I answer you?
Sure.
Okay, cool. I've counseled a few women that have been raped. Let me speak to you on one particular without going too deep. After having a conversation with her, and she explained what her situation was. My question was, how did it happen? She said, I was drinking. I was drunk. And I put myself in that situation. Shall I go on? She's not wrong. She's not wrong. No, we don't put the blame on her for being raped. We don't put the blame, of course not.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
but hold
Go
on.
ahead.
There
Go
has
ahead.
to be accountability for every step of the way. So now if your woman, if your child is not being taught about sex by, let's say, your little daughter, not saying you have one. If you're not teaching your daughter about sex and about what to look out for boys and all that stuff, someone's going to teach her that. And when she goes out there and gets pregnant, who do I blame? Tell me. We know ultimately it was her decision, but what started her down that road?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Would you say lack of information?
Yes. Lack of information. If you would have given her that information, maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't have went down that road. So now let's bring that back to the woman cheating and the man being the catalyst for it. The Lord said it, I didn't. The Lord said it. If you do not give her what she wants, she is going to go out there and look for it. It doesn't justify her. She will still be punished, but the Lord is going to look at, why didn't you give it to her? That's what he's going to say. What's going to be your reason? That's all I'm saying. Everyone has to take accountability for what goes on. You understand where I'm coming from?
Okay, so let me ask you this. When you speak about these men who go outside the country and look for foreign women, if you're making that argument that these women have not a right to cheat, but they have a reason to, and therefore it's the man's responsibility for the reason why she cheated. Okay, fair enough. Couldn't you make the same argument that the reason why these men choose not to deal with, let's say, a lot of the American women here, that the reason they're going outside of the country to look for what they're getting, a large majority of them, because they're not getting from a woman. And so they're saying, well, hey, if I'm responsible for my woman cheating, then she's, by her not fulfilling my needs from her to fulfill her role in my life as what a woman is and to God, then so be it. I'll go outside the country and look for that in a woman who does provide that.
Okay,
So
let me answer
how
you.
would you respond
Because
to
you're
that?
moving the goalpost.
Am
You're
I?
moving the goalpost. Let me explain to you
Okay,
why you're moving the goalpost.
I'm listening.
These men in the manospheric world are not counseling these men to find out if these men are men.
Ooh,
If,
okay. Go ahead.
do you understand? They're not counseling to find out if these men are focused on their intention. Do they have integrity? Do they have character? Do they follow the Lord? Are they on their focus? They don't do that. They don't
A
do
lot
that.
of them is focused
What-
on chase and tell, to be
That's
honest.
it. You come
Hmm.
in with a
How to
broken
get more
arm.
women.
You come in with a broken arm, I'll give you Robitussin and a Band-Aid and tell you, all right, go ahead, go. That's what they're doing. A lot of them, and I've been on their channel. And when I go in there and I talk to them, I'll give you an example. There's a podcast, and I won't say their name, but it's two dudes. And they have chicks, ratchet chicks on all the goddamn time, most of the time. And these chicks, they're asking these chicks, what do you bring? Blah, 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 blah. These chicks are talking to OnlyFans and all this stuff. So they opened up the line and I called in. And I said, you want men to respect you. You want men to reverence you. You want men to honor you. And the first thing you lead with is your body. You don't lead with your mind. You don't lead with what you can offer as far as spiritual. We understand that what your ass can offer. What can you offer more than that? After they shut down, I went to the men. And I said, you dudes, you guys are demonic in the aspect of you bring up these ratchet chicks to represent all of women.
Hmm.
So these men that are looking at you for guidance, you're bringing these thoughts on that have no brain, you're bringing them on, and then when you question them and you make them look stupid, it gives you validation to make it look like you know what you're talking about.
That's a good point. They didn't shut you down after you done trying to make that?
No. What they said to
They
me
let you
after I
go.
left, what they said to
Oh
me after
wow.
I left is, oh, we just finished coming from church. That's what they said.
What? Yeah, right. Stop
I
playing.
lie to you not. I lie to you
Bolo,
not.
can I add to that?
Please.
Yes. I think be easy?
Be easy.
Be easy?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. The names are not up there. But he kind of touched on it when he was saying about when going back to the submissive thing you were saying, and how these women are feeling that they're operating out of fear, and they're feel they're going to lose
Like
their
lose control or lose a part of
right,
themselves if they
right.
submit to a man.
And I want to tie it in with Lyric and myself, because we're two women that not only we're married, but we have some years underneath our belt, right? So I feel that a lot of these men in the manosphere, or even that are asking these questions, they're not asking these questions to people like ourselves who has actually the tools. They're asking these questions to, like you said, Bolo, on that show, that podcast, to these young ladies that do not have no clue of what it is, what it even means to be a wife, or what do you bring to the table, what it means to bring to the table. So I think that's also disingenuous in having the conversation, because you're not having the conversation with the right people to get the actual factual answer,
And that's what they do over the top. That's what they do. They do that.
And they're running with it.
Of
They're
course.
running with it.
Because
Well,
it's
they're not trying
easier
to also progress the conversation either. They're doing it to
Right.
entertain
Right.
versus
Right.
That's exactly.
progress the conversation.
That's
And
exactly.
also, let me say this, because a lot of these dudes are incels, and there's a lot of dudes that had this red pill rage. Why would you be rage? Because you were denied access to something that you felt entitled to, which was a woman's
Ooh.
vagina, and they weren't getting that. So now they come in on YouTube and they're able to not cam up, or or
Be a different person.
just kind of troll in the comments and say all of these disparaging stuff towards women, when you just spent years chasing after women, but you were just denied access.
And that you all of you guys just made great points. And what I was gonna say, it's it's a little silly, but it's easy to interview Swiss cheese. It's easy to, when you're interviewing it, and you can and you can find a whole bunch of hoes that just don't, that they're just not going to connect, and they're doing it for entertainment and not substance, as you all
I
have stated.
totally,
And let
I
me just
totally
add
agree.
this. Let me add this, and then I'll let you rock. It's like a real estate broker coming to you to show you a house at 5 o'clock in the morning with no power. You know, they tell you when you go to see your house, go around 3, 4 o'clock so you see what the neighborhood is like, and make sure it's possible you can see the inside. What you need to understand is this: obedience, obedience is demanded by the law. There's no choice. Obedience is demanded. If you don't obey, you can't rock. Submission is something that that women choose to give. This is what you dudes don't get. Submission is something that she has to make a choice to say, you know what? I'm gonna rock with you. I choose to obey you. This ain't something that your money makes her do. No, she gonna rock with you in the money. As soon as you come back from that third world country and she see them lights on 42nd Street, you finish. Because when
And
you
she has more options, more
of
opportunity with
course,
people that has more money than you.
of
You
course,
got her out here because
when
of the
you were
money.
in DR, you were the man.
Mm.
When
That's
you
a
come here,
ooh, it's a
there's
bold
more
statement.
people than you. And the problem isn't you going to a third world country. Hell, if you can't find a shorty here, by all means, go to wherever the hell you want to go. Here's what is significant in the statement. Are you the man that you want that woman to be to you? Are you that man that she needs you to be to her?
Which ties
That's
right
the
into my
key.
comment, Bolo. It's culturation, and then, like I said, my grandfather. See, people would think that culture is something so difficult to attain. First of all, we cannot control it fully through the media, but we can fund it, and we can put it out there how we want our image to be. So that's a start. And number two is when it comes to
Thank
my
you over the top. Hold on, bro. Thank you over the top for coming, man. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
nice
Good
to
evening.
meet you.
Go ahead,
And
brother.
when it comes to my grandfather and father, that's my culture. I cannot use a mirror and then said a mirror should listen to Courtney, because that means Courtney's father should have been there in the case of her stepfather who was there. And so that's her culturation. She learned how to be a mother and a wife through that.
You know what the problem is, man? And
I
let
just
me
want to
just
say
be
something.
straight up. Black people think that filibustering makes you smart. Black people think the more you talk, the smarter you become. When
Also, the
they when
louder too.
right,
Sometimes people think you won the argument from arguing, from yelling.
when they asked, what do you women bring to the table? What do women bring to the table? And it went across the board and women spoke. Amira said, my life. That's it. You need not say no more. My life I bring. And you know what the man brings to the table? His life. Because what did the Lord say? Love your wife like you love yourself. Period. Straight talk makes straight understanding, man. You can't fool the spirit. Can't. The spirit testifies to this. When
And
you have a woman that is saying to you, when you have a wife that is dedicating herself to you, when baby girl says to you she loves you, dogs, this ain't a physical thing.
It's a choice of submission.
That's it. That's it. When you
And
understand that your love is anchored in the Lord, it's not anchored in me having a cute button nose. It's not anchored because my eyes are gray. By the way, my eyes are not gray. I'm just saying. My love for you is not anchored because you got a banging body. My love is anchored because of who you are in the Lord.
yes, and when I think of high value man, I think a high value man is just what you said, a man in his purpose, and the women around him in his community that he affects through his purpose, that spreads out around, and then you would have the women, the mothers who have daughters and sons under this man's leadership. The whole community will know this man's worth. And then other women who would want to marry him will also know his worth, which would cause women to want to submit under this leader who's causing great deal of growth and building.
Voluntary submission. You won't have to force it, which a lot of
Exactly.
dudes try to do is force, and they're not even really the man they need to be. So if a man is really expecting or demanding slash commanding submission, ask yourself hypothetically, if you had a daughter, are you the man that you would want your daughter to submit to? If you're
And I
not,
ask
then you
myself
need a
that
lot of
all
work.
the time. I ask
Well,
myself
I
that all.
mean, let me. I can only speak from my experience. Is when I dealt with women who were just didn't have this. A man has to be a man for me to be a woman mentality or attitude or energy. It made it so much easier for me to fulfill my role, to lead, to protect those women that I had those interactions with. So my thinking is that the reason why a lot of these men deal with so many of these women outside of the states is because they don't want to fight. They don't want to climb Mount Everest. They don't want to have to fight and climb. And I know you might say, well, they're supposed to do this. They're supposed to struggle and fight. But really, it didn't feel natural for me when I did it. And until I experienced the opposite, that I realized, wait a second. So I'm not supposed to be battling with this woman. I'm not supposed to be questioning my manhood with this woman. I'm not supposed to be wondering why did I spend X amount of money? Why did I do this with her? Only for her to go behind my back and cheat because I'm not quote unquote man enough. But see, in these other countries where femininity is fostered, this is what they're seeking. It's not prostitution. Now, do they go to these other countries for that? Sure. But when you think about it, no one's going to pay $2,000, $3,000 for a plane ticket to go to Brazil, any of these other places, and spend this kind of money, take time off of work just because of prostitution. It's
But
everywhere in
Joseph,
America. It's
A
in
lot
strip
of dudes
clubs.
do
but
that.
Joseph, this is
So
what the
A lot
question.
of
that's all I
dudes
can
do
say.
that.
But Joseph, this is the question that I ask. Is this? I feel everything you just said. So the
I don't
question I'm
know,
saying
but
is,
I want to hear your question.
here's the question: if the woman submits just to submit, is she submitting to the right man? Is she submitting to you because you are the man that the Lord wants you to be and you are on your focus? Or is she
Mm.
submitting to you because that's what she was taught to do? There's a difference. When my woman submits to me, when baby girl submits to me, she submits to me because I earned it. Now there is no fight in her submission to me. There is no fight. I don't fight with her. My submission, the submission that she has to me is already solidified. Now, when someone just gives it to you and you didn't earn it, understand that you didn't earn it. The only thing that we didn't earn is the love and the sacrifice that Christ gave us. Period. Everything else we're gonna have to earn.
And sometimes
Can
dudes
you
don't
really?
want
Let me just ask him this question: can you really be certain that if you didn't earn her love, that she's gonna be true to you
Forever.
forever? Question is on you.
Well, I would answer with there are no certainties in life, but what we look, well, at least for me specifically, I look for greater odds and probabilities. I look at it from not just a faith-based perspective, but a reasonable, logical perspective. Okay, what are the odds she's going to remain faithful and stay that way? If I'm having to fight to get a woman to do what she should naturally do, and I have to feel like, oh, whew, man, I done broke a sweat trying to get her to be feminine, to rub my back, to give me foot massages, to feed, to make a meal, to do all these things that a woman or a wife would naturally do. Man, I'm sure I deserve it. But I mean, what's to stop her from going back to her normal programming, from going back to who she used to be? Oh well, is the man's fault because he's not man enough to keep her in that position, or should it be on the, or should the onus be on the woman to just be feminine, just as the onus should be on the man to be masculine?
The
But
onus
see,
is
I
on you.
question
The onus
myself.
is on you. The
It's
balance
on
is
me.
in your hand. Because think of everything that you just said, and then think of things that Bolo stated earlier. He who findeth a wife founded a good thing. So in your looking, in your seeking, you found somebody that didn't fit the order in which you wanted to be in, that didn't fit any of the criteria that you have in your head, and then you say, she's no good. Or are you no good?
And here's
Did
the
you
question.
climb Mount Everest for
I don't
did you
know.
climb Mount Everest for yourself, knowing that you've climbed to be the man that you're supposed to be before seeking? Because
Well,
if she
climbing
sees it,
Mount Everest is the hard route. Most people want to take the easy route,
mhm,
which I'm not knocking nobody doing a passport. I totally understand the validity in their arguments. All I'm saying is some
Me
of
though.
these dudes ain't the man that they need to be, so they go overseas where it's easier, and then that's why
be easy,
they
be easy
like fawn over the success that they have.
be easy quickly,
Okay.
but that's what I'm asking him, because like you just stated, if he wasn't finished with himself before he got on the flight to go and find somebody else, what's not complete inside of him that he didn't complete, and becoming a
Hmm.
man is still going to fester up when he flies across seas, and she's still human, so she's going to be able to see it. She might not
Okay.
understand what she's seeing, but she's going to see it.
Okay. I can respond to that. I mean, I did make the analogy earlier that, that's like it sounds like there's a you should be where you are and just deal with the environment and circumstances that you're in, and that is all on you. So when I brought up the analogy earlier about being in Michigan versus being in California, I don't want to go back to Michigan, but is it? And I'm happier here in California. But to someone, I guess the similar analogy would be like, well, if you can't be happy in Michigan, then you can't be happy anywhere else. But that's a lie. Because as soon as I got to California, I'm like, oh, I can't go back to Michigan. But I guess to someone who's living in Michigan, they would say, well, wait a second. You should come back to Michigan and deal with the issue here of you not liking the cold weather, not liking the environment, not liking the game culture. You should just stay here where you're at and deal with the situation. Because if you can't deal with it, then you're not really a man. You're not
Well,
masculine because you're not willing to change the circumstances of your environment, as opposed to going outside your environment and choosing happiness over struggle. I
but
choose
No,
happiness.
but,
Joseph. No,
but let
no,
me ask you
Joseph.
this,
I'm choosing happiness.
Joseph, listen to
Go
me.
ahead.
The Lord made us conquerors, brother. That's what you are in the Lord as a man.
Yep, I agree.
You're a conqueror, my G. We conquer everything. Everything we conquer. Everything we wrestle down into submission to me, to you. Period. That's what we do. Do you agree?
Hmm.
Is that yes? No?
I mean,
I mean, I think he has to agree if
No.
you
Let him go. Let him
advocate.
go. Joseph, listen. This is what I like about Joseph because we go through it. Go ahead, brother.
I agree to a certain extent that
Okay.
I don't believe that I'm not saying that things should just be like easy or easy peasy street. Everything should float away. That's not the way life goes. I get it. But to fight against,
No. You just generalized. You just generalized my question. My
okay, ask it
question
again.
is: are we not conquerors as men? As men.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So our job is to conquer, right?
I agree.
Make straight, correct? Right?
Okay, I
We
agree.
make crooked. We make straight, right? We build, right? We
Okay,
destroy, right?
okay.
Why would it be any different with your woman? Why is it when
Building,
it comes
conquering women. Okay.
right? No, again,
Making straight a
let
woman.
me
Is that
explain.
the
Let
analogy?
me explain. Let me explain. Okay. When the Lord, and this is what I need you to understand, because this is when I'm counseling men, when I flip it towards the women, this is when they understand it. Check this out. When you read 1 Corinthians, right, the Lord says that the woman is the man's glory. Okay? She's a representation of the man. She's his glory. She belongs to him. Okay? So that's why when you read Proverbs 31 and it talks about the virtuous woman doing her thing and going around, he dropped off. Hopefully he comes back. When she's going around doing her thing, you know, shopping and buying and going out as the merchant ships, it talks about him being honored. He's honored among the gates. He's honored among the gates. Hold on, let me bring you back.
Oh, my
So
bad. I accidentally
it's
hit a
all good,
button.
brother. When
Repeat
it
what
talks
you were
about
saying.
the woman, when it talks about the woman in Proverbs 31, right? That she goes out like the merchant ship. She goes out there and she buys for the home. Everything that she does, she brings back to the home. And it says that when the man, her husband, sits among the gates, they talk about him with honor because of her. Because obviously they're going to say, brother, the way you run your house is beautiful. Follow me so far?
Got you.
Okay, cool. Who do you think you're the wife of?
Who I think I'm the wife of? You talk about like
Yes.
as a first to the Bible as you are the bride of Christ, or
Yeah, brother. You're the wife of
Ah,
Christ.
I don't know, man. I'm
Brother,
sorry.
listen.
I
Hold on.
can't buy into the whole ideology of being a wife to
Listen.
even Jesus. That's just strange to me.
Listen, I hear you. But it goes into the metaphor of it. What does a husband do for a wife? Provide, leads, protect, guides, nurtures. That's what he does. That's his job. This is why the scriptures in 1 Corinthians says that the man is the glory of Christ. So this is where the hypocrisy comes in. Why is it that we want these women to be on point and we don't want to wrestle with them to get them in order, but yet you expect Christ not to wrestle with you?
Hmm.
You're out of order, but you want Christ to deal with you. You want Christ to be patient with you. You want Christ to deal with you. You want Christ to be patient and teach you. But you don't want to beat up with the woman that's out of order. You want to go to a place and find one that's already made. And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just going with the principle. That's called hypocrisy. There was a dude in the scripture that owed somebody bread.
I want to say something.
And he
Go ahead.
screamed. I'm going to let you rock when I say this. And the dude screamed on him. Screamed on him. Yo, you know what I'm saying? You owe me money, blah, 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 blah. And the guy's like, yeah, I'm trying to get you the money. And that same guy, when he walked, he owed somebody some money. And you know what the person said to him? When you got it, give it to me. He's a hypocrite. So how is it that we don't want to take the responsibility in saying, okay, I understand I'm not going to deal with the nonsense. I'm not telling you that. Believe me, I don't deal with it. So I am in agreement with you, brother. I agree with you. So let's get that out the way. Our job is to vet them. Now, if you want to go to a third world country and vet them, cool. I have no problem with you doing that. My issue is, are you stackable to them women that you're asking them to be to you? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'll ever ask these brothers. What you're asking these women to be, are you that to them? Are you that to them? Are you that responsible, that honoring, that cherishing, that woman that reverences her man? Are you that type of dude to her? Are you deserving of that? That's all I say. That's my point. If you feel as a man that you can't find that type of woman, cool. Go to Indonesia, go to Africa, go to space. I don't care where you go. My thing is, when you look in the mirror, are you stackable to what you're asking her to be and you being that to her? That's all I ask. That's it. And that's the only point that I make. So I'm not in disagreement of you going to a third world country to find yourself a woman. If you know that you're a man on your purpose, on your, you have integrity, character, you deal with the truth, you deal with logic, and you're able to take care of a woman, and every woman that you find or you run into here in the Western world, when you take them through the changes and you make them jump through those hoops and they seem not to be able to jump through them, cool. Go wherever you need to go to find yourself a wife. I'm on 100% agreement with you. Would you agree with that?
I suppose,
Okay.
to some extent, I would say yes. A man should take personal responsibility, and being the
No. What I'm
husband.
saying to
What?
you is, if you're a man that's on his purpose, on his square, you have integrity, truth, understand it, you got direction, and you're on that, and you can't find no woman here in America, in all the 50 states, you can't find no shorty. Every time you run into them, they fall short of the tests that you give to prove to them to match your fly. You decide to take a plane and fly to another country. I am not in disagreement with that. I am not in disagreement with that because I don't know what he's doing or whatever. He says he can't find one, but I know he's a responsible dude. It's like you. From the conversations that we have, you seem like a man that got his act together, right? Now I'm going off of the interactions that we've had. We've had some very intellectual conversations. Fools can't have intellectual conversations, right? You made some good points. I've made some good points. We've come to say, you know what? I feel you on that. I'm going to marinate on it. We agree to disagree. So if you yourself say, I can't find no shorty here. I've tried. I have my little questions that I ask them. They all fail. And you decide to go to a third world country, I would say do your thing, brother, because I know you as a man. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, when we're
Okay.
talking about these, again, I'm sorry.
I mean, I want to know if I have the floor real quick.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're right that a man should have essentially his shit together and look in the mirror first before he go out looking for what he's seeking. And I guess to add to that, yes, of course, there are women here in America that a man can find. But it's more so, at least even in my current circumstance, it's that when the man becomes the husband that he needs to be to that particular wife that he's looking for, then she will show up. So I'm speaking of my personal experience. Now, for a lot of these men, will they be able to find that in America, in American women, and Americanized, in the way they're brought up, the culture? Sure. However, I find that generally speaking, even the American women that I'm currently talking to is not even based in America, born in America. But a lot of her values and beliefs was from, I guess, what most people call a third world country. So that's the mentality. They're groomed and brought up to be that way. Now, there are a lot of men who aren't groomed and brought up to be the men they should be in society, sure. But I would argue that at some point, I thought that I was losing my mind because, like, wait a second. Well, like, I know I got my shit together. I know this and that. Okay, I'm following God. How am I still being treated this way? Is it really just me? Because you start to second guess yourself. You start to second guess your own masculinity because it never feels like it's enough until you get around a certain demographic of women who let you know, literally, that you are enough and that you are actually a man, that no, you're not crazy. It's that realization that no, this is the culture, this is the environment that this particular group of women are born in a Western society. You're not crazy. This is just the way, this is what's coming from the water. And so you having to be forced to drink that water, and you're thinking, wait a second, well, maybe I'm just not, maybe if I go to this pond and drink from this water, but that's poison too. Well, maybe I'll go to this pond and drink from this water. That's poison too. Like, wait, well, if I'm not going far enough, if I'm not going deep enough, what am I doing wrong? So it causes a lot of that self-doubt. And this is what causes, in my opinion, a lot of men who have that angst against women, that anger towards them, and they create these incels, the MGTOWs, the red pills, and all this other stuff. I think it's an extreme response to the way that they've been treated, because a lot of these guys are actually decent guys. But then those guys, because of their inability to wrangle in those type of women and beat, well, not metaphorically beat them into submission, they're made to feel like, well, what is the guy to do? Well, I can bitch and complain about it, and then they kind of regress, and they're becoming violent in society. Now they're becoming aggressive towards women and children, and it's showing up in all the cultures in the school shootings. It manifests itself in that way because of that lack of foundation, or the feminism aspect of society in American culture. So I get why men go outside the country, and they're realizing, well, wait a second. So it wasn't really just me. And perhaps you're right. Maybe they do have some issues they need to deal with that woman, whoever it is, be it foreign or not, will bring out of them. But it makes it easier for them to recognize it within themselves if they're not also dealing with dysfunction. So if dysfunction is dealing with dysfunction, then you have more dysfunction. If dysfunction is going outside the country and seeking someone who has a foundation, maybe that woman will bring that out of him and help him realize, well, this is some area you need to work on. This is some area you need to work on, versus him being cheated on, him
But
being dogged, him being mistreated in so many different ways.
How is the woman who's raised to be a wife going to show the man how to be a man? How is she going to do that?
She can't do that. I agree.
Because her
similarly
goal,
with a man can't show a woman how to be a wife.
No.
Wife can't do it.
Hold on. Here's the difference. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you have a woman that is raised to be a wife, right, in a third world country, she's already in her femininity. She's not going to teach you nothing because she's on her job.
I agree.
I don't know how to teach you how to be a man. You got to talk to my dad. I just know how to be a woman, right? So the onus is on, that's the word of the day, onus. The onus is on the man. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm not saying that if you listen to the conversations that we're having, I'm not against dudes going to third world countries and finding themselves a wife. What I am against is you not doing the work to get yourself prepared to proclaim or to procure said wife. That's my problem.
I agree.
That's my only problem with it. That's my only problem, man. If you want to go underwater to find a chick that's in Atlantis, go ahead, my G. Do whatever you want to find a mermaid. I don't care. My issue is, are you what you're demanding of her? Are you that?
For her.
That's my problem.
I agree.
And that's the only issue I've ever had. And I'm glad that we've come to that understanding. It took a minute for us to get here, but we here. And that's the beauty. And that's the beauty in the Lord, because sometimes we have to reason it out. We have to. It is what it is. But when we do it in decency and in order, we're going to get there. I promise you we will. If you don't give up on me, I won't give up on you.
Just to add this real quick, I'm not going to drag it out or nothing like that. I agree with everything you just said. I do 100% wholeheartedly.
Don't mess up what we just got, man.
I agree. I just understand why it's just, if you're dealing with your own issues, and if a man is dealing with his own issues, he doesn't necessarily want to deal with another. And if that man doesn't have issues of his own, everybody has issues to some extent, but if it's to a much lesser degree than the woman he's dealing with, it can cause a man mentally to think that he's the one with the issue when in fact he's not the one with the issues. So then they deal with someone who has a more feminine foundational background, who were raised to be that way, who was allowed to express themselves in that way in that culture from which they come from. And so now they're allowed to express themselves in a more masculine way.
To make you...
But Joseph, you're beating a dead horse. We just agreed. You're beating a dead horse.
You're being honest.
You're
saying I'm beating a dead horse. How am I beating a dead horse? Let me ask you that.
You're beating a dead horse because we just agreed that first off, you have to understand something. Let me say this. That one, there is no perfect man and perfect woman. We make them perfect for us by growing with each other, by going through the ups and downs with each other. That brings us closer together, man. If this woman's already cookie cutter, there's no growth in that with her. There's no growth in it with me.
Mm.
When you sit back and you look and say, damn, remember when we used to do this? Remember when we used to sneak into your bedroom and all that stuff? There's growth. Remember when I didn't understand such and such and you waited for me because you understood? That builds a certain type of respect and honor for her and vice versa. Remember when I wasn't that woman you wanted me to be, but you took your patience, you took your time, and now I am? I love you for that. 2 weeks later, you get hit by a bus. Now the only thing that works is your eyes. Nothing else works. And she's still there with you. Why? Because of what you built together. Going through the trenches in the fire. Now, I just filibustered for a minute. But the thing that we agreed on is, I don't care where you go. Go wherever you want. If you are on your purpose and on your square and you are what you're demanding of her, do you. If you feel that you can't find one here in America, get on SpaceX and fly to Mars and see if you can find one there. I have no problem. My problem is when you're asking someone to do something, you asking me to do 10 push-ups and you can't do 3. Okay, I'm the woman and I'm in my focus. I know what I'm supposed to do as a woman, but you don't know what you're supposed to do as a man. How is that fair to me? Tell me. You go to the third world country, you find that chick that's feminine, that's going to work with you, that's going to be your support system. But you full of garbage.
Mm.
But you knew that there were women out there that are on their purpose, right? So you're asking her to be something and you ain't even that to her. Is that fair?
That's fair. That's not arguing that point at all. Not at all.
Okay, so that's a good point then.
Just the foundation.
Got you. So if
The man wants the foundation.
That's
what they're looking for. If the foundation is already broken, they're looking at, well, wow, I got to jackhammer it, I got to bulldoze it, I got to do all this stuff to it.
But did you just hear what I said to you? The reason why, listen, bro, do you know, let me ask you a question. How do you know if I'm a good friend?
How do I know if you're a good friend? I would say someone who tells me the truth, and someone who's honest, someone who's loyal.
When you add to that, when you go through something and I'm there for you. Friendships are tested in times of turmoil. Let's give you an example. How is Christ testing us out now? Through the furnace of affliction. Right? He's putting us through it. Let me see if you're going to stay my servant. Look at what he did to Job. Job didn't do a damn thing wrong. Job was chilling. The Lord put Satan on Job. Satan wasn't even paying attention to Job. The Lord had a meeting of all the heavenly bodies and called Satan and said, yo, what you dealing with? I'm walking to and fro, man. Yeah, did you see my servant Job, a man that's perfect and upright and worships the Lord? He said, yeah, he serves you. You know, he passed my crosshairs, but he serves you because you have your angels around everything that he does. Let me get him, and I guarantee you, he gonna curse you. We are built in the fire of affliction. You know how you know I'm gonna be a solid? Like you can say right now, you know, Bolo is a pretty solid dude, but you can't put your life on it. Now, you and I go through some real stuff. You're going to be able to say, yo, dude, let me explain something to you about Bolo. He's going to be there for you. I don't care what you say. Why? Because when him and I went through what we went through, he was there. I turned to my left, I see nobody else. I looked to my right, there was Bolo. Relationships are built through turmoil, bro. It's built through that. It's built through fire. So when you get yourself a wife, and I'm sure you will soon, how are you going to know you can trust her? Not by her being feminine, not by her being a helpmate. Trust don't come through that. Trust is going to come through you going through the madness with her, and she's right there next to you. Right there. That's how that relationship is built. That's how you sit there and say, I would never. Because when I was at my lowest, my wife was right there with me. When I had nothing, she was right there with me. That's how relationships are built, bro.
And Joseph, if I may, the Bible and Scripture says it is not for you to be happy. It never said nothing about being happy. It's duty. Um, it's duty. You know, it's your duty to be who you're supposed to be, and and then she has a duty as well. She's made to be a wife, and she's made to be marriage ready, and that's the place both of us fall in. Now,
This thing ain't easy,
Well,
bro.
hmm,
Go ahead, Joseph.
I was going to ask well, if a woman is made to be a wife and she's, what is this? Give me one moment. Okay. So if a woman is made to be a wife and she's made to be a woman and, be a mother and all that, is that not, is that woman then not happy? Or is that just like, that's her duty, regardless if she's happy or not? That's just what she's supposed to do. Is she
Between
not
the
happy
two,
because of that?
between the two of you, you will filter in happiness and love. But marriage it was never set up for just happiness. It was never set up for that. Also, your bias for foreign women is that they're automatically going to make you happy. Your bias for American women is that they automatically don't know. So if you're walking into a situation with that thought process, of course they're going to fail every test that you're giving them. Of course, they're going to be every negative thing that you thought about them because it's already at your forefront. You're just waiting for her to sneeze wrong so you can be like, up, you're ratchet. I knew it. I can't fix it. You can't.
Confirmation bias.
There you go.
Well, you could
There you
argue
go.
that. I mean, that's possible. Everyone has some level of bias. I hear echo, but everyone has some
I
level of
think that's
bias.
me.
Okay. Everyone has some level of bias in their life about something. Based on my experiences having dated quite a few women in America, it's just like, or those who were born here. Of course, not all of them are that way. And you could say I had bad luck. You could also say, well, I attracted them into my life. It's my fault for their mere reflection of myself, yada, yada, yada. But when I experienced the opposite, I couldn't help but see, well, this is something that I want. And of course, it's one thing for me to want it, but to hold and maintain it and foster that within that woman who already brings that to the table, I, of course, then have to be the man that she's also looking for in return. Because if I'm not, then it's not going to work in the end. But so it's just that it's wanting to start at a level playing field. It almost feels like that versus you starting at one area and then you're having to pull a woman who's many, many yards behind you to come up and encourage her to do it. And she's falling and tripping and maybe she get there, maybe she don't.
But
It
you can
just,
run into the
no one
same
wants to
they
deal with that.
you can run
I
into the
like
same
peace.
thing. You can run into the same thing with you. You said you wanted to go on to enter into a level playing field, but you can see that in the beginning. It's easy to assess someone in the beginning. If you see red flags, walk the other way. Why keep walking all the way into it until you get to the argument stage?
It's not that
And the
Because that
simple.
playing field
I
will
because
wish it was
never
that
be
simple.
level.
it
Let
will
me
never
say
be
this,
level because that is it's silly.
and,
And
and
so
that's and
Can I
that's
add
the
something,
point.
Polo?
Let me just say this, and that's the
Go
point.
ahead.
It's never gonna be an even playing field, Joseph. It's never gonna be an even playing field. The Lord don't work that way. You're given the cards that you're given, and you work with what you work with, and you make it happen regardless. You make it happen. The problem that we deal with is we focus so much on what we don't have, and we don't focus enough on what we do have.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? Go ahead, Antoine.
All right, appreciate it, Polo. Just to kind of come in and agree with Lyric. If you see somebody that's not on your level, or going where you're going, you don't have to deal with them. There was a lady that I knew. She had this funny phrase. She said, "Catch up with your own kind." What she was saying is, be around like-minded people. Like, if you're not trying to get gully, don't hang around gully people. If you're not trying to be on your purpose, you can't hang around people that's on their purpose, because eventually you're gonna be found out. So man, just catch up with people that are your own kind. Like
Own
these
kind.
people will come up, man, and as you're being true to yourself. I like this book called John Livingston Seagull. The book about a seagull, but he was different. And so he was a flying seagull, just to make a long story short. And all the other seagulls were like seagulls. They just ate fish. He didn't like fish. He liked to fly. He liked to do other things. Eventually, he kept on flying, and he caught up with other seagulls that had left the seagull camp that also flew and did the stuff. He eventually caught up to his kind, to where by being himself and having enough courage to venture out, he found those like-minded people. But if he never would have stepped out to catch up with people that were like him, you got to have the courage to step out and not say, "Hey, my area is the problem." You have to be courageous enough to step out, and going across the pond or to another country, wherever you go, you're the common denominator. So unless you're going to stay in that environment, then it's probably not going to work. Because if you go there and bring somebody here, you're here. But I wouldn't suggest that really for anybody, because I think that's anecdotal. Because if I can add some facts, majority of people will not live wherever they're born. They probably will not move 60 miles from the city or place where they were born in. Only 5% of the people in the world have passports. So yeah, it's nice to talk about the 90-day wife and this or that, or going to other countries. But when you really look at the hard numbers, most people are going to have to deal with people within 60 miles of where they were born or living. And only 5% of the people, 95% of people are not going to leave their country, because you need a passport to really leave your country.
That's true.
So man,
that's their problem.
So not. What I'm saying is, yeah, you're in that minority of minorities, because you moved from
Options.
you moved from
Options,
California
brother.
to Michigan.
It's just options. And
so I'm
I'm
saying you're an
exercising those
individual option.
options.
Yeah, you're up, and I get
Yeah,
it.
you got
So
the
why would I limit
options.
myself?
Definitely exercising. But speaking in general
Don't
terms,
limit
most
yourself.
dudes don't have those options, but they
I'm just
act like
saying.
they
I was
do.
just bringing context, Joseph.
I know.
Like, yeah, you have more options, but
And I've seen what those options are. So
But you also
naturally,
have
I
to
want
have
to
the
pursue
option
those
to
options.
encourage you too, Joseph. To like when he's talking about the seagull, you also have to have that stance where you're growing you to where you need to be. Because as I told you before, no matter where you travel, you can meet someone that makes you feel good for a moment. And maybe that moment might grow to a few months. Maybe that moment might grow to a year. But if you're not complete within yourself, that emptiness is going to fester up still. It's still
And
going to come up, and like Anton was just stating, it then still turns into a you thing. So even though you had the option to travel everywhere, meet different people, and escape American women, you still have to deal with you, and you still have to deal with the negative spirits that control you, falling into an emotional state where you fully don't like you.
And let me add this to what Lyric just said. If
Okay.
you're an asshole in America, you're an asshole in Dominican Republic.
Okay.
It doesn't change, dog. So no matter where you go, you still are you. So if you don't do the work to become a better version of yourself, you're going to still have the same results here in China, in Africa, or in Atlantis. You're going to have the same results. This is the point that I'm trying to make, that we're all trying to make. That I don't care if you go to a third world country to find yourself a wife. Have at it. Do your thing. Are you what you're at? Are you the same thing that you're asking her to be to you? You're asking her to do certain things as a wife. She's going to ask you to do certain things as a husband. Can you do them?
And
Are you
Bolo,
able to do them? If you're not, then it is unfair. It is hypocritical to ask her to be something when you are not that. You're asking to be a wife, but you're not husband material. How does that work? How is that fair? This is why we say before you start going out there and exploring your options, learn who you are first. Get that under your belt so you have some type of direction, because your vibe attracts your tribe. Women know when they see a good man, dog. The same way when dudes know when they see a thought. They don't want to put no thought into it. They don't want to put no strength. They don't want to do the work. They want it
Wait a
easy.
second. Wait. Hold on. Can you expound on that? If
Oh,
they see
wow.
a thought, they want it easy. So what they're supposed to
No.
transform?
I gave you
What do you
two
mean?
different examples.
Okay.
Men know when they see a thought, dogs.
Okay.
They know. And men know when they don't want to do the work to get themselves a wife. But it's going to end up in divorce anyway, because you're getting yourself a wife, but she's not getting a husband. So she's being cheated. And in the long run, if you bring her back here, you're going to wind up losing.
she gonna be good as gone.
Because you're
So
going to, meaning she's going to divorce you and take half of whatever you got.
That's right.
So
well,
the
That's
difference
I'm a,
is
that's the standard though.
you're going to
That's
leave her in that third world country.
so
You're
what's
not
the
going to bring,
difference if that's the standard?
but
I'm
that's my
saying
point. But
amongst
that's
all women in America, that's bar
that,
none, they all have that ability to do so. To
right.
So
rate
do
the man over the
foreign women.
coals.
But
They
the
all
point
have the
is,
ability to do it. They won't all exercise it.
Joseph, what you keep
Okay, go
doing,
ahead.
what you keep,
Go ahead.
keep doing, and what I want us to focus on is us as men. Again, if you can't find one here, then cool. Women here are off the chain, cool. Women here are ratchet, cool. There are no wives here in America. Okay, I'll
Not the
agree
argument I
with,
was making, but go
huh?
ahead. Said not the argument I was making, but go ahead.
No. I'm just going to the left, really to the left. I'll agree with
Okay.
you.
Okay, cool.
Okay, if you choose to get a passport and go find yourself a wife in a third world country, I have no issue with that. The only problem that I have is, are you husband material? That's it. That's all. Nothing more. I'm compartmentalizing this issue, and I'm only asking that question, and it's rhetorical. Most of these dudes in the manospheric world are not husband material, but they want wives. It's the same way when these chicks go and call up Kevin Samuels. Most of these chicks are not wife material, but they want traditional husbands. But you're not a traditional wife. So it's an unfair exchange. You want him to do all these things that husbands are supposed to do, traditional husbands, but you don't want to do the things that traditional wives are supposed to do. That doesn't make sense. It's not going to work. All
And
I'm telling you is the difference now. You're asking for a traditional wife. Are you a traditional husband? Are you ready to be that husband that wife needs? That's all. And if you are, then go to the third world country and find yourself a wife, my G. If
May
there
I
are
ask?
none here.
May I ask a question when Joseph is through?
Okay, I guess. Go ahead, Joseph.
So yes, a man, like I said before, he should strive to be to be the kind of man and the husband that wife he's looking for is looking for in a man. I agree with that 110%. I do not believe in the ideology that a man should deal with his circumstances wherever he's at, his environment, and deal with the options before him or what he sees before him, and not explore the differences that are available to him.
Did I
When you
say
say
that?
men,
Did I say that?
well, I just wanted to kind of finish my point, but I mean, you
Okay,
can go.
sorry. Go ahead, brother.
So, no, I know that's not what you said, but I'm just saying, like, just to put it out there to make it clear, like, it's not, to me, it's just very black and white. If a man just has options and he wants to say, okay, well, if he can't handle the woman who's in a, I call them foreign country, you call it third world, and I kind of get the, well, it's a third world country is not, for me, it's foreign because not all
Okay,
countries
fine.
outside America are
Okay.
like third world. So foreign, just the way the women are, the culture they're in, the way they behave, something that used to be there from my understanding when I talked to my grandfather and my grandmother in the 60s and the 50s, but it's I don't want to say no longer existing, but almost no longer existing. We have our Cardi B's and all this other stuff that is no longer there. So it's not even so much foreign aspect of it. It's the quality of women that are there. And so that's what I tend to attract now because my mind has expanded to the options that are available to me. Now, if I wasn't the kind of man I needed to be to attract those women, then I would not have even seen them. I would have never even noticed them. I probably wouldn't even know what to do about it. But I find myself in a position where I'm now, where you ask, are you the husband that you're looking, to be the kind of husband that for the wife that you're looking for? I would say yes. But I
And
would
that's
leave
the
that up
only,
to,
but that's
I,
the only point that I'm making.
and a lot of these men, I would say I'm thinking that you're presupposing that a lot of these men who are going outside, they're looking for something that they're not yet themselves. And that's the general, it seems like that's the general mindset is, oh, well,
No. Okay.
are
So,
they really
so
that
you didn't
way?
hear.
Or
So you
do you
didn't hear what
deserve a woman like that?
No. So you didn't hear what I said. What I said was most men in the manospheric uh, atmosphere. And I'm talking about the dudes that have the platforms. When you listen to them, they don't speak on you building yourself and getting yourself ready to be a husband. They don't speak on that. Most don't. I'm not going to say all. Most don't. The only thing they talk about is getting your money up and smashing shorties. That's it. Those are
Hmm.
the two things that they stand on. Most, not all. Most, not all. But they speak on getting your bread and going to other countries, foreign countries, and we'll use your statement, foreign countries, and smash these chicks. That's it. That's what they say. They don't say, dude, you want these women to be submissive and this and that and the third. Are you ready to take on a wife like that? Are you the
You protect,
equivalent of what
right?
you're asking for? That's my point. I don't care where you find your wife. I don't know what your situation is. Maybe in the world that you're rocking in, you can't find one. Cool. Go to where you think that they might be. If you in your heart and in the spirit of the Lord saying, I am ready to find myself a wife, and you've tried to find a wife here, and for some reason, they just aren't matching your fly. You give them the tests, they fail. Go find yourself a wife, bro.
And
Go do what you need to do to find yourself a wife.
I,
I don't
I,
care where you do it.
I would like to ask Bolo and the panel a question about Bolo. When do you feel um, because of we're in where we in terms of the dating market? Where do you feel uh, dating should transition into marriage, or you may be don't date at all and transition out of my home into marriage? How do you and the panel feel about that?
I don't rock with dating because I don't want my gift to have fingerprints on it. Now we know we're in a world, in a Western culture where dating is, part of the culture. So, I have to deal with it. But if you're asking me, I have two daughters. I don't deal with dating. I don't deal with it.
I rock with that because This is the thing we have to return right back to the man again discussion, holding ourselves accountable. If I'm the man, well, I always had sexual liberation in the 1800s, so I could go out there and choose and not feel the shame or the guilt that we presume the women felt in the 1930s when a woman with children was not looked at well going into church. Now you see women with 3 kids in the front row of churches. So for me, I don't I want to transition straight to marriage. I don't and it's not because I don't want to court uh and do all of that, but the spending and the dates and the seeing if it's right. My father and my parents can do that. They would see that's the route my culture takes. But no, dating is not for me.
Well, I mean, there, the Lord permits there to be a courting period.
Mhm.
That courting period, it's not a period, it's not a period of sex or
No,
physical touch. It's a period of me getting to know who you are and you getting to know me.
and then the
That's it.
parents step in.
And then
Right.
right, and then you have that. But remember, before I even stepped to courting, I had to step to the father.
Oh, you know
The
what you
courting
Bolo
only
boy?
came.
I rock with you, Bolo.
No, the courting only came through after the father's like, okay, cool. Here's my dowry, whatever, 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 and it moved on further from there. What I'm saying is, we use sex as for dating, opposed to using sex for commitment, and that's our problem. So I just want to get back to Joseph and saying that I know that you were trying to make a point in saying that you want to be able to exercise your options, correct?
That's right.
That's the point. Okay. I'm not against you on that. I agree with you on that. You should be able to exercise whatever options you have open to you. Whatever you have open to you. The only thing that I say is, if I'm going to ask you to be something for me, am I able to be that for you? Is
That's
that fair
fair.
enough?
I mean, yeah, I never disagree with that point.
And I never disagreed with you. So it took us 4 hours to get here, every 3 hours
No,
to get here,
no,
but we're
man.
here, baby.
Hey,
Listen, I listen, I love the conversation, because what that does is, as brothers, what I'm saying, we get closer in conversation. We get to understand each other a little bit better. You know, um, the sisters get to see brothers communicating, not brothers cursing at each other, not brothers ridiculing each other. Brothers,
disagreeing respectfully.
there you go. Brothers actually figuring it out in the law. And that's a
And
beautiful thing.
And
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 I
we
Bolo,
just,
can have, go ahead. I'm sorry.
it was be easy. Go be
okay,
easy.
yeah, I just want to interject one more thing because I agree with both of you, Joseph. You work hard, to be able to have you create opportunities and
Want
have
the best.
options. You should
Want
exercise
the
those
best.
Hell
options.
yeah.
And I
Absolutely.
totally agree with what Bola was saying. I just think with the whole passport discussion, sometimes people don't give a full deep dive. So it's a lot of things left out of the context. I'm in a group and it's just black men that only travel. It's like 10,000 strong. And a lot of these dudes, they do only go over there just to be doing what I call passport pimping. They going over there just to be spending money on these chicks and making it
Man,
rain.
we don't
Is
got
it
3 more
everyone?
hours, bro. Don't bring us back 3 hours.
No, no, I'm not. I'm just
I'm
I'm
only
just
joking,
saying.
man. I'm only
Okay,
joking.
okay. Yeah, I'm just saying so there's just pros and cons to it where my friend he deals with those women. How long will it take to get a rapport to build a rapport with a woman foreign, right? You'd have to be doing it through virtual reality. And then you also got to have enough money to be going back and forth. And when dudes typically choose a woman from a foreign country or a third world country, their families one of my friends, he got a girl from Philippines. They literally live in a shack. So when he brought her out here, she was just sending a bunch of money back to her family, and then she ingratiated herself with the Filipinos out here in America. And his girl was good as gone. Is that always happening? No one knows. really no empirical data to prove that. But there's also, what I'm saying is, there's language barriers, there's cultural differences, so it's a lot of cons too that
There's
some
cultural
people don't
shock.
always bring
They
up.
come over here and get shocked.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of them, they may be feminine, and some of them were naturally feminine. They were taught that, and some of them are doing that as just what I call femininity, which is fake femininity. They're doing that to look for a come up. No different from the women out here. And the only other thing I'd like to add is, there's I think when dudes
Hmm.
go out and travel, you should be traveling and to just focus on being in another part of the world, embracing the culture. But all they seem to do is embrace the women, you
Well, let me
know.
add
And
this. I hear what you're saying. That makes sense. Men should go and, explore the culture, see the sights, and, taste the different food and all this other stuff that's other than women. But let's just be honest. The reason why a lot of people do what they do, especially men, is because of women. It's because of desire for women, to be loved by women, to love women. And
Right.
so everything, even the society we built in America, is because of, the tall skyscrapers symbolize a phallus. I mean, so let's just be real. It's not just
You're
you go
100%.
there, and you experience it. You say, okay, wow, I got all these women, and that happens. And then you're forced to learn a new language if you want to connect with these women. So that's a
True.
different aspect of growth. You're forced to have to eat their food. You no longer have access to the food you used to eat. You're forced to do all these different things and go outside your comfort zone in these other countries. So yes, they may start off. A lot of them do start off with the desire, the libido to go out and seek women. There's nothing wrong with that, because that's how wars are even started. Well, I like these kind of women, this kind of woman over here. We need more. Let's go conquer this nation. But on the surface, it looks like, oh, they just wanted gold and silver. No, it probably had a lot to do with also the women in our country too, because they're conquering them as well. So it's not just, yes, it might start off as women in that basis. Even the way that I work, my work ethic is because of a sex drive. That's just it. And I'm not going to say, well, it's just because I want to make money. It's also because I want to be able to provide to the best of my ability. Why? What motivates that? That sex drive. So that's okay. In my opinion, that's totally fine. So I wouldn't demonize men for having that desire initially to go seek out those type of women. And then if they're inadequate in meeting that woman's standard, now it's sink or swim. Either they raise up their standard to be the kind of man that woman that may or may not be their wife wants them to be, or they have the situation like your friend where he brings them back to America and the house of cards falls apart, because although she may have been feminine who she is naturally, because he wasn't who he needed to be, now he has to then deal with that issue. Well, I thought I was the man I needed to be. So that's my
And you
that's what
see
I
the
want to say.
and the destruction in that, Joseph, is when she comes over here and he's not that man that he claimed that he was when he was over there. Not only do you hurt her, you hurt yourself. And then if you're not getting therapy, or if you're not surrounded by good brothers that will say, well, Duke, you wasn't the dude that you claimed to be when you were over there. He doesn't bounce back. He goes to those manospheric dudes that talk about just getting money and betting chicks.
then they call that the red pill rage, when those dudes is going over there,
You know what
they
I'm saying?
piss, so they
So
just vent on their failures.
it's a very, very, very sensitive moment at that point. You come to those crossroads. See, not too many men will do what you did, where you're saying, you know what? Let me get myself together before I approach these women. Let me become what I want, because I already know what I'm offering. I know what I bring to the table. So your standard is at a certain height, and you're not lowering that standard. You don't care what world you're from, America, Africa, France, Italy. I'm not lowering my standard because I know what I bring.
And
There's a difference. Go ahead, Lyric.
I'm sorry. There's a difference to what?
There's a difference when a man can say that opposed to when a man can't say that.
Very true. And I just would like to
Agreed.
say also, when you're learning who you are, also learn who your God is, because as Bolo was stating, you learning yourself and knowing that you come with a certain standard and you don't want to lower that, which is an amazing thing. I think all people should hold on to that. But I this conversation just makes me hear the book of Hosea. And I think about him and Gomar. And I think about how Hosea was upright, Hosea was good. Hosea loved Gomar hard. But Gomar was extremely, to me, disrespectful. You know, she walked out on him several times and he was done. And he said it. He was like, I'm done with love. And he even told the children that were not his, that she had on him within the marriage, I'm done with your mother. I'm done with this love. But then God came back and told him, no, you're not. You're going to keep her and you're not going to divorce her. You're going to love her and you're going to love her as much as I loved Israel. So even if you go and you find what it is that you need to find in a foreign woman, are you still ready for whatever test, whatever trial God gives you to keep her
Good
and to
question.
keep yourself?
You see, that's a good question. It's impossible to know the answer to that question until I go through those particular tests. So I can only answer it only in hindsight after I go through it. Did I pass it or did I fail?
But
I
let's
like
just
I like
say,
what Lyric
um,
just said. Like I understand you have options, and then as a person that went overseas, I mean, you have to adjust not only to where you're coming from, but where you're going to. And so, as an example, I went to a restaurant called Cipriani in London, and so we arrived a little bit late. So I'm thinking it's like America. Hey, go in and they were, they were doing their. It seemed rude, but they were being, Englishmen. And I said, "Hey, man, we're closed for lunch."
Mhm.
And you're like, "But we had a reservation." So when we told them we had a reservation, their whole attitude changed. Now it's, "Oh, come in. We have your seats. You can come in." So with options, using a restaurant, I'm trying to follow up on what they were saying because I really like what she said. I like steak. So you got every place from buying your steak at a store to going to Applebee's all the way to, say, Roof Chris. Now, everything in between, you have to know what's the standard to get in there, what's the cost, and what's the demeanor of the atmosphere. Your dress code, what they will accept, what they won't accept, the type of tip you have to leave. Can you survive in that environment? Can you be comfortable in that environment? Because on the higher end, they expect a higher tip. You have to come at least with a dress code. You have to make the reservation. Versus Applebee's, you can just hop in there. You can get you a 2 for $20. You understand what I'm saying? So options aren't bad when you understand the cost and the requirements of each individual option. And even if you want to deal with the lower end or the higher end, you might be comfortable with something in the middle, like Jay Alexander's. I don't know if y'all familiar with that, or Rafferty's, or something in the middle. Maybe not on the high end, maybe not on the low end. So can you, it's not only about having the options. It's like, what are you comfortable with within those options? Because
Mm.
you could want the highest thing, but can you afford to stay in that environment?
I look at that like
Mm.
our sisters on the other end, because you
That's
have
good.
the Manosphere, and then you have the Cynthia G's, Tanya TKO's, and these other Nylas. So, and I have three sisters and two stepsisters, and we always talk about how women cannot rent a home and live in it together. And we always talk about women always they get together and then it's always something chippy. And so we also see that even when these women want to divest to Caucasian men or divest away from black men, we also see that if they're not the wives that they claim to be, it comes right back down to it. Are they getting the success that they say they need or say they demand? No. So it still comes back down. Yes, you can talk about dusties and then this and that, but are you getting through your claim? No. Are you getting the outcome you want? No.
I hear
I
what you're saying, Keyshawn. I hear
so
what you're
but I
saying.
think when the manosphere, same thing. If look, the red pill will always be there. Why? Because there's guys who have been broken. Their hearts have been broken, and this happens on an hourly basis. There will be men whose heart is broken. Will they take it to the manosphere? Will they take it to a church service? Will they take it to incense and stones? We don't know, but the rage will come. Some of it will lead to PTSD, trauma, needing
Mm.
therapy. We don't have access to most of that in the inner city community. You know, this is the meat and potatoes.
I would disagree with you there. I think we
Yeah, I
all
would
have people.
disagree. They
We all
have
have
access.
people.
They just don't seek access for it.
Yeah, we all have people that will pull our coattails. It's a matter of us listening. And I'm not looking at the extremes of, you know, the Cardi B's on one end or the red pill rage. Most people are average. So they're not F students. They're not A students. They're B, C, and D's, you know, hardworking people that just want to raise a family, have equal opportunity, you know, have an opportunity to make it. So there's plenty of great women out here. There's plenty of great guys out here. We got to quit looking at, you know, the extremes on the end. You know, in science, I think they call it the bell curve. What's in the middle? That's where the majority of the people are at. And it's my true belief that there are quality
I agree.
individuals,
That's why I said
men and women. And if
both.
we
Yeah,
if we
both.
quit
But
like
people don't see the
pointing,
value in average. Unfortunately, I agree with you that most people are average, and that's not a bad word or a toxic word. But as you can see, like Bolo alluded to from Kevin Samuels, a lot of women who are average expect an above average person to come and elevate them.
And they
A
look
lot of
down
men
at
who are
$15
average,
an hour.
what was that?
They look down at $15 an hour. They really do.
no, I would say this. I met a lot of women, and women, for the most part, what I found is people are truthful with themselves. You know when you got somebody outside your league. You know
Hold
when
on, you
you
said
are,
for the most part, people are truthful with themselves?
yeah, you know, like, hey, in this manner that I'm talking about right now. You know if you got somebody that was beyond your league, your charisma. Like maybe you were just on one for a week, a night. You just pulled out a book and got some game. Like you know, like, hey, this woman is out of my league. This man is out of my league. You know, eventually, you know, my coattail is gonna get pulled. So most folks know, like, hey, this person's out of my league.
I would have to vehemently disagree with that because now with all of this toxic feminism and body positivity, it tries to represent, at least for on the women's side, you can be whatever size you want, you can twerk in public, and then if you do that, then they say things like, "Oh, you hate your mother, you're gay, etc." But meanwhile, if you're a fat dude, no one cares about body positivity. If you're a short dude, no one cares about body positivity. But
I
if you're an
absolutely agree.
obese woman, then
You
i.e.
sexy.
Lizzo, then it's like, hey, let's celebrate this. And then if you have the conversation where it's saying, I'm not saying that you're not a beautiful person, but you do need to lose the weight. They say things like, oh, you can't handle it. They say you got little penis energy. So this
Bro,
type of
but
stuff happens.
you're
Hold on,
not even
hold
trying
on,
to deal with that person.
hold on, guys. Let's let Lyric get in on this. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, let's let Lyric get in.
No, it's okay. It's okay. They're good.
Sure. All right. Yeah, I'm saying, but you don't have to deal with them. It's like I can choose where to go. Like I like Chick-fil-A over McDonald's because
Exactly.
I know the milkshake machine is still gonna be working at 10 o'clock at night.
Options.
Well, you
I mean,
just
like
said
if
that
I know,
everyone
That,
is truthful,
like
and
if
I
I,
was just
like
responding to that.
that goes into the
Let them
point of
have.
what
Oh, go
Joseph
ahead.
is saying.
Let
What
them
you
have them
saying?
body positivity. Let them have their femininity. Let them have the core system. Let them have it.
That's
I'm
it.
just saying there's
That goes
options.
in that goes into what my man Joseph was saying. So if
See?
I know what my focus is and I know what I'm bringing to the table, and I'm
You don't have to
talking to a
put up with it.
shorty, and we're just kicking it or whatever the situation is, and it starts going into that feminism, yeah, dude, thank you, but no thank
Bye.
you. Thank you for coming. God bless you. Good night. I'm out.
yeah,
That's it.
Wait, but Bolo, I mean,
Yeah.
I was under the impression that you were saying that even if they felt and thought that way, that a man should still like rough it out, deal with it, and just
Hell
accept it.
no. I'm
No, sir.
saying to you that if you get yourself a wife, no, okay, okay. If I get myself a wife, and I already know that this is the woman I'm spending the rest of my life with. I already know that there's going to be bumps and hurdles. We're going to fall short and we're going to grow together. Okay? Because The foundation of what she is what I'm looking for. The same way the foundation of what I am is what I am presenting to her. Because understand something. Today, what Joseph is today, 10 years from now, he's gonna be better. You're gonna add on top of the man that you are today. So you're gonna be better. So she's gonna be better. I'm gonna be better. We're gonna be better together. We're gonna grow together. So now what I'm saying is if when I'm at the beginning of looking for a wife, like you're at, you're looking at applications. If a chick gets to the point where you look at her application online, now you're actually sitting with her and giving her that interview, and she starts kicking that feminist vibe, dogs,
Denied.
I'm not dealing with that.
Paper shredder.
That's it. Because when you are on your focus and you are on your intention, she's going to click right in. You know why? Because both of you are focused on Christ. That's what keeps us in order. It isn't me. It's him. So when I'm on my focus with Christ and I'm looking for that wife, that vibe, that frequency, she's going to key in on it. We've seen it all the time. Men know when shorties is feeling them. Shorties know when men are feeling them. It's something that you feel. She may give you a certain look, a certain laugh. You may walk a certain way. We know. So now when she gets to that point where you're kicking it to her, now you're starting to feel her. She's starting to feel you. Now you're showing her what type of man you are, and you're telling her what type of woman you need. This is my focus. I need you to tap into me, not me into you. You tap into me because I'm leading. That's the point. Now, if she don't get to that point, Duke, go wherever the hell you need to go to find yourself a wife. If she's coming straight out the door with, I'm equal, and this is what I say all the time. Men and women are created equal in creation when it comes to God. But we're not created equal in purpose.
Exactly.
It's equal value, but not equivalency.
So if she starts kicking that nonsense, then dog, exit stage left.
And that's sadly, unfortunately, just in my experience, that's been the greater majority. Even those who are aware of it, and they say, "Oh yeah, that's feminist. I'm not. I want to be a traditional wife." You don't really know. You don't understand. Like they just don't. They revert back to their habits. They revert to the ways they've always been, and then it's like, well, do I really want to
Joseph, I would say this, right?
and deal with this shit, or do I just want to go ahead and find someone who got it together?
Let me say this to you, but understand something. You may find women, right, or a woman that may operate in that atmosphere, but her spirit may be that one that's for you. Don't be so quick to get rid of each and every one. You understand what I'm saying? Because sometimes it's like if a woman sees something in you, she'll be like, I'm gonna deal with this because this nonsense that I'm seeing, it's gonna take time, and I'm patient because I know what type of man foundationally. I don't know if that's a word, but if it isn't, I just made it up.
It's not a word.
I wouldn't. I don't know if I would want that. I personally wouldn't want a woman to feel that way about me. I would want her to feel like, wow, this is the man that I want. I don't want her to start thinking, these flaws he got. He got some kinks I need to iron out.
But Joseph, as much as you get accolades, as much as you get, the accolades from her and the praises from her, there's going to come a time where she can gently give you the downs and say, hey, this about you just isn't right. It isn't appeasing to your character, and I don't know what to do with it, so I'm bringing it to you, and I'm telling you that I don't like it.
I'm with it, and I'm telling you I'm with it. I agree with you. I'm not one of these people who's like, well, I just want her to be what I want her to be, or this ideal fantasy and I just want to be the way I am and she accepts me the way I am. No, I would want a woman to tell me the truth about myself and any flaws or areas that I could work on. And I would want her to do it in a way that I know women are capable of doing it in a very persuasive way, as opposed to the way that a lot of women do point out some of the flaws here in America in men, but they're more abrasive. They're more aggressive. They're more like the way you would talk to a homeboy. You can't. A lot of women they approach men in that way when they see flaws in that man, and that man might be he will push back against it oftentimes because of that aggressive energy. But a feminine
Right.
woman
I
who
agree.
understands herself can then approach that man and say, "Hey, listen,
Right.
while she's rubbing his back or something, while she's not, being what you got to do." That's just the kind of stuff I was dealing with.
Well,
So it's a
uncomfortable
difference.
conversations are uncomfortable. Whether you're getting a back rub or not, they're just uncomfortable, and they're always needed to be had. You know, you're gonna have them. You may have to have
For
them. You may have to have them with her, and she has to be receptive of them because you are the head. So if you call out a flaw in her and she becomes upset, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing because no, we're not perfect. We're striving to be that, and if we're being led by someone that says, you're out when it comes to A, B, C, D, you have two choices. You can choose to fall in line or you can choose not to. But if you choose the latter, you can't get upset if he chooses to walk away and vice versa.
Yeah,
I
you can
I would
accept
say
or reject
well
it.
said.
this,
Well
Joseph.
said.
It seems to me that you want it already to be set up for submission. It's like you want to, okay, I'm gonna handpick a bright skinned one, 5'2", 120 pounds. But what's already in place is she's already submissive. I don't have to change that feature. I just have to change the color, the shade, and the body type. Women don't come like that. They just don't. So what I think I'm hearing from you is they need to already be like that wherever you go. And what we're saying to you is, brother, a woman will be who she is. When she sees the light shining off of you, she will respond. If there's no light shining off you or a good example of a man, of a father, of a future kid, her light won't shine. It won't reverberate to you. That means she may have submission very well in her, but she is not willing to supply you by choice to you with that.
That's
So
fair.
this thing of, well, I go over here and then they're still in a phase of rejecting and using this. They're not gonna come gift wrap submission and you will be able to just bask
Just kick
in
them out under the
submission.
tree.
You just can't bask in submission. You
Hey,
know,
another thing too, what people say, I can't find a wife anywhere when they really didn't explore themselves deeper. They didn't explore their country. It's 50 states, and they probably went to two and saying they can't find no one else. And then you dig deeper and say, well, where were you looking? Well, I tried to find Shorty at the club. I tried to find her on the block. Like, what
it's
type of
like
wife
getting
would you expecting to find in the club, bro?
and be easy. It's like getting past rejection, right? In that you go to the mall, you take a pen and a piece of paper. This is before cell phone. This is before even the tweeters, right? So you used to have a pen and a paper. You go in the mall and you walk up to a young lady, and she may say, "Well, you may say, how's your day? How are you doing?" And you may never get to the conversation. You may not even get past the introduction. But you may get 18 phone numbers at the end of the day. The point is you got past rejection. And if you're not able to get past rejection, Joseph, then it won't ever feel good to you approaching any woman. And you won't give yourself a shot at all. So what you got to do is get past a woman won't like me. Move on. Okay. Now I've dealt with 800 women in a year. Okay, 20 liked me, 10 took me serious, 5 I want right now, and 2 I have to choose. Okay, 1 will marry me, and you just have to get past getting rejected by 798.
Let me say this too. Let me add this. You know, it also, what's very important is also the timing in which you looked for these 780 women. You know, were you in your purpose when you were looking for them? Were you in submission to the Father when you were looking for them? Because if you weren't, and I'm not saying you, I'm just being in general. If you weren't, then you know these chicks they just didn't mesh with your spirit because you were in preparation. See, that's the issue a lot of us face, that we try to get these women while we're being prepared to become husbands and to become good fathers. And we meet these women and we're not fully prepared yet. We don't know what we're looking for. We don't give out that vibration yet. And then we meet these women and we get hurt. So now we demonize all.
Mhm. You get
I'll say
offended
this.
too for the rejection.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everything has to move in its course and in its purpose. We have to do the work. There's no way in hell you're not going to do the work. The way you know you can trust your woman is through time, through going through things, going through hard times. See, everybody thinks, and I think we mentioned this last week, that everyone thinks that when they find Christ that you ain't supposed to get hit by a bus or that brick ain't supposed to fall on your head. Nah, don't mean that, dog. Don't mean that. If anything, you might get a brick fall on your head. Now, Christ didn't promise you happiness here. He didn't promise you that. There are gonna
That's
be
cool.
times. There are gonna be times when you are happy, but he didn't promise you happiness here. Because if you have happiness here, you're not gonna want to go. Example in case, salts. Job, not Job.
Lot.
Yeah. What's the name's wife? He turned into a pillar of salt.
I don't know her name, but it's Lot's
Noah.
wife.
His wife turned into a pillar of salt. Why? Because she didn't want to go.
Lot.
Lot.
Who are
Sorry.
you referring
Lot.
to?
Lot's wife.
He's talking
Oh,
about
okay.
Lot.
Sodom and Gomorrah, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The reason why she turned around is because her spirit was back in Sodom and Gomorrah. She wanted to be there. So we have to understand that we have to start being patient in the Lord. A lot of us are not patient in the Lord. See, the most important thing when it comes to prayer is patience in waiting for the answer.
A lot of people are not patient with themselves, you know, which
But
I,
that's the problem, Be Easy. The
I
problem
agree.
is the Lord tells you, be patient when you're brought to a lower state. Why? Because there's something I want you to learn. Don't be so quick to get out of it. Because guess what's going to happen? You're going to go through it again. There was a movie called Time Machine. I don't know if any of you guys saw it. And this dude met his woman in the park. And he asked her to marry him. And while he was in the park talking to her, these guys rolled up on him. Long story short, they robbed him and they shot the girl. Killed his woman, fiance. So he created a time machine, and he figured if I take her out of that position, out of that situation in the park, that she won't die. No matter what situation he put her in, at that moment in time, she always died. Sometimes she died worse, sometimes she didn't. The point of the matter is there's a reason why the Most High puts you where he puts you. Learn what you need to learn so that you come out a better version of yourself, be it man or woman, so that you don't have to go through said issue again, because the Lord ain't going to pass you because you're 84. You will be 84 in that class with 5-year-olds. The Lord ain't moving you on. So everything also deals with timing, because the Lord is precise when it comes to timing. He's precise. So a lot of the times we pick these people when these people weren't picked for us.
Yeah.
Can I interject here and give,
Oh,
since
yeah,
it's Testimony Friday, you are so right about time and relationship. Going back to me and my wife, like when I first met my wife, I was on cloud nine, not because I met her, but just in my state of life. I was number one in school, looking at the money I was about to make. I was the big dog or whatever you want to say. You are the man, whatever. And it took me like coming down, being humble, like going from number one in my class to, not passing my test to be qualified to go in. And when I came back, like I said, recommitted, got under the Lord's hand, under his stewardship. I got her back. Not only did I get her back, she fell under my leadership, so much so that, you know, when we reconnected, we got married within 3 months. She didn't get her ring until the day before we got married. She didn't get her band until 6 months after that. We moved to 3 states within that time. So what I'm saying is to go on with the timing. Women will fall in line when they know that you're a man of character, that you're a man of provision, and all this stuff that, you know, you think they care about. Like, yeah, they like the bling and all that, but personally, I can talk from experience. Literally, the day before I said I do, my wife said I do, she got an engagement ring. 6 months after that, she got a wedding band. We rarely talk about it.
Have you ever seen that movie Braveheart?
Yeah, Braveheart. Yeah, Mel
Braveheart,
Gibson.
right?
Yeah,
Mel Gibson.
yeah.
When that king said to William Wallace, well, William Wallace was talking to him. He said, "Listen, the reason why these men follow you is because they're afraid of you. You can put their families and jail them. But if these people loved you, they will die for you." Then he turned around and said, "If you did right, I would die for you." When you earn that love, by action, because love is not just an emotion, it's part of it, but it's action and deeds also that proves it. How do I know that Joseph loves me? Because that brother does this, he does that, he does that, blah, blah. When I need him, he's there, and pop, pop, pop. It isn't just an emotion. That emotion that people talk about, that's called admiration, lust. That's what that's called. Love proves itself. There's nothing that no one wouldn't do for you. There's nothing that she wouldn't do for you. Nothing. When she can trust you, especially when you move in the Lord. Because what's going to keep her in order is not you, it's the fear of the Lord. What keeps you in order? The fear of the Lord. That's what keeps us all on point. We cover our ass in Christ. That's what we do. We make sure we're right. That's a high value man. A high value man is a high value God-fearing man. Period. That's what it is. So when your woman sees you and she says, "I'm rocking with Joseph," the Lord clicked that light on in her. There's still going to be some things that you need to get right, because none of us are perfect, right? None of us are. We still got rough edges. The Lord said that we're gold fashioned in the fire of affliction. So a lot of us still got impurities in us. Still, even though we claim and we serve the Most High and we stand for Him, we're still infested with impurity. So as you're growing together with your wife, those impurities in the both of you are being wiped away together. And that growth and that bond gets stronger. And that's the beauty in it.
Can I add to that last portion?
Sure.
And also, there is someone in the chat that if you could place the link, I believe Siobhan Allen, she wants to join the panel.
Okay.
That last portion just made me think about, and Bolu mentioned it before, about soul ties and how soul tie-in with several different people can allow you to pick up a lot of different spirits, and then you carry those spirits with you, especially if you haven't had enough relationship with God, or know to get them off of you, if you haven't, prayed them off. And so if they remain on you as you're trying to seek for your love and get to him, it makes it harder to bridge that gap that you've created, that distance, to get to whom you're searching for. So I just wanted to say that to say, oh, the echo's back. Just kind of
That's me.
okay. Just kind of remember that that's there. So as you're searching for your significant other, um, and even before you search for your significant other, just trying to get you together, just making sure you're removing spirits so that your mind can be clear, and especially clear enough to hear him and understand his word, and even understand what you're looking for in a person.
Facts. Yeah, I think one of the things I think we make hard is um, victim Olympics. We like to, well, I did that and they still do this. Well, I tried that and they. The thing is, um, why are leaders so good at pointing out um, leadership roles by forging, challenges, so the people under their leadership can make the mistakes, so they can be honed in and then learn. That means leaders have to deal with irk every day. The thing is, once the leader knows how to get past that and apply the things that he needs to do by leading, so these people could be sharpened, then that means he knows how to address uh, adversity. He knows how a baseball team, all the young men won't listen to him right away. A football team, all young men won't be on the same page, right? But a leader can embrace adversity and still get the best out of the team, for the team. So I think when we live in an individual this is why I know I need mentorship, and I need more mentorship. I need to accumulate myself more to more reading, bettering myself, more study, because I don't know it all. So I won't, ever stop learning.
And even the greatest, most richest people, all of these billionaire people, millionaire people that they aspire to, guess what they all had? Mentors, coaches. Think about how great LeBron James is, coach. Tom Brady, coach. Michael Jordan, coach. Michael Jordan was a phenomenal athlete, but he didn't win until he had the proper coach. So that's what we need to celebrate and champion more, because a lot of people feel even if you are knowledgeable and you graduated from an Ivy League and you were valedictorian, you still don't know everything.
Mhm.
E40 said you can learn from a baby, so most people, they're not, when they have a discussion or even watch a movie, they're always looking to be entertained versus enlightened. And
That's
there's so many things around you that you can learn from, reading, visually, just discussions like this.
mhm.
I'm always learning new words, new perspectives, and everything. And then I'm willing to teach, and I'm willing to learn as well.
And that's
Yeah.
why I said, I'll make this quick. I noticed Bolo on the Lapeef network, and Lapeef and Anton, they respect his meaning to the topic. And I noticed that what Bolo brings to the table is something that is very unique, and it helped hone me in. And this is why I'm here tonight. So we all continuously need to want more mentorship. We need to want to be even better.
Yeah.
That's our
And I'll
I'd
leave
like
foundation.
to thank you all. Thank you, Bolo, for allowing me to join the panel. I was going to drop out so somebody else can come in, but
Not,
thank you
I mean,
again, Bolo. And
we can have 12 people up here. If
no,
you
well, that was one reason. The second reason is getting late, and I
okay,
have to
my
get up
brother.
in the morning. But thank you, Bolo. Thank you, Lyric. Thank you, Beezy,
Thank you for
Joseph,
being here,
and
Antoine.
Sean. I look
For
forward to
sure,
coming
Antoine.
back.
Nice to
Is it
meet you,
every
Anton.
Friday?
Every Friday at 9 o'clock and every Wednesday at 9 o'clock.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate what you're
Thank
doing,
you for
man.
Bolo.
listening
I'll
to
come
us.
back. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Hold on, Alex. I thought that was. Hold on. I'll get it. You guys can talk. I'm working on getting the link. Remember, I'm working remotely, so I'm
Hmm.
working.
Oh, I would like to ask Lyric about what does she think about dating?
Hmm. I'd like to know that too.
Um, okay, so I don't believe in dating like that. I do believe that your husband is chosen for you. And if you are going to court, it shouldn't lead to sex. If you are going to talk to someone because your parents have introduced you guys, then okay. But I don't believe in dating. So
L- Lyric, could I ask you a question as well? So,
Yes.
in the same realm. So, this doesn't have to be for you specifically, just in general. When women are looking for a man that's a potential husband or just um a leader, what how important is it to vet a man's capability to lead? And then also what goes into that vetting process to determine that, yeah, this man is a leadership or this man is husband material?
his relationship with Christ. And you're just going to be able to see that his relationship with Christ and that relationship with Christ that he holds on to is going to once again show up in how he is treating his family and how he works. If he's employed or if he's running his own business, just that relationship is going to give you everything, because we in today's world and kind of in the past tend to operate off of man's timing, meaning that we're not focusing in on uh, God. So we're ignoring his signs. So everything doesn't have to take this long, extensive times, and our vetting process is way off because God didn't set us up like that. God didn't set women up to search. Immediately. Right away if that man is for Christ and going to be a good caretaker for you, and that's in all aspects, spiritually, financially, all that. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's
Oh
what I
yeah,
would say.
it definitely answered. I just have to just would like to expound on that. So do you believe that the only man worthy of, being capable to lead is someone who's submitted to Christ? What if he or she is into another religion or happens to be atheist or agnostic? Does that eliminate them for being a proper leader or a worthy spouse?
That's a good question.
I don't think that eliminates them from being a proper leader. And as I can't speak to those religions because I don't know them well, I think that anytime a person can find a being outside of their own to submit to, gives them an order that someone that just is walking blindly won't have. So if you're able to fall under that ultimate submission, then you are able to lead because you're being led. And a leader is also a follower being taught. So he in turn or she in turn will be able to teach.
All right. I I also had a follow up to my to the question I asked, and I agree with you. And I'm proud to know that you will go right into the vetting with the parents and straight on to the marriage. So the reason why I brought that up is if we can change our image now with the quality black people that we have out here in the atmosphere. Let's say one of the biggest people, Oprah. If Oprah was to say, okay, I've not been a good example. I should have gotten married to this guy from day one. I'm just using, and she goes out on her tour and preaches returning back to her femininity in marriage, and her and the gentleman gets married. And but what I'm saying is, we need people on a mass scale to want to aspire to, who aspire to be like women like Oprah, and we need to see them doing it for us to want to aspire to do it. So if Oprah's basically fornicating every night because she's never been married to that guy, then the country will feel like, well, it's okay just to, you know, do something else other than getting married.
But again, we're in this world and not of it. So
Mhm.
you can aspire to follow wrong if that's your choice. We all have been given the beauty of choice. And if that's what you choose to do, I cannot take that from you. But if you have made a commitment and chose to live and walk a different life, follow it, because it's all about how your soul feels, what pleases your soul. If she can go to sleep every night, and even though she's been given, because you also have to remember that when you're following the God that we serve, he lets us know that our riches aren't of this world. And Bolo briefed over it quickly, but he didn't promise us riches or happiness in this world. What he
Right.
did promise was long suffering. What he did promise was trials. He promised long nights, that everything is not going to be okay, that you're constantly going to be tried and tested. And so if you're ready for that fight, roll with it, because I am.
Hmm.
Because if he can be for you, then who's going to be against you?
I agree with that.
Um,
I agree with that.
that's an interesting perspective. I understand that a lot of um, people, well, Christians specifically, hold to the belief that does say in the Bible that you will be promised basically a life of hardship, and for lack of better words, it would include suffering and strife and trials and tribulations, the whole 9 yards. And although that may be the case, because everyone goes through trials and tribulations, regardless if you believe in God or Christ or Buddha or whatever, everyone goes through it to some extent. Still, I choose um, happiness and to operate in that. And one of the reasons why I can only say for myself, stop going to a lot of churches, is because the narrative is like there's this the reveling in the suffering and the sacrifice and the sadness and the depression, and oh, I'm supposed to go through this aspect of things because this is what is expected of me, because this is what the Bible says I'm supposed to be in this state of mind, or expect these negative things to happen, or be poor and be poverty, and or have go through troubles with my relationship, my marriage, because this is trials and tribulations, this is suffering, this is all. And although again we all go through that to some extent, there's this sort of celebration of it, I've noticed, largely within the Christian culture. I don't subscribe to it, although I know that's what it says in the Bible. I just can't personally get down with it. That's just me.
And and
Yeah.
and I'll
Let
I'll
me
even
Does
take
that
let
make
that
me
sense?
one.
add to that. Let me add to that. Because I understand what your point is when you say that. Why is it that we subscribe to the suffering and things of that nature? Because our Lord and Savior did it. The Lord said that the world is going to hate you because it hated me. I'm your example and all. Whatever I went through, you're going to go through. There wasn't happiness for him on this earth. Were there happy times? Sure, there was. But your love is tried and tested through the furnace of affliction. That's in any relationship you go through. I don't care what relationship it is. Period. It's
Not
tried and
debating that.
tested. It's
Not debating
tried and
that at all.
right. But the point,
The
what I'm saying,
celebration of it, the celebration, the focus and the overwhelming attention on it.
right? Because the
You see
Lord
what I'm
is
saying?
saying, I'm going to tell you why.
Doesn't seem right.
Because our Lord and Savior was crucified, beat, whipped, cut, spit on, ridiculed. This man knew the day of his death from the age of 12.
But he also sat at the table and broke bread with his disciples.
No
There was
doubt.
happiness in that. So
No, I didn't listen. You're missing the point. I didn't tell you that he didn't have happy times. I told you that. He had happy times. Yes. There were happy times he had. There's plenty of times that he was happy, but there was no happiness. Like there's a difference between a person that lies and a person that's a liar. A person that's a liar, you don't believe nothing he says. A person that lies, it depends on the situation. Why'd I lie? Because that dude had a gun to my head and he was behind the door. And if I told you what the situation is, he'd have blasted me. So we have to understand that he set the foundation in all examples to be the best husband, the best brother, the best sister, the best mother, to be the best person that you can be, starting with you. So yes, we're going to have hard times here. Yes. Why? Because paradise is promised on the other end. That's why. See, Satan does the opposite. He gives you what you want now and here. Now and here. But the one thing that he can't promise you is life.
I just
Oh,
want
she
to
gone?
add, hi
Okay.
everybody.
Hey, how's
Welcome,
it going?
Miss
Um,
Allen.
Hello.
hi, hi.
Good
Hey.
night.
So I just want to add to what you're saying. Actually, I've just like really started diving deep into the Bible, and it's interesting to me that you said that because I made like one of my favorite scriptures, John, I believe is 16 and 33, where he said, "These things I've spoken unto you, that you may have peace." Um,
Boy.
And
that
have
the
it more
he's
abundantly.
and the world and no, the world is full of tribulation, but be of good cheer because I have overcome the world. So I think like
Hmm.
that's kind of something that I try to live by now, is to that part where he says, "Be of good cheer, for I have overcome the
Same
world."
here.
Like that is just like,
Same. I feel the
you know,
same.
like the icing on the cake, because it's like, okay, if Jesus can do it for us, then why aren't we being of good
Doing
cheer?
it.
Like, like just
And you know
enjoy it.
why? You know why, Miss Allen, he also says be of good cheer? Because he also comes in and he says that those that I love, I chasten. That's what he also says. He says that what father doesn't chasten his son? That son is like a bastard. So every child that the Lord loves, he chastens. So he tells you, be happy when you're brought to a lower state. Why? Because you know I'm fixing you up to be presentable to me. And secondly, you got to go through what the hell I went through. You ain't no greater than me. The world ain't gonna love you because it didn't love me. The servant is not greater than than the leader, scripture says. So if I went through it, be prepared. That's why the Lord tells you, if you come to serve me, my son, to prepare yourself for much temptation. I'm letting you know this is not an easy road. It's a lonely road. It's a road where you're going to be ridiculed. It's a road where you're going to find people that's going to betray you. It's a road where people are just going to look at you with their nose up when you follow the book the way it needs to be followed, not through religion, because the Bible's not a religious book. Religion was built around the book to control man.
True.
The book is a book of laws, statutes, and commandments of how you should live your life and how you should treat each other. So when people get caught up in this black power thing, don't get it twisted. I'm black. I love my people. But the Lord tells you that first off, you're supposed to treat the meek and treat the poor. He doesn't say anything about, yo, man, just follow your black people. He didn't say nothing about that. He
He
doesn't
really
say that.
did.
So we better get off of that. Because if you think your salvation is based off your skin color, you got a problem. Now, I'm not telling you Christ wasn't a man of color. Scriptures tell you he was. But your salvation is not based on your color. It's based
Mm.
on how you treat your brother, how you treat your sister, how you treat your community, how you treat your village. That's what it's based on. That's why when they asked him about the law, he said, man, there's two laws. One, love the Most High with your mind, body, and soul, period. And two is same as the first. Love your neighbor like you love yourself. This is why we're talking about men. How can I love my neighbor if I don't love myself? How can I love him like I love me if I don't know how to love me? I got to learn how to love me. It starts with me. That is so important. This is why he gave you the example of the temple. We better start understanding what the Lord is dealing with, because people are going to die for this, man. This is not a game.
But do you think that in loving yourself, you should set boundaries at some point? Because like, if you don't, like, some people will see that kindness that you are like allowing, just by following the law, they'll see that and they'll use it as manipulation, and they'll, overdo it just because they know, like, oh, she's a Christian, she's gonna make sure she's righteous. So
Well,
can you hear me?
your job,
It's a good question.
your job is to vet the people that you bring around you. That is your job. Your job is not to love everybody. Christ, when Peter said, Lord, who should I pray for? Christ said, pray not for the world, man. Pray for those which God has given you. So if someone comes into your cipher, you vet them. You don't just allow them into your innards. Hell no. You question them. You make sure that they are worthy of your love, because understanding love is not just an emotion. There is action that goes behind it.
Okay.
There's action. So when I see Lyric, Anthony, Joseph, Butterfly, Mama Beverly, Latanya, Alex, and I see all the regulars, forgive me if I forgot your name, there's a lot of us. When I sit there and I go, nah, there's love here, man. There's love. Why? Because every Wednesday and every Friday they come to minister unto others. They come to give their time. No one is getting paid for this. The only two things we ask you to pay here is attention and pay it forward. That's it. There's nobody getting paid. No one. Any cash app that's given, it goes right back into the getting Bibles, apocryphas, water, rent. No one gets paid. Nothing at all. So it
That's
starts by you. It starts by you loving yourself, knowing you love yourself, right? Knowing what it takes to love yourself. And then it's going to broaden out and say to yourself, you know what? I need people that think like I think. I need people that are like-minded. Doesn't mean that they have to be the same as you, but like-minded, so that if you fall, they will be there to pick you up. Doesn't mean that they're not going to tell you the truth, because love given without truth, or truth given without love, is a weapon.
May
Truth
I add
is,
to that, Bolo?
yeah, go ahead, brother.
Quickly, I that's how I found the women in my life who revere me. I align in the career that I am in, and going to school and classes and stuff like that, and then really it aligned me with the people who are doing the same thing that I do. And like I said before, they have matched their why with the who they are, and I align with that, and that culminates relationships. And then you kind of so Joseph, this is for you too. Align yourself with the people who are in your field, who are in your hobby, who are in your talents, who are in your gifts,
Mm-hmm.
and ultimately you will find the woman who reveres what you do.
I got a scripture
Thank
that I
you.
want to read to you, Miss
Oh,
Allen.
I'm listening.
Um, there's two of them.
Okay.
Hold on. So that, when we read scripture, that the Lord in His beauty, He tells you why He does it, and we have to understand it, right? Sometimes we may think it's unfair. Sometimes we may get upset. But this is the thing. This is what shows you, because there's different ways we can look at God. We can look at Him in His awesomeness, in His majesty. We can look at Him in His awesomeness, in His power, and we can look at Him in His awesomeness, in His grace and mercy. Right? We're talking about a being that came down off high and became the greatest example of what he was asking us to do. Ponder that. What leader you know does that? What leader you know is going to say, okay, I'm going to come down here and get beat, ridiculed, murdered, hurt, all these things, because I want to be the best example for them. I don't have to do it. That's the point. He didn't have to do it. He chose to do it.
I think
That right
Nelson
there
Mandela.
speaks. Huh, darling?
I said, I think the next would be like Nelson Mandela.
Nah, no, nah, not what Christ went through. There's no
No,
man on this earth. There's no
yeah.
man on this earth. I understand that we can try and, bring up examples of people that we think. There's no man on earth that didn't have some type of an agenda. None. I don't care who you name. Everyone had an agenda. Everyone. They might have been great men in the way we see it, but there ain't none greater than the Lord.
No, not no. Not
Right? So let me read these two scriptures to you.
Okay.
The first one is Hebrews 12:6-11. And it says, for whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. So he's saying every son that I get is going to get an ass whooping. Why?
Really?
Yeah. Hebrews 12:6-11. The one thing we do up here is we give you chapter and verse. If ye endure chastening, that's why he said, if you get through the chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. You're a son. That's how I'm going to deal with you. If you make it through. For what son is he whom the father chasteneth not? Now, chastening don't necessarily need to be a butt whipping. It could be anything. You could put your son in the corner. You could put your daughter timeout, whatever. You're teaching them discipline. You're teaching them honor. You're teaching them trust.
Obedience.
Verse 8, but if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers. Now that whereof all are partakers, understand what he just said. He said, if you be without chastisement, I'm separating you because whereof all of us are partakers of that chastisement. But if you be one of those people that are not, then ye are bastards and not sons. Furthermore, we have had fathers of the flesh which corrected us, and we have given them reverence. So the fathers that have corrected us on this earth, our fathers, we gave them reverence. My father loved me. Why? Because he set me straight. Shall we not much rather be in subjection under the Father of spirits and live? Yes, I'd rather, because you know why? He deals with straight logic, truth. He's not emotional. John 15:18-25. This is Christ speaking. If the world hates you, what Christ is saying to us, people that are striving to follow him, if the world hates you, keep in mind, it hated me first. That should give you some type of solace. If the world loves you, you got a problem. Because the world is ran in evil, right? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. So if this world is ran by wickedness in high places, if the world love you, you got a problem. If you belonged to the world, it would love you as its own, Miss Allen. If you were of the world would love you because you're operating in its essence.
True.
Right? As it
That,
is.
yes.
Now, here's where the beauty comes into that. As it is, you do not belong to the world. You do not belong to the world. Here's the significance, and here's where tears come to my eyes. But I have chosen you out of the world. There's over 8 billion people on this planet, and the Lord chose you. Your name came across his desk, and he said, get her to come in. I chose you out of this world. This is why the world hates you. Remember what I told you. A servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you also. This is why we go through what we go through. This is why. This is not a game. So if you're going to be a drug dealer, be the best one you can be, because you're going to die for it. Period. You're going to be a thought, be the best one you're going to be. You're going to die for it. This is not a game. Make your choice. Make it. Don't be teeter-totterish. The Lord tells you, I'd rather you be hot or cold than lukewarm. Lukewarm is going to spit you out. I'm not going to even judge you. You ain't worth it. But if you cold, at least I can judge you on it. This is not a game. This is, and here's the thing. When you find people like-minded, nothing like that love, man. Ask about us in the village. Ask about us. This love that we have here, this love is no joke. Where you have people from different parts of the world that comes here and that will minister to you. When you have an issue, we come together and help. We've never seen none of us. What other place you know do that? What other place you know do that for free? That ain't got no little scheme. What other place you know? There is none. You know why we give it free? Because Christ gave it free. Christ never taught no damn building. Christ said, who can put me in a building made with man's hands? I'm too big. I'm bigger than that. Christ taught in the streets. Why? Because he wanted to give the power and take it from the church and give it to the people. You're the church. You're the community. You're the village. The hell you voting for them to do something better for you and you don't want to do it for yourself? The change you want to see, be that change. So it pisses me off when you say these little children that for whatever reason they're on this earth in our community. You look at them as loans. But yet you want to talk about the black community. Yet you want to talk about code. Man, get out my face with that nonsense, man. What code we got? What code? When in the same breath you say these women that have children out of wedlock or these children for whatever reason. I understand that there's things that happen for whatever reason. The Lord tells you, love your brother, man.
Man,
Be your brother's keeper.
K just said to drop the StreamYard.
What happened?
I said K just said to drop the StreamYard.
Okay.
You know, this is what we have to start understanding, man. This is not a game that we playing. I'm in this to the death of me. To the death of me. I don't do this because I want to do it. I do it because I have to do it. I learned to love it. I learned it. Why? Because, listen, if the Lord is telling you this is what you got to do, learn to love it. So I love it at this point. I can't see myself doing anything different. You guys bring me strength. This is why we come here, especially Testimony Fridays, where you guys get to talk and say, you know, what your issues are or whatever, and we speak to it, and we get other people to come up that might have some expertise in such situation that will help or help. We just talk to each other, play music with each other, be there for one another. So to get back to your question, you need to vet the people that you bring around you. Your love is your love. People are gonna gravitate to it. It is what it is. The light that people that follow Christ in truth emit, it's a light that a lot of people are gonna be drawn to. Your job, Miss Allen, is to vet them. Make sure they're worthy of that love. Make sure. And there's nothing wrong with that. The Lord
Hey,
told
Polo,
you,
could I?
cast not your pearls to swine. Why did he say that? Go ahead, brother. Whoever was going to speak, be easy.
Oh, that was me. I just want to stay on the topic. I just want to interject because I was asking Lyric about the whole process of vetting, and she gave a
Oh, no,
really
I
astute.
just was answering that question because Miss Allen asked that question
Okay, okay,
about
yeah,
love.
no, I still want to stay on that. I just
Okay,
wanted
we
to
can go
ask
back to it. So,
it.
Miss Allen, do you want? Are you clear?
Oh yes, I am. You said to vet the
Okay.
people that you have in your life, and actually, I was just learning about the cast not your pearls to swine in Bible study like a couple of weeks ago. So that was like right on topic, right on time.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right. Hold on. Now we're gonna get back to Be Easy. Hold on, Miss Allen. Go ahead, Be Easy.
Okay, yeah. So all I was saying is just stand on that. Is I totally concur with the the premise of vetting and just actually doing it. But I would say that some people believe in vetting, but I just don't think that they are qualified to properly vet. And that's why I think, in the kind of ancestral times, they would have the father or some sort of male figure do the vetting, or um, collaborate with them on the vetting process, because some people think that they're actually vetting, but they're really just looking for certain qualifiers that they like. Maybe it's height, or maybe this person has good hair, really superficial thing that they consider that is vetting, but they're not vetting. They're vetting certain attributes, but not necessarily things that are substantial to them that's going to lead to a successful marriage or any type of successful union.
And what's so crazy about that? Be Easy. That falls in line with what Miss Allen is talking about. Because love is not just an emotion. So when you have a husband or father vetting for his daughter, he knows what love is supposed to be. Love is taking care of your family, providing for your family, protecting your family, leading your family, guiding your family. You're absolutely right. It isn't about, his button nose, or, his eyes are green or whatever. No, it's not.
Hmm.
That's admiration. That's lust. Love is more intentional than that. So this is why we would have men.
Hmm.
Who the hell better to vet a man than a man? If I have questions about women, the best thing for me to do is go talk to a woman. Who knows better? So vetting is so important, but vetting is so far removed. This is why you have youngins wanting to be old. Remember that song Mama used to say, "Don't you rush, young man." We don't take our time. Everything that we need to learn from when we're 3 to 15, when we're 7, we want to be adults. When we're 8, especially if you're in a single home, living in the hood, you're out there slinging rocks. What vetting? What vetting?
And also, when these particular people are being born out of wedlock in the hood, which I come from, I know sometimes there's multiple men coming in and out the house. Sometimes, of the more thuggish type. So when the dude gets
Hmm.
an image of masculinity,
Interesting.
that's what he champions. And all too familiar in I won't just say black culture, in the culture of some, the Pookie Ray Rays, the thug type, that's the warrior class. So some men, without having a proper representation of what proper in order man should look like, that's what they champion, that's what they gravitate to, that's what they aspire to be like. And then when there's women who are not properly vetting these men and they're more attracted to that, then the man is going to be like, I don't want to be an educated lame. I want to be this thug dude that she's attracted to. Even if you're not about that life, you it's almost like a ploy to get women and to get popularity.
Yeah, but see, but everything you're saying, which is 100% correct, it's supposed to the children's learning is supposed to start at home. Children are supposed to be able to read before they go to school, man.
Who
Yes,
is the child's first teacher?
the mother.
And that's what some people have gotten away from. Some people are like, I'm not a teacher, I'm gonna just let the school teach, which a lot of these schools are not educating, they're indoctrinating your child. So I
That's
think
it.
more people do need to take the onus and be parents, and a parent is a teacher. So just, you're your kid's teacher.
See, we're being trained to just be robots. Get up in the morning, we're disconnected. And I use this example all the time. When you have a cell phone that is not connected to the satellite, you have a glorified brick. That's what you have. You need to understand what we're dealing with here. Cell phones are based off humans, man.
And I'll say this: when I didn't have conflict resolution skills, which I studied later and found, we supposed to have conflict resolution skills by the age of 6. And when we don't, this is when you resolute things on your own. We know that happens in the hood. We know how that ends up.
Miss Allen, you wanted to say something? Miss Allen, you there?
Yes, I wanted to add that, sometimes it's the resources. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you. Miss Allen?
Oh, okay. I was said I don't have my headphones.
You're going in and out. You're going in and
She
out.
has a little lag.
You're going in and out. So hopefully she'll get it together. So we'll just leave her there.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go
yeah.
ahead. We lost you.
Okay, I had took my headphones out. Okay, so I was gonna add that yeah, I took my headphones out and my battery is on like 18%. I'm sorry. I was watching Sarah Jakes Roberts without yeah. And then I saw the notification, so I was like, I want to join this conversation. But I was going to say that sometimes the resources aren't there for women to teach their children, and sometimes the knowledge isn't there either. Like everybody don't know that they're supposed to teach their children at a young age, and then it's kind of hard when you have so many other things to try to focus on too. Like I got to make sure my child has shoes and clothes. They're constantly growing, and then try to provide the education that they need beforehand. I homeschooled my children up until my mom and my grandma decided to step in and say, "Yo, you're doing too much. You really aren't. You really don't have everything that you need to learn." And they put them in school, but it was a challenge. I had to, find a lot of things on the internet and like kind of write the things out on paper because I didn't have those resources like some other people had, but I don't,
Oh,
so
that's a
that
good
that
that's a
can be
good
the
statement.
case.
I'll
And
Lyric, would you like to respond to that?
I think that she, is correct. I would agree with her. I just agree with her. I don't have much to say on it. I'm enjoying the conversation that you're having with her and about the Bible.
Okay. So this
I
is the
would.
thing. Let me respond to that thing.
Okay.
This is the thing. Responsibility falls on everybody. Falls on the father not being there to help. Falls on the mother. Um, we got to figure it out because the person that suffers is the child. And if me as a father, if I'm not ready to provide for my child, then I shouldn't be a father. Then I should just be a husband. The only person I could provide for is you, and I'm not prepared to provide for a wife. And I know that things happen. I understand. Then my job as the head of household is to get on the grind and make sure I can provide. Now, when it comes to the mother, we got to figure it out. We have to figure it out. This is why the village is so important. So that when you are overcome, we have people like Mama Beverly that'll be next door and say, "Baby, I'll help you." This is why the village is so important. This is why the Lord tells you, "Forsake ye not the assembly of one another." But members, this is why what we're doing is so important. So that if you need to reach out to get help, you can hit somebody up, bang, and they'll give you that information. But when all of us are so separated, and I'm doing it for me, I ain't even trying to think about my neighbor. I got to get mine. Sooner or later, you're not going to be able to get yours. And your neighbor's going to have what you need. Now what?
And the problem, I would have to just give a little pushback. The problem is not the resources, it's the mentality. When people want to get WIC, welfare, or some extra earned income credit on their tax return from their kids, they figure that out, right? When they know that it's a new iPhone, they figure that out. And the library card is free. How many resources are just at the library alone? And then ask yourself, how many people have library cards? How often, when is the last time someone probably even stepped in the library? And then how often do people read books?
That's
So
true.
even when the resource is right in front of you, most people don't gravitate towards it. And then a lot of people have ancestors with lower education and lower opportunities, much more severe racism and oppression, and then they were able to figure it out. I'm not saying that it's easy or that it's just super rudimentary and you'll snap your fingers, but there's a lot of people that just have a defeated attitude, and that's why they're not putting in the work, and that's why they're not even seeking out the resources, because it's much easier and convenient to look for a handout versus having a village that will provide a hand up, that will give you an infrastructure that has people that you can vent to. Where you used to be able to go to your neighbors, oh, I don't have some sugar. Go to the neighbor house. The neighbor would go to people's house, welcome the neighbors, giving them pie. There'd be barbecues out in the street. Now it's such very individualistic and tribalistic attitudes that when there are resources, people are like, no, I don't want to do that. This person is in charge of that. So I think the resources are there. It's just people don't have the proper mentality to seek out those resources, whether it's pride, some of it may be
Laziness.
ignorance, but
Laziness.
we just got to figure it out.
Yeah, because laziness has set in, and I will agree with you. I do think that a lot of communities, especially with grassroots workers and just community workers, period, they're resource wealthy. There's so many things that can aid in I don't know, families developing smoothly and raising families. So this thing where it's like a badge of honor to be um, a single mother, to me, just for lack of a better word, is kind of idiotic. I do believe that both parents are needed, and it is showing up in today's world. I also believe that the narrative of education isn't pushed as hard in the black home as it's pushed in other homes. So a lot of people, a lot of children now are growing up watching just emotions erupt from a single parent and probably from both parents, because a lot of black homes that do have both fathers and the parents were kind of not functioning properly and then having the children, the father is present, but he's not a present, like he's just a presence. He's not actually going through.
He's absent.
Yeah, he's not going through what he needs to go
The
through to help the mother
parenting.
raise the child. And the mother, she's doing kind of basic things, but not everything that's needed to be done to raise the child. So you have this child still kind of fending for itself, even though both parents are there. Because I would, as I've assessed different homes, I just see that both parents just are functioning inside of their emotional state of being. So they're just living inside of that reactive state of their amygdala and not able to move past that. So they're just not able to understand how to better themselves, let alone raise a child.
I think it's because, like, um, I like everything that you said, Lyric, and I think that's simply because like we don't really kind of solve the problem when when people have children out of wedlock. We just kind of say, "Oh, you shouldn't have kids out of wedlock. Oh, you why would you make that decision again?" You know, instead of saying like something in terms of teaching, instead of taking the opportunity to teach people why you shouldn't do this, or you shouldn't do it because it's not creating stability within the family covenant. So therefore, everything falls apart. You know, that's very rare for people to actually be, hold the I don't know how to say it, like hold it accountable, hold the
Be held
problem
accountable.
accountable for, yeah, instead of just constantly saying
If information
you
was
had that child out,
redirected,
don't have kids out of.
yes, I agree with you to a certain extent because if information was redirected under the assertion of order, children out of wedlock, to me, and you guys can agree or disagree, wouldn't be had because children shouldn't be had out of wedlock. A lot of births now are simply because it's just the next phase to, the next phase from sex. So your reproduction of your body, of the organs, are just doing what they're supposed to do. You're out there having sex and you're not properly protecting yourself, and then boom, here comes a child. And then with you, whether the person is in the right state of mind or wrong state of mind, you still have this person that you now have to raise. And if you're not ready for that, a lot of bad things enter into that. So you get people living in, you know, psychosis that are bad, raising another human that's going to enter into the same or worse psychosis frame of mind, and then it just keeps on going.
And let me add this to that too, Miss Allen, that
Right.
I think, well, again, it goes into the environment that you set up around yourself. Because when you do fall, because we all are gonna fall, when you set up that environment around you of people that love you and want your well being, that correction that you're getting and then the solution, that correction that you're getting is gonna hurt, but you know that it's coming from a place of comfort and a place of people caring for you and wanting the best. So we're not going to not give you the truth, because if we don't give it to you, then your growth is stunted. To become better version of ourselves, we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, damn, this is what I don't like. Why? Because this is not conducive to my growth. So we need to hear it. The problem is how we get that information and who's delivering. Is this someone that cares about me? Is this someone using it as a weapon to disrespect me? Is it my child's father just calling me out of my name and blah, 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 blah? So you're going to reject that truth, even though it was true. This is why village community is so important. That's why this is so important. That's why we do this, because this is important. This is so important.
It's so important to come from this thing like this discussion. Everyone is coming from it from a logical standpoint often. And these times people come at things from an emotional standpoint. And if you're out of order as a person and your emotions are already out of order and out of whack, how could you have proper discernment over any of these serious issues, whether it's choosing a spouse, having kids out of wedlock? If you're completely out of order and your emotions are distorted, all of your behavior and your practices will be distorted as well.
We're here for each other, man.
That's true.
No one here is better than anyone else. No one here is greater than anyone else. You know, there are going to be things that I don't know that Lyric is going to help me with. There are going to be things that Lyric don't know that Miss Allen's going to help her with. There are going to be things Miss Allen and Joseph, and it falls right on down. No one is greater than nobody. No one is. Everyone has a brick to add to this home. Just let's build this brick.
I think
And have some thick skin, because you're gonna hear a lot of stuff that you may not agree with, and some things that may kind of ruffle your feathers. But like you said, if the intentionality is coming from a good place and to progress you and for the betterment of your life, then you know you gotta chew the meat, spit out the bones. And sometimes that's what people do when they're being held accountable. Now, before anyone could actually hold you accountable, you should already be holding yourself accountable. So whatever accountability someone else is trying to present to you, it should be nothing to be offended about, because you're already in the process of holding yourself accountable. So anything they're saying to you is just a reiteration of what you've already told yourself.
I could piggyback off that. Being held accountable for one's actions. I think it's easy for people to avoid accountability because there seems to be a lack of consequences. So there is very little incentive to be accountable in the first place in this society. So bad behavior is promoted. And when that's promoted, I don't think it really matters how much information someone gets. They can be educated about the reasons
That's
why
what
they should or should not do certain things. But if there is no consequences to it, you can tell me not to steal, not to jump off a cliff, but if the
yeah.
consequences that I won't die, then so be it. If the consequence of me stealing something from the store is that I can get away with it, then all of the information about why I shouldn't do it usually goes out the window, unless that person has a very strong moral fabric. But as human beings, we all need consequences and to deal with those consequences. So when that is stripped from um, accountability, then very people are usually going to take the easier road, which is, well, I can get away with this. I can afford to not be accountable. So therefore I would choose not to be.
So,
Holy
you
Spirit
know,
is accountable. I agree, but it has to be that individual has to have a strong moral fabric. For the majority of people, even those who believe in Christ, who believe in God, everyone gets tempted about something. Everyone gets tempted to do something that they know they shouldn't do to some extent. No matter how strong the Holy Spirit is in that individual person, we all fall to some sort of temptation. But the extra bit of protection, in my opinion, is society having certain consequences for the actions that we make. So that's my stance on that.
so we have to start understanding what our purpose is. We got to start understanding that we all have a purpose here. Our purpose is, before anything, is to serve the Most High. That's the whole duty of man, period. Being a mother, being a father, being a husband, being a wife, all of that is secondary to serving the Most High. That is our first duty of man, period. Now, in doing that, now there are certain parameters he gives us. Love yourselves, love each other. There's a certain decorum we need to walk in and hold near and dear to our heart, starting with holding yourselves accountable for what you do. It's not easy. And then it branches out to the family, branches out to the village. So we know what the problems are. We know what the problems are. We got to start implementing the solution, as small as it may be. Now, to a certain extent, we're trying to do it here, or we're doing it here. We need to get more focused and more on the ball when it comes to dealing with the Most High. That's our job. That's what we're
So,
supposed.
Bolo, let me ask you this: since I know plenty of men in my immediate area that I've talked to online, a lot of them believe in God or the Most High, but they don't participate in church for various reasons. Do you think more men should be back in the church? Oh, and also, is there other ways that you would recommend to serve the Most High without church or in addition to going to church?
It's a good question.
This is the answer I'll give you. Christ never taught in the church. Church is a business now. Church is a business. They have a red and a green.
And it's a political, basically, tool as well.
Right. Now, are there some churches out there, kicking the truth? Of course. Do churches give you a semblance of truth? Of course. That's how they get you. Creflo Dollar, he says some things that are like truth. But when
He
he gets you,
also
that's when he pushes that
fornicates quite
prosperity.
a bit too.
Listen, the thing of the matter is we know we know what's right and we know what's wrong. Right? Christ never taught in the church. Never. He gave this information free. For whoever had an ear to hear and whoever had eyes to see, he gave it free. That's my freestyle of the day. He gave it free. He didn't ask anybody to pay. Never did he ask anyone to pay. So again, are there, and there's some people that may need that, that congregation to get together and to push. This is why we do this. Like my man, up pushing. You're pushing. Said, this is church now. So
Can
I
I
don't
say
push.
something also?
Let me just say this now that you rock. I don't push religion. I don't push that. Go ahead, Miss Allen.
Oh, it was me.
That was lyric. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lyric. Go ahead.
I just wanted to
That was Miss
agree with
Lyric.
I just wanted to agree with Bolo because you don't have to when it talks about failing not to assemble yourself, it doesn't mean that you have to run to a church building. These big buildings and stuff that they're, building for him, it's not for him, it's for them. And because he also followed it up in saying, where two or three are gathered, we are that two or three right now. It doesn't take all the, instruments and large cathedrals to let him know that you're reverencing him, that you honor him, that you're recognizing him, that he lives within you. It doesn't take all that. Men, not you guys, but just speaking in general, people, I'll just say people have put all this extras on, to it, which have pushed a lot of people away from him. Because as you're thinking and as others are probably thinking with you, well, it doesn't take all that. And that portion of your statement is correct.
And
If
all of
oh,
this
go ahead.
dysfunction.
So, what does it
All,
mean when he says that?
go ahead, Miss
So,
Allen.
the Bible mentions that Christ will come back for the church.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
The Bible mentions that Christ will come back for the church.
right.
So what exactly is a church if he's not talking
You,
about a building?
You, darling.
you,
That's why.
you are
Listen.
the church. You're
What,
you're the building he's looking for.
right.
He's not looking for a building that has been foundationally built because when you keep reading, he's talking about you. When he says clean up your house, he doesn't mean go to your home and walk through your front door and
Okay,
clean up.
so then
He
what
means
about the tithing?
the tithing when you have
So
uh,
what about the tithing? And the first fruit giving. What about that?
Are you talking? Okay.
I like her questions. Same questions I asked when I first became a Christian. She must be like a new Christian.
Here's the thing. You're talking things that are past, right? If you're
Only
gonna,
born
who are you
again.
tithing to?
I'm
Who are
sorry.
you tithing to?
I thought I was like I thought that's how you put God first. That's what Darius Daniels said too. He said that when you put
Okay,
God first,
but
you're
what I'm
putting
saying to
like
you,
you're allowing
you're
your
saying, but Miss Allen, you're quoting Darius Allen. You said what is his name? Darius who? Hello,
Darius Daniel.
Darius Daniels. Let me ask you a question.
Darius Daniels.
Darius
Darius
Daniels.
Daniels.
Okay, okay. Is Darius Daniels a millionaire?
Darius Daniels.
He
I
is.
don't know.
Not
Oh,
one
It
hundred.
might be.
He might. I mean, does he?
He's on YouTube.
He's on YouTube.
Is he?
Okay, so you don't know if
I
he.
don't know.
Okay, let
Yeah.
me ask you this: does he have bread?
what?
Yeah, he got some money. He got some
All
money.
right. That's why he told you to tithe. The
Yeah, he
same
got some
reason
money.
why. Yeah, that's why he's telling you to tithe. He got a job.
Now,
So how does he have that money?
That
Where
is
does he
his
get that money
job.
from? Huh?
now, can I
No,
say
no, hold
something?
on. No, no.
I
You can't, Lyric. Hold on, let me just get. How did he get that? How did he get that money?
if I just assume that they get the money like you pay him for preaching the word.
You pay him. So okay.
You know, like if they do a good job, then you know,
So if he does a good
because at
job,
my
he
church, I go to a
not
Denominational.
non-denominational. Go ahead.
yeah. When I go to a non-denominational church, and my pastor, he's a bishop with a PhD and all these degrees. Whenever someone do something good, I mean preach something good, they put money on the altar for them just to bless them for blessing them.
So okay, tithing. Okay, you had something called a priest fund when you look at the Old Testament, right? The reason why they tithe was because a portion of that went to the priest because their job was to teach the word. They had no other jobs. This is what they did. But there was a lot of things that were being done and misused. Like when you have a dude like Creflo Dollar or what's his name, Daniels, that have no job, their job is to disseminate this word and give it the way it's supposed to be given. But yet they're in Lear jets, G4s, Bentleys, Benzes. Where are you getting this money from? They asked Creflo Dollar, why do you have a G4? Do you know what his response was? American Airlines schedule don't fit mine.
No.
So fine, okay, the church owns a G4. Can I fly in it as a parishioner? Hell no, I can't fly in it. That's for you, so you need the mansion. Why is it that you have a mansion and I don't? Explain that to me. That's putting Christ in that building. See, I can charge you when you come into the building. I can't charge you if it's
Well,
free on
my
the street.
Go ahead.
Do you understand my point?
yeah, my
Okay, so
bishop,
this is
he's a retired Air Force veteran, I guess.
but we're talking in
He was a
general
chapel. He
about
started out as a chapel.
right, but we're talking in
Okay.
general about the word. The Lord let me ask you this. From what your readings are, did Christ ever teach in a building?
No, I'm very familiar with that.
Okay, so why didn't he teach in the building?
The way he around and preached the word too.
But why didn't he teach in the building?
I don't know.
Because Christ's mission was to take the power
I know
away.
that
Go ahead.
from the church.
No, from those men, from the Pharisees and Sadducees, the people that were controlling all the money and all the power. That's what that building brings. It brings them power. It brings them money. And then they make you feel that if you don't give, you're not giving to the Lord. That's why Christ came to take that power away. When he gives you the example of how the temple is supposed to be reverenced in the Old Testament, how it's supposed to be kept clean, holy, you're supposed to fast for a certain amount of days before you go into the temple because this is where the Lord lives. Are you familiar with that?
Fat,
Miss Allen?
fasting, yes, we're fasting, but not
Right. So you are
entering
familiar.
into the
So,
temple before you. I'm still
correct.
here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but you're going in and out. So the Lord puts you in that state of mind with a physical building, right? A physical building, he put you in that state of mind. In the New Testament, when Christ comes to give you the understanding, because Christ always deals with parables, right? He comes and he tells you, you are the temple. Like Lyric said, you're the temple. So now what does that mean? You see how you reverence that building? You see how you fasted? You see how you had to get your mind right before you went to go speak to the Lord in that building? You see how you kept it holy? Yeah. Do that with you. Because I'm going to live in you. Because you're my temple. You're my church. You're my members. You're my body. You are. Not that building. You. That's why Christ said, wherever there's two or more, I'm there. When the pandemic hit, why wasn't the churches open? Why didn't they go into the parks? Anthony brings this point out all the time. Why didn't they go into the parks and teach and preach? Why didn't they do that? But they still wanted you to tithe, though. Why didn't they go into the parks since we can't be in a building? Cool. Now, Geno Jennings, he be on point. So the point of the matter is the Lord wants you to understand that you are the temple, you are the church, the body, the men and women and children. They are the body of the church, not the building. Not the building. So let me give you an example. What's your nationality? Like, where are you from?
I'm African American, black. I live in
Okay.
Illinois,
Oh, okay.
East
So let
St.
me give
Louis,
you this.
Illinois.
If now let's think logistically. If all the Jamaicans moved to China, would that place still be Jamaica?
If they moved from
If
Jamaica,
all the
it would still be
Jamaicans said,
Jamaica.
man, if all the Jamaicans said, man, we moving today, we going to China. Is that place still Jamaica?
The place they left, yes.
The place, yeah, when they moved from
The place they
there,
left, right? See, this is the difference between God and man. It shouldn't be. Wherever those people go should be the name of the land. Jamaicans are they're no longer there. So the Lord don't deal with buildings. The Lord is ever moving. He deals with people. He deals with you. He deals with the body. He doesn't deal with a building. There is no glory in a building. There is no soul in a building. There is no spirit in a building. But there is in you, in me, Lyric, Be Easy, the village, there is in us. So what he gave us in the Old Testament was a parable for the new. That you are the church. Reverence you. Does that make sense?
yes, you're making sense. I'm just thinking like probably have some more questions next week
Okay, well
about
listen, I have my
it.
email in the description box and number. So if you have any questions, or you can wait till next week. It's all good. Um, That's the focus. The focus is truth. The focus is love. The focus is understanding. Anthony said also, Miss Allen, keep in mind that the Levites had no portion of land, but they had cities. The Lord was their portion. They were taken care of via tithes, and also the widows, orphans, and the needy.
Uh, I wanted to add to the ties.
Go ahead, brother.
She has a, I had struggled with that ideology when I first got into Christianity. So there's like two sides to it.
Can you
On one
speak up a little
hand,
bit louder?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, hold on, let me see if I can turn my volume. Or maybe the mic is closer. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. So I think there's two sides to the story in which tithing can be seen as a detriment to the church, but it can also be seen as a benefit. So I experienced both sides of it. When I first got into Christianity or came into it, discovered it, it was pretty, for lack of better words, toxic. It was very much the quoting of the familiar Malachi scripture, will a man rob God? Of course you won't rob God. So, you got that beaten into your head over and over and over to the point where you start to feel guilty for not tithing the church. So I fell into that trap for maybe a year or two. Once I discovered, wait a second, something's off here. Now I'm never going to tithe the church. I'm never going to give to a church. I'm never going to do it because they're all like that. So when I went from one extreme to the other extreme, I realized that actually there are some churches that, because if you go to a building where people are fellowshipping at, then there are going to be expenses involved in running that church. There are going to be people that pastor may have to pay. And in my opinion, I do believe that the pastor, if he's doing a good job and people are getting fed spiritually, that pastor should be paid. I don't think pastors should be obligated to do free work. So with that being said, if they are using the funds responsibly, and it's evident that they're not just feeding their ego, they're not just buying fancy cars and watches and things like that, but they're serving the community, they're giving to the people that are attending their church, who they're speaking to, then in that instance, tithing is a great thing. And to not give tithes in that instance would be a disservice to the church. And in my opinion, almost a form of theft, because you're going to this church, you're enjoying the amenities, the music, and all this stuff. It costs money, electricity, water. You're using these resources, and you're going in not having the mindset of I should not give to the church because it says in the Bible that it was Old Testament or whatever the case. But of course, you have the opposite end of the spectrum, where there are more churches than not, in my opinion, who misuse the tithing aspect of what church is today. So I just wanted to add to that it just depends on the church that you choose to go to, if you choose to go at all. But if you go to a church, there's nothing wrong with tithing to that church or giving to that church, however you feel comfortable, never to be guilted into paying X amount of money, 10% plus offerings and plus this and plus that, plus a mortgage payment. No, you give what you feel on your heart to give according to what's appropriate, and also based on how that church uses those funds. So that's what I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, so it's this is what we got to do, man. We come here every Friday, we come here every Wednesday, and we come here and we build. Bring our resources together so that we can help one another. So we've been here going on 5 hours and 32 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're gonna pray. I'm gonna read the Psalms, and again, I don't have my names. I will have them Wednesday, and I will add Miss Allen and all of the new members that we've had today to the names of prayer, so that we can keep them in our prayer and keep them in our prayer so that they can be strong in the Lord and that we grow together. So today, the psalm we're going to be reading is Psalms 7, and it reads, O Lord, my God, in thee do I put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me. Lest here tear my soul like a lion, rendering it in pieces, while there is none to deliver. O Lord my God, if I have done this, if there be iniquity in my hands, if I have rewarded evil unto them that was at peace with me, yea, I have delivered him that without cause is mine enemy. Let the enemy persecute my soul and take it, yea, let him tread down my life upon the earth and lay mine honor in the dust, Salah. Arise, O Lord, in thine anger. Lift up thyself because of the rage of my enemies, and awake for me to the judgment that thou hast commanded. So shall the congregation of the people compass thee about for their sakes. Therefore return thou on high. The Lord shall judge the people. Judge me, O Lord, according to my righteousness, according to mine integrity that is in me. O let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the just. For the righteous God trieth the hearts and reins. My defense is of God. My defense is of God, which saveth the upright in heart. God judgeth the righteous, and God is angry with the wicked every day. If he turn not, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. He hath also prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordaineth his arrows against the persecutors. Behold, he travaileth with iniquity, and hath conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit, and digged it, and fallen into the ditch which he made. His mischief shall return upon his own head, and his violent dealing shall come down upon his own pate. I will praise the Lord according to his righteousness, and will sing a praise to him, the name of the Lord Most High. Lord God, we come to you asking you to hear our voice, hear our supplication. We ask you, Lord God, to please forgive us of our sins. Grant us strength, grant us wisdom, grant us knowledge, but most of all, grant us your understanding, for we need it more than ever. We ask you, Lord God, to please put that spirit of accountability and responsibility on our men and on our women. Please, Lord God, help us to teach your truth. Help us to be the examples you want us to be. We ask you, Lord God, to please bless those that are less fortunate. Bless those that have no homes, those that have no food, and those that have no shelter, no clothing. We ask you, Lord God, to please give them the strength to find help, to find support. We ask you, Lord Jesus, to please bless all men and women of the service around the world. Please open their eyes to your truth. We ask you, Lord God, to please open them up so that they see what you want them to see, not what they want to see, but your truth. We ask you, Lord God, to please also bless our first responders and our essential workers. We ask you, Lord God, to please open up their eyes so that they see your truth. We ask you, Lord God, to please bless all those that travel. Give them travel mercy. We ask you, Lord God, to please bless all those that search for you in your truth, not theirs. Please always keep us humble. Always keep us strong. For we know we are made more than conquerors when we are under your covering. We ask you, Lord God, to please encamp your angels around our homes, around our families, around our bodies, around our children. Please let the enemy know that we belong to you. We belong to you. We bow down in your magnificence, in your glory, but most of all in your love, in your sacrifice. Lord God, I ask you to please bless all in the village, bless all in the community, bless all that serve you in truth. I ask you this, I beg you for this. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
So you know how we do it. Be easy. Last words, my brother.
I think we covered quite a bit. It's a pretty in-depth conversation. So the last words I just want to give salutations to Bolo TV, always coming with that fire. And the panel was definitely very dope. I think overall it was mostly an agreement, but even the disagreements that we had, it was still healthy dialogue and civil discourse. And this is how you build, to be able to interject different ideas and perspectives and ideology and come together to build a sturdy foundation.
Miss Allen, last words.
I just want to thank you guys for having me on and allowing me to contribute to your platform. It's always a pleasure to be amongst people like you guys, like-minded people. So I appreciate you guys and much love and God bless everybody.
Joseph.
Thank you for allowing us to be on this platform to speak and have a voice to share our opinions, our thoughts, feelings, and lessons that we learned thus far in life. Thank you.
Well, first off, I want to thank all of you guys for coming on. Be easy. Miss Allen, Joseph, Lyric, forget the
Antoine,
other Antoine. There was one more other brother too. I
I
forget.
know he was something with holistic.
Yeah. So
I
thank
just
you,
can't
Holistic,
pronounce
for
his
coming
name
up.
right.
Thank you guys for, and all of the people that came in new in the village. Thank you. The one thing I want you guys to understand that this is not my platform, man. This is ours. This doesn't work if you guys are not here. This village means nothing if it's just me. Means nothing. So, Miss Allen, welcome home. Welcome home. This is what we do here. This is nothing without you guys. And I want you guys to keep that mind frame that this is a meeting of the minds where we all come together and build, put our brick in. I'm nothing without you. We're nothing without each other. So although I may be the coordinator, whatever the hell they call it or whatever, but this is our thing. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I thank you guys for trusting me. I thank you guys for allowing this thing to grow, this spirit to grow, this love to grow. Thank you. Share, please, comment. This is what we need, man. Conversation. Conversation sparks ideas. Ideas sparks plans. Plans spark movement.
And this is actually going to church too, like you said. So for a lot of people that don't go to church, this live stream is a definition of church. And let me just say this too before I dip out. Um, uh, an excerpt. I'm not sure if it's an excerpt or a scripture, but it says the church is not a building, but the body of people with the same head, the Lord Jesus Christ. While churches don't have steeples, it most definitely cannot be the church without any people. So that's the village, that's Bolo TV, that's the panel. We are the church.
I can't say it any better, man. To add to it would take away. So the thing I'm going to say is thank you guys for allowing us to come into your homes. Those that, are in the background listening, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully, Lord willing, He allows me to see you guys Information Wednesday when we come together and we build again. Thank you. Love each other, man. Love yourselves and love each other. Thank you for coming. God bless you and good night.
Good night.